and into one of my favorite topics of transportation. And it's great to see so many stakeholders, champions, partners in transportation here still. And so we're going to be doing a much deeper dive into the day. There's a number of things I really appreciate about the day. Number one, I don't have to be up here. I'm going to be introducing John and Caitlin, and they're going to take over for the day. You might see me once or twice, but you've listened to me a lot over the last couple of days, and we've had quite the information sharing, and it's been a good couple of days. So I did want to acknowledge the fact that we have a number of key sponsors that make this possible. Many are actually in the room, but Alaska Airlines is in the room. Thank you. Gold Belt is in the room. Thank you. AT&T and Avesta, also key sponsors. But closest to our heart is Clinton Heights Central Council, and we're actually in their room and on their lands. And so we really appreciate their partnership and support for not just here for this event and for this organization and this community, but for the entire region. Really appreciate, and we get a sense of how large and long their reach is and the different enterprises and services they're providing across the state and beyond. So thank you all. We also have other sponsors today, Ada, who may be in and out, and then P&D. Mark is back here in the back. Not only a great engineering company, but a great landlord. We actually moved our offices out toward the valley upstairs there. So as you're coming and going from the airport or around town, feel free to drop in and see us at some time as well. One of the other things is you can always be sure of at Southeast Conference, we won't call you out for karaoke last night. So those of you that were there, you know, you're behind that shield of anonymity. So packed house and everybody had a good time. So, and we won't post those photos on Instagram, Facebook, or anything. So you don't have to worry about that, John. You're safe. Okay. Yes, exactly. You're safe. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn the microphone over to John Bowling, and he will describe the day and facilitate from there. And thank you. And for the speakers that come up, this is actually working at the moment. So the clicker, for those of you that have slides, just go ahead and just click away and it should be working. Robert, thanks, John.
Good morning. Nice to see you all here. What a great day. Thank you for coming. We're here today to talk in some level of detail about transportation in our region, right? And I remember being told a long time ago, perhaps a school lesson, that the pharaohs of ancient Egypt and all the way down to George Washington, 2,000 years, they got around pretty much the same way, which makes me wonder if their luggage ever went missing, you know? So it's been a remarkable change of infrastructure since Washington's time, you know, and we travel for so many reasons, which has probably changed a little bit since in the last 2,000 years. You know, we send our kids out for education travel, academics, athletic events, music related honor band events, part of their education. We travel for health, sometimes in the middle of the night abruptly, but more often planned travel to get our injuries and illnesses treated that can't get treated at home. We travel for commerce, moving people and goods regularly across distances of land and water. We travel to sustain relationships with friends and family and colleagues, relationships that can't be sustained as well electronically by text or email. Even a handwritten letter, while valuable, it's a poor substitute for personal contact. So that's an important element of travel, why we go places. We travel to assist with people facing catastrophes and illnesses and catastrophic events, to provide assistance to them and make their lives a little easier. We travel also, perhaps most often for pleasure, to satisfy that travel itch, to see a place that we read about in a novel or a landscape described in a poem. or just to be able to go see a place you saw on a map as a kid. You know, the travel, the infrastructure necessary for travel is so important to us. And especially here in Southeast Alaska, we're really focused on the ferry system, aren't we? I mean, we use lots of other modes of travel, our vehicles, aircraft. Most of us got here by aircraft for this session today, but the marine highway system occupies a unique place in our lives. As those of us who grew up here, spent many hours riding the marine highway system, and have a special place, not just from a practical standpoint, but from a lowercase c cultural standpoint, as part of our DNA, so to speak. You know, we spent nights on the ferry and met people and experienced things that we wouldn't have experienced anywhere else. So we're going to start off today focused on that marine highway system and the infrastructure involved in sustaining it. We're fortunate to have two initial speakers here to talk about the marine highway system today. Craig Tornga, who is the Division Director of the Marine Highway System, will be presenting an update on the operation of the system. And joining him on stage this morning will be Barrett Carpenter from Siemens Energy, who leads his entity in business development for the West Coast. So Craig, would you like to come up? In fact, let's go ahead and welcome Craig to the podium, please. And also please welcome Barrett Carpenter.
Morning. So those of you who were here yesterday, you'll recognize some of these slides. But we got a little twist in it, and thankfully we got Barrett here today. When we get to the techno side, especially talking about our Tustamina replacement vessel, and we talk some of the components, he's going to also give a presentation on what our power and propulsion unit is on the TRV. I did have some numbers that I don't have in the slide that I just got in an email this morning. It's on the ridership. And so I was just going to share those quickly from 22 to 23 on the passenger, for our total passengers. For 23, we had 181,182 passengers ride versus 154,416 in 22. So that's an increase of 26,000 over the year. And on the vehicles, we had 63,040 for the year of 23 versus 56,852 for 22. So 6,188 more vehicles. So that's a good improvement over the years. And if we can get a seventh vessel crew, there is demand, especially for our cross Gulf run. It's one of the biggest calls we get, or one of the more calls we get for run across the Gulf. There's a lot, especially with the military, that want to move their vehicles through that instead of the drive up. So if we can get the crews in the seventh, we know we'll even increase that some more. Also going to share that on the Lynn Canal run, we got the Hubbard on that run dedicated this last year, and good increase. I don't have a total count, but just looking at passengers on and off out of Haynes, we increased about 6,000 over the year, and passengers on and off out of Skagway, we increased about it's about 6,000 over the year. Year over year. So it's a good increase. And then on the vehicles, out of Haynes, we increased about 1,800 on the vehicles, and Skagway about 3,000. So good increase with just having that Hubbard being a little more reliable on that and having more of a daily run on there. So we'll jump into the slides here now. And I guess I have control here. I'll probably need some help. But Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I've hit every one already. You're on my thought line there. Yeah. All right. Deal.
Plug it in, turn it on.
Yeah. That's enough, Robert. Okay. So we talked a little bit yesterday about our reliability, and I want to go over what we're doing. We are working on our fleet replacement plan. We didn't have a fleet replacement plan, and that's very foreign to me to come on and not have one. And we did develop one just operationally without a lot of the business data input we needed, just so we had something to guide us here this last year. But following this presentation, we're going to talk a lot about our long-range plan, and we have the team here to go through that. And part of that is the fleet plan that's going to drive us for the next 20 years. So we're making all our decisions based on that plan going forward. That's going to be one of the big keys for our improvement on reliability, and just getting newer vessels, number one. We do some of the crews, I get down on the boats and visit with the engineers. They've done a great job of keeping these vessels going. We haven't had a system for them to manage the vessels. They haven't had the tools, but it's amazing what they've done just to keep it going. They've developed their own spreadsheets, trying to keep with the OEM recommendations. They were really ahead of us in the office. So we're now putting out a vessel management system on the boat, so we make sure that we're managing the vessel, giving the crews the tools. And the implementation of this, we started doing all the planning in the fall, and we rolled out the first module, which is the preventive maintenance module, in January. And it's gone really, really smoothly. I rolled out a program at the last couple companies I was at. I've only been at two, but it never went this smoothly. And I think it's just a real testament to the engineers on the boats. They're getting the first one in the preventive maintenance. Nobody's fighting it. In fact, they're just embracing it, and it's going really well on the implementation. And it's a system that you have every component in there. You build a hierarchy of all your components, and it's down a few levels on that hierarchy. But every component's in there. The OEM's recommended maintenance schedules are in there. It's popping up alerts to them every day. They can come up and see what's due, what they have to get and work on. And it just gives you a good track record of everything. To put that system in place, we first needed connectivity, and we didn't have that on the boats. And it was evident the first week when I joined. We had the Columbia and Bellingham going through our audit from ABS, which is our classification society that we're members of. And they wrote us up because they couldn't connect to the office, to the server, to pull up the information they were supposed to present when they had to give up their different things they had done as far as checkoff sheets, inspections. And I learned it was just an ongoing problem. We just couldn't connect to the office. So we had the information there in a server in the office, but it needs to be on the boats. And the boats is the ones that need the information. We can pull reports out of anything in the office. So we put servers. We first got the Starlink up and going, and then we installed servers on all the boats. So the information stays with them. We can pull what we need in the office. So we flip that around and have it the way it should be. And so, like I said, on the Amos is the program we chose. It's been around for quite a few years. It's owned by SpecTech, which owns a couple vessel management companies, Helm and Amos. And they've kind of taken both those companies and have a better product today than what I was used to about 20 years ago with Amos. I've always used the ABS Nautical Systems program, but this one's pretty intuitive and it's pretty easy. It is a program that the ferries did have back in the 2000s, but they let it lapse and it just haven't had it for about 14 years. So it was a good decision just to stay with this because we did have some people that were familiar with it, and I think that's helped as well. So we first got the preventive maintenance out, then we go to the compliance module, where we'll keep all our documents from a regulatory required standpoint. We'll also have vessel drawings in there, all our inspection checkoff list, everything the crews need, and get rid of those 17 binders we have on each vessel for our safety management system. It'll all be online as well. And then the last module we'll do, the compliance module will roll out here in about April, give everybody time to really get into the preventive maintenance. And then project management module we'll use for the dry docking. That'll be the last one. And this whole system is all interrelated. So whatever you're doing in the preventive maintenance and you have any issues or things to be addressed in the shipyard, you just put that in a work order and it rolls right into their next shipyard and starts populating their shipyard spec for that upcoming yard. So it's a great tool for that way. And then separately on the reliability, we're putting a big focus on our written specs for our shipyards. We've had a history of not presenting them in advance. You know, we show up and kind of jointly work with the yard on here's the work items, but that's, you know, time wasted that we could have been going to work right away. So we're trying to get them to them a few months in advance so they can start plan their workload, their resources, and then also do any prefabrication that's needed as well, because we'll have all the pre-engineering and that done. So when we get to the yards, that can just speed up our yards. Our yards are long, partly because we do our yards in the rainforest there in Ketchikan, and so it does extend it. The yard has many force majeure days, and I'm used to being in yards around the country, and you know, depends if you're in the hurricane season down the Gulf, you may think, oh, I'm going to have, you know, maybe 10 force majeure days. If in the wintertime I'm up in the Northeast in New York yards, you know, I have about that as well. But here you'll have a lot of days. When you get 13 feet of rain in Ketchikan, there's a lot of days you can't do work. So the whole goal there, though, about just being better in our planning is just to shorten our time in the yard and get more days into service. Just go over our projects that we do have on the books for capital projects. So we've got the Taslina crew quarters that just got back yesterday, the first draft of the cruise quarters. We held the lessons learned with LA Bay Design Group, who's doing the design of it. And we've made some improvements based on the Hubbard to make it a little more efficient. So this project should get out in probably into March on the street with an RFP, and we'll get this completed this year. The Columbia, we have the controllable pitch propeller system that's dated. It's an analog system that's no longer supported, so we will be upgrading that. And in 2025, with the project's underway now, just because it's got long lead time items of 15 months. So we've got that in the works. And the Kennecott, we have some emissions problem with the generators on there. EPA's given us a date of 2026 to change those out. So that one's also under the engineering, and because it is also about a 12 to 14 month long lead time item for the new generators. So we'll be doing that in their shipyard period in 25 as well. And the Matanuska, many questions on that. If there's a future for the Matanuska, we're doing all the audio gauging of the hull so we can actually have all the information to quantify what the cost would be to bring the scantling thickness to where it needs to be. We have a lot of deterioration in the hull, and it's just it's not safe at the moment, and the Coast Guard won't allow us to do anything or talk about just any discussions on waivers or any cutback in the work until we really know how safe the hole is. It's their position, and it's very understandable, but we'll be on dry dock about the end of March, and then we can get those into those double bottoms and know how bad it is. We just don't have the data to show us, unfortunately. And the terminal upgrades, we've got a few on the books. The last one on there is the only one that's a new construction. That's going to be tied into for the new Nolo ferry that we'll be doing Saxman, and then we'll do the new terminal down at Saxman, right down by the Three Bears. And all the rest of these are just upgrades. So our Alaska class ferries can call at these facilities right now. Unfortunately, we don't have a standard in the fleet for loading and offloading as far as where our doors are at on each vessel, and we don't have a standard at the terminal. So this will standardize these terminals, so any vessel can call there. And then as we build new vessels, we'll all have them under that same standard, so they can all interchange if they need to call at each one. And unfortunately, it's a pretty good list of them. They're all pretty much, they all are started in the engineering stage at least, and most of them are in the environmental stage, which is like an 18-month process. And then construction should take place on most of these in 26. And in 27, every one of them will be into service is the plan. And then we can deploy the Hubbard and the Taslina to any of these locations at that point. Now, our new vessel plans. So we've got the Tustamina replacement vessel. Unfortunately, we don't have that up to bid yet. We should here soon. We're finalizing some of the requirements that are required by our federal partners and make sure we have a good, clean package. And then we'll get it to them for their review and input. And then we'll, once we finish that and make any adjustments they may require, then we'll get it out on the street. The design's pretty mature. We're well in the 90% complete on the design. The functional design is also underway for all the module sections that are complete, and they should have the functional design completed by pretty much by into April is time frame, and so that then ready for the yard to do their production engineering, detailed design. And so hopefully we'll have that RFP out there so we can just keep rolling into that and not hold anything up. Then this year, here soon, we'll get the Tustamina RFP out. We'll get the hybrid no-low emissions ferry out, and just for the design RFP. So we'll start that design, and then also the mainliner replacement design as well. And there's funding for both of those projects in place. What you see there on the right is just some of the components, and the Azipod unit, the push-pull Azipod unit, then also this is a diesel electric, and there's 4 generator sets you see there. And Siemens Energy did our power and propulsion study for the vessel. And this is where I'm going to let Barrett step in, and he'll talk about this vessel and plus what's going on in the market and some of the projects that Siemens is looking at and done, things that we may incorporate from them as well in our future designs. And then I'll wrap up after Barrett's done, just some information again on our crewing challenges. But Barrett, we'll give this to you. That's right.
Excellent, Craig. Yeah, appreciate the opportunity, everybody, to be here. This is a exciting project for us. The TRV, feel very fortunate to be a part of it, and know its importance for the state and building out the replacement of the entire AMHS fleet, and how important this project is for really defining what things are going to look like moving forward. So really appreciate it. So yeah, I'm going to talk about a few things today, starting with just a high level overview of where we are on the Tustamina. If you were here for or I guess present at the annual Southeast Conference meeting in September. You might recognize some of the slides. We've had, just a few tweaks to the design over, the last few months, ending the year and starting the new year. Yeah, just tweaking things and working with the whole team. So going to go through that and then, yeah, just talk about a few project references that we're currently working on in the industry that might be relevant again for the new fleet at AMHS. So high level overview of the design and construction team for the TRV starts really with Glosson as the main designer. They're kind of the team lead in terms of the design and moving it forward. They've been involved in the project for quite some time, as all of you likely know how it's evolved. And they're really kind of the tip of the spear on everything. We were brought in late 2022, I guess, is when we were brought on full contract wise, and worked through 2023 on, as Craig mentioned, the whole propulsion system maturity and designing it. Everything from the tip of the prop all the way through the diesel electric propulsion system and into the wheelhouse and controls and everything. Another critical member of the team is Trident Marine Systems. They're doing the vessel elevator and turntable system. Been told we're supposed to call the elevator a lift now instead of an elevator per just requirements and class and Coast Guard. So we got them on the team, and then hoping soon we're going to bring on the vessel construction team member who is perhaps as vital as the rest of us, if not more vital, as bringing the whole ship together and actually building it. So looking forward to seeing that RFP released and seeing the interest and who's gonna raise their hand to do the project. So that's the team in itself. With Alaska Marine Highway is the main customer, and this is a high level look at just the basic design itself. The Castaneda, it had a lot of design requirements given some of the ports of call and that really drove the design in a specific direction. I think there's going to be a little more flexibility with like the MRV design because I think a lot of the ports that vessel goes to, they aren't length and draft restrictions like what we've seen with the Castaneda. So that's really driven where the design has ended up along with the vehicle lift system. So 330 feet, draft of 15 feet 10 inches, a full load displacement of almost 5,700 light tons, designed for 15 knots of service speed and propulsion power right about 7,000 brake horsepower. And then on into the real mission specifics with passengers, 250 passengers and 126 berths and then 55 vehicles on board. There's some great information on the AMHS website and presentations. So if you really want to see all these specifics and more and see drawings and things like that, there's some great stuff on the AMHS website. And just kind of follow the links for the Castaneda. So and then moving on into our sort of purview and what we're working on regarding the propulsion system. A high level look at it, starting we always like to start with the tip of the prop. That really sort of defines what the rest of the propulsion system is going to look like. So two main counter rotating azimuth thrusters mounted back aft there. Been went through a lengthy selection process, and came down to determining that steer prop had sort of the best solution for that. So we're putting in a couple of steer prop units. The main heart of the energy generation on board will come from 4 diesel electric gensets, which are going to be Cat 3516s, each rated at 2.27 megawatts. So resulting in about a 9 megawatt diesel electric plant. And that really gives us the redundancy, and I'll go a little bit more into that, that we need in terms of the mission and everything for the vessel. The heart of the electrical system and layout and grid for the vessel is our Siemens Energy Blue Drive Plus C. It's actually a DC grid, so we bring in AC power from the generator sets and we rectify it to DC, and then the whole main electrical grid on board the vessel is going to be DC. And that system allows us to operate all the generator sets at different speeds based on load and not have to parallel them like on a traditional AC system where you have to parallel generators based on load on the bus. This way we can actually load generators accordingly and based on optimizing fuel consumption and things like that. And then only have the minimal amount of DC or generator sets online in order to provide power for the loads currently currently on the grid. And in addition to the diesel gen sets, we're going to have about a 2 megawatt battery system on board. And this system, we were originally looking at it being right about a megawatt or so of battery system, but over the last few months, we've actually increased the size up to 2 megawatts to give us, just a lot more use of the battery and give us some more functionality from it. And I'll show you a slide in a minute of some of the things we're designing the battery system around. That's the battery system. Currently, we're looking at our Blue Vault technology designed and manufactured by us, but there's also some other industry leaders battery-wise that we're going to be taking a look at too. Just making sure we're selecting the optimal technology for the vessel. And then moving all the way forward to the vessel, there's 2 850 kW bow thrusters. So the design, really what we focused on was maximizing redundancy, maximizing safety for the vessel, and then also maximizing the availability of the vessel so that, with redundancy, if we have any issues with any of these systems, there's backup and the vessel can keep operating in the event we have any kind of issues, or there's regular scheduled maintenance that needs to happen, that we can keep operating the vessel and do that maintenance and keep it an asset for AMHS. Going into a little bit more detail on the kind of the design goals and what brought the propulsion system maturity to where it is today. Really sole focus was around this redundancy topic. And for the 4 generator sets, we can actually meet the full MCR for the vessel. So with using just 3 of the 4 generators. So essentially all the loads on the grid at one time, we can meet all those loads with only 3 of the 4 generators online. And that's with a 90% MCR. So there's actually even another kind of 10% buffer in there. So we feel really confident that it's a robust solution. Another advantage to the redundancy and sort of the N+1, we call it, with being able to meet full load with 3 generators is in the event we do have a generator come offline, either for a casualty or some service or repair that needs to be done, regular service or a part failure, we can keep the vessel operating safely, and the captain and the chief engineer are going to feel confident that they can continue to operate the vessel even though we have one of the generator sets offline. So that was a big focus with and a huge topic, and many conversations about how we were going to lay out the diesel generator sets in this on the grid and in the spaces. And then, yeah, another positive, again, I'm going to talk a little bit more about batteries, but the battery system can essentially act as a fifth generator for a period of time as well. So we have that additional redundancy where the battery can actually act as another generator set. Also, we're going to install our Siemens Energy condition-based monitoring system on board called EcoMain Blue. It allows people like Craig and the rest of the AMHS operations team on shore to basically in real time see the plant and what's going on with it from shore. And then if there are any issues, they can have conversations directly with the crew. And then, yeah, again, it can do condition-based monitoring based on, how the fleet and Craig and the whole team can scale that to decide, yeah, how they want to do condition-based monitoring. And then that can feed into the whole system that Craig was talking about earlier, which is their whole maintenance system and how they're going to build that out. So it essentially gives them real-time data of the plant and all the systems, so they can make decisions. So yeah, a vital part of, really bringing the TRV, into the future and hopefully setting a precedent for the rest of the fleet. Moving into yeah, the design itself and some of the design goals. One of the highlights of the battery SS is you can provide zero emissions propulsion both during arrival and departure from port. So we think this system is going to be able to give us that into the most of the ports. And then, and I'll talk about on the next slide, but really the critical things with the battery system is what we call peak shaving and fault ride through. And I'll talk about those on the next slide. And then, moving into the future, we've been having a lot of discussions with AMHS as well as, yeah, members of Southeast Conference and the state in general about shore power connections for all these vessels moving forward. And what those shore power connections might look like in terms of charging the batteries, which we're putting on board while they're in port, so that those maneuvering while they're actually coming in and out of port is true zero emissions. And so they can come in on full battery power, putting no emissions into the air, charge that battery system while they're in port, and then while they're leaving, they're on full zero emissions on the battery system leaving. So all that energy in concept would be coming from a land-based and renewable energy source. And then if that battery systems needs to be topped off in any way at sea, then we'll top it off with the generator sets. But the goal is really to not have to use the generator sets to charge those batteries, because it's just not a very green way of doing it and not a very efficient way of doing it. So we're hoping moving forward the shore power connections is going to become a reality in at least some of the the major ports anyway, and maybe eventually in all of the ports that the MHS fleet visits. And then yeah, a little quick topic on the variable speed generator sets. I touched on that. Some advantages of that: again, you can essentially load each generator based on optimal points on the fuel curve for that generator, and run those generators at different loads. and at different speeds. Yeah, based on load demand. So it really cuts down on fuel. It extends maintenance time because there's lower loads on the generator sets over time. So you can save a lot on maintenance costs. And then some of the real critical benefits, in terms of crew habitability and the passenger habitability is a lot lower noise and lower vibration for passengers and the crew, and then that translates into, of course, less noise into the water and our environment, and so lots of benefits to the variable speed generator sets using the DC grid. And if you guys want to know more about the DC grid and that kind of technology, just please let me know. Love to talk about it. And then, yeah, on to batteries. I know there's a lot of interest in this, and we can talk a lot about it. There's a lot of information out there and great places to get it. This is actually some information I kind of borrowed from an organization called the Maritime Battery Forum. They've put together some really great information on just battery applications for maritime vessels. So specific to the TRV, we're going to kind of take advantage of all these 7 things that you see up here with the battery system on the TRV, but our real focus for the TRV was the top 3 things, which being able to operate full electric, either in the event that we want to operate full electric in and out of port, or we have some sort of situation where the plant blacks out for some reason, whether it be something that the crew doesn't have any control over, environmental issue that impacts the vessel, or there is some sort of a casualty on board, that the vessel can essentially operate full electric on that battery system. Spinning reserve was another big focus on it, so that essentially allows us to, in the event that there is a genset that comes offline, there's the battery system there to essentially act as a 4th or a 5th generator, and that's why we sized it accordingly around that 2 megawatt range. And then the other one is peak shaving. So essentially, when we have big load changes, sudden load changes on the bus, that the battery can basically act as a big capacitor and absorb that demand on the grid, so that the generator doesn't have to do it. Because trying to feed more fuel into a generator to spool up and react to that change in load, it uses a lot more fuel. And so if you have a battery there that can essentially absorb that, and then you recharge it at another time when the gen sets are operating on a peak or an optimal spot on the fuel curve, that's a great way to operate. So those are kind of 3 focuses with the battery system design. And then we are going to get all the bottom 4 advantages with the battery system as well, but the top 3 were kind of our big focuses. So let me know if you want to discuss before or after. I don't know when we're taking questions, but yeah, we take questions now or after? After? We'll take a question after. All right. And then I just wanted to talk real briefly on a couple of our no-low type projects with those AMHS projects on the horizon. We just completed a ferry for Texas DOT. It's a double-ended car ferry. Takes a minimal passengers and then quite a few cars, and that's operating down in Galveston. She was just delivered, and they are going through some training with us, as well as on some other things, and it's looking like she's going to go into service here in the next couple of months full time in Galveston. So that was a great project for us. It was actually the first installation of our Blue Vault system here in the US anyway. We've got quite a few vessels overseas. I think is about 70 vessels overseas using Blue Vault, but this is the first vessel going into service with the Blue Vault battery system. And total, there's two 772 kilowatt battery banks on board. She can operate full electric between most of her runs, and then eventually they're hoping that they're going to have supercharging available for that vessel in the port of Galveston. So great project for us. Another one we're working on closer to home here is the Jumbo Mark II hybridization projects for Washington State ferries. So those are 3 Jumbo Mark II class car ferries, which maybe some or all of you have ridden on down in Washington State. Really a key part of their fleet, does do a lot of their key runs down there. And so we're hybridizing those right now. The first vessel, the Wenatchee's at the shipyard, Vigor Shipyard in Seattle, starting the retrofit. And we're essentially pulling out 2 of the existing diesel gensets and replacing them with our switchgear, as well as 2 large battery systems on board. And then eventually those are going to be supercharged when they eventually evolve the terminals into having supercharging systems and connection points. So the idea is it's kind of a phased approach where, they're going to be hybrid for now. They're going to operate them zero emissions as much as possible. And then when the shore infrastructure and the supercharging comes into place, that the hope is, I think, that these vessels will eventually be full electric. They'll pull out those remaining generator sets and put in more batteries. So that's a great project for us. We've learned a lot from it, and we're applying a lot of the lessons learned through the design process to the TRV, and hopefully more projects moving forward. Lastly, in terms of ferries, we're working on the new ferry for the Trust of Governors Island in New York. And that's a full electric ready vessel. It's using our small DC grid system called Blue Vault Eco. And it's got 2 400 kilowatt Blue Vault battery systems on board. So another great project for us. It's being built down in the Gulf right now at Conrad, and it's coming together really quickly, and we're hoping to see that go into service. Possibly, I think planned for the end of this calendar year. So really excited about that. And if you guys ever visit New York in the coming years and go out to Governor's Island, have a chance to jump on that vessel. So and then some of our real kind of interesting projects that we're working on right now that really sort of push the future and the envelope for what's possible. I'm working on a hybrid liquid hydrogen fuel cell / diesel. We've just gotten done with a 1-year design study, doing similar to what we just did for the TRV, a whole propulsion system design, everything from the tip of the prop through the whole propulsion plant and on up into the wheelhouse. So this vessel is really novel and special because of the hydrogen plant. So it's got a large liquid hydrogen tank on the back deck, which has a vaporization system that vaporizes the liquid hydrogen to gas, and then it then goes into the fuel cells. So a really novel project. It's going to be sort of the first of its kind in terms of the vessel type. There's a small fuel cell powered passenger ferry operating down in San Francisco right now. It was kind of the first in terms of fuel cell and passenger vessels in the US. But this in terms of a a full kind of ocean going and specialty mission type vessel, we're pretty excited about it. So it's all coming together, and we're looking at ordering of equipment of that in 2025, and then I believe the vessel goal to go into service. It's looking like before the end of 27 for completion of the construction, but with the fuel cell and hydrogen plant, it might be ended up in the early 2028. So a really cool project, and really kind of showing us what the possibilities are for the future, and proving what some of these technologies might look like for applications such as what the AMHS fleet might look like in the future. So lots of lessons learned, I think, to be taken from that and applied to modern ferry fleets in the coming years. So yeah, 1.2 megawatts of fuel cells, and then on board it's got a couple of diesel gen sets as well, so it can actually operate for two full days off the coast strictly on hydrogen, and then for longer duration missions, like up to 10 days, they can operate hybrid fuel cell and diesel electric for kind of extended ranges. So the 2-day operation, zero emissions is pretty attractive. Scripps is really excited about it. Oceanographic Institute, as well as a lot of energy and effort and funding from the state of California. So hopefully be able to give you guys more updates on that project in the coming months and years here. So and then finally touched on shore charging. We have pretty extensive experience with the shore charging. So we're working a lot with Washington State Ferries on like a sort of advisory role, and just providing some guidance on shore charging, and hoping when those conversations start happening at AMHS that we can continue to talk about those. But just to kind of give you a visual and show you that these shore supercharging systems, they're real, and they're happening primarily overseas in Europe, but they're real and they're happening. We've done 23 shore charging stations overseas, and a total of 50 vessels with supercharging capability. And most of the systems are 9.2 to 9.2 megawatts, and then with like 11 kilowatt connection plugs. And then many of them have shoreside battery systems in places where the local grid doesn't have the capacity to supercharge, directly onto the vessel. We actually put battery systems on the beach to basically supplement the available power. And a lot of these systems are in very remote rural locations, in Norway and in Finland and stuff like that, where the grid just isn't there. So we put batteries on the beach to supplement, and then they essentially trickle charge from the grid when the vessel isn't there. So yeah, these supercharging shore stations are real. They're happening. It's a regular installation and application in Europe, and we're looking forward to seeing that happen here in the US. And there's a lot of parallels with what they're doing in Norway to up here in Alaska. So it's all possible. And again, any questions on that side of things, just please let me know. So I think that was kind of my presentation. Really appreciate the opportunity, and can talk way more about the details as we move through the morning here. So.
All right, thank you, Barrett. You can see the opportunities we have here, what Siemens brings to us. I haven't worked with Siemens in the past, and I've enjoyed the time working with them. I've had components of theirs on some of the DP vessels. We've had the dynamic position vessels offshore, and but it's been fun working with them on this project. The design you're looking at there in the diesel electric, that's something we will replicate across the new builds. It'll be a little bit different. This here, the hull was pretty much done. And so in April, we made the decision when I come on board to make this more of a redundant system, and especially for this vessel, the Castaneda, that's going to be working in Southwest, running down to Dutch Harbor, far as we can get, from a dry dock. And we wanted something that had more reliability and redundancy in it. And that's when we bumped it up and changed out the engines to a full 4 generator sets in there to have that redundancy. So we can lose one and we can keep going. We're not going to have to then, disembark passengers, leave vehicles somewhere and run to a shipyard. So, and at that same time, we can work on that engine that's down, and we can keep going. Same thing, redundancy in that bow thruster. So we have a backup thruster in there as well. And the battery system, we kept pushing on the designers to get more in there. Again, we were limited by the space. It would have been nice to have an hour of full runtime in there, but we're up pretty close to 30 minutes of a full runtime. But when you actually have an incident and offshore, you can pull back your loads you're going to do on there while you work on getting your gen sets back up if we had a situation like that. It's from an operational standpoint, if you've been offshore and you've lost your generators and you have that blackout moment, you don't have steering, you don't have control, having the battery system on there takes care of that. Kicks right in, and you never have that blackout. And so you just keep going till you get things up and going. So it'll be a lot better system across the fleet when we have it set that way. I'm looking forward to it as well. And you just what he closed there at the end, which you see those battery shore power stations. You can think of a lot of our villages and locations. You just can't come in and take a big power load off that grid. And you can put something like that there that just trickle charges. And if we want to come in and plug into that, we're in there. So we're not running the generators at the same time, saving on fuel and emissions. And we can just be plugged into that while we're in port. I can see that's real applicable to what we can put in some of our locations. So thanks for that, Barrett. Moving on, I touched on this here yesterday. This is just a snapshot of our crewing, which is just the day-to-day challenge for us. Got to say thanks to our crew members. We made it through last year by, them volunteering to work over and stay over and work, disrupting their family lives and, really kind of abusing some of them. They're months out there at a time, which is great. They kept us going. And we had a few tie-ups for lack of crew. But, when someone's been on for almost 5 months and then has to get off, we really can't scream at them. We have to say, thank you for the 5 months you gave us. So this is a snapshot. You can see we're negative in most of the categories. We've arrested that decline a little bit in this, especially in the fourth quarter. And so we're hopeful that continues. And engineering, as you can see, is our biggest area that we're struggling, but we're not alone. This is engineering is a problem across the industry. Before I came here, I was at Kirby, and we had over 5,000 mariners, almost 6,000 in the fleet. And we were just really working hard to keep our engineers, and the market was really driving up the salaries on the engineers just because you just had to respond to hang on to them. And the problem was coming out of the pandemic, the Gulf was kicking back on, and all those offshore supply boats had been laid up for a while, and they're coming back. They have contracts and they need people, and they're trying to rob from you, and it's just driving the price up and for engineers. But then there's just not enough to go around. They can't steal anymore. It's just we're all short. So we've got to develop more in the industry in this category. So, and on a recruitment side, in the fourth quarter, we hired 32, and we lost 12. And that's about a 20% improvement on our retention over the third quarter. So that's a plus. And if you look at it by position in the fourth quarter, we're +3 in the wheelhouse, the Master Marine Pilots Union. We hired 3 and lost 0. And the amoeba, our engineer, we fortunately hired none, but thankfully lost none. The Inland Boatman Union, they cover a few areas for us. So looking at on the deck side, we hired 3 and we lost 3, so we're flat there. The IBU engine, this would be our oilers and our junior engineers. It's the same, we hired 1, lost 1. And in the stewards department, we have where we have a lot of turnover, unfortunately, but it's an entry level. We're +17, and this was a real positive for us. We hired 25 and lost 8, and we're really looking pretty good right now in the stewards. That was a problem for us in looking in the summer this last year, trying to get the Kennecott going, and having the Kennecott and the Columbia at the same time, which have a big draw in the stewards department. We didn't have enough in the stewards, besides not having enough in the wheelhouse, but we look pretty good in the stewards department right now if we can keep this up. We have another onboarding class today. I think we have 7 new hires going through orientation this week in Ketchikan, and 6 of those are stewards. So hopefully we keep that full set coming around the summertime. So if you look at the total 2023, again, we're losing, unfortunately, for the year. Like I said, we slowed down a little bit in the fourth quarter, but in the wheelhouse, we were -3, hired 8 and lost 11 for 2023. And with MEBA, we're -2, we hired 4 and lost 6. So we're working on that. We're always scheming, trying to be thinking about what we can do better on retention and bringing them in. And we'll talk a little bit of that more, I think, today in some of the last session. The MMP's got some good opportunity for us on some apprenticeship with some mates, and we're going to do everything we can to make that happen. And but we'll keep working on every area we can there. We've on the recruitment efforts, we've been trying to hire a crewing manager, and I can report that yesterday we had a yes out of 1. So we are hiring a crewing manager. Spot's been open since I've been here. So really happy about this, and we're really looking for this position to be to look at the whole crewing for the vessels and manage that. And it's been segmented, unfortunately, how it was managed, but we're going to have someone that's going to really look at our whole strategy of our hiring and our retention, and really focusing on the recruitment side, and then also on the path, showing the path to our new hires of how they can progress and how they can move up. And on the vessels, if you don't go to academy and you move you start on the bottom and you move on up, you call you a hawse piper, and we want to make sure we have that hawse pipe clear for every position, whether you're a steward or you're in the engine room or in the wheelhouse or on deck and you want to go up in the wheelhouse, that you can see how you can get there. We don't have all those systems in place for you yet if you're starting with us, and we can't help you in every category get to the next, but we will put that in place, and we need to have that. So if someone wants to move from an AB to a mate, that we can help them get there. And right now they have to figure that out on their own, but we want to have a department that makes that easy for them to keep moving up. And we'll be really focusing on Alaskans, and we're going to start in programs. We're working with Department of Labor, where we're going to be working in the high schools, and we want to introduce the maritime industry to our high school students and let them think about that as a career opportunity. And then we then need to have that path laid out for them, how they can join. I'd really like to get the point that we actually can fund some scholarships, and maybe the state can help us in that way, but we've got to come up with a plan to present. But it'd be nice for them to, so our students in high school come out and see that I can apply for this scholarship, and maybe I can go to an academy, come out and come back and come work for AMHS. And it's a good career on these vessels. You sell the best waters there are. It's all piloted water, so you're on your toes all the time. A lot of tight places, but it's a good schedule, 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. I'm trying to sell you on it right now, so any of you want to get on board? But we do need to really focus on it. It'd be really great if we could see students coming out of our communities like Cake and Goon and, you know, Sitka, any of them, we make that path available to them. And so we're really going to be developing our plans that way. And then I do want to point out, we do work with ABTEC and the University of Alaska Southeast, UAS, and that relationship is fantastic. I hadn't done work with them. I've worked with ABTEC for years, especially when I had the fleet in Prince William Sound with Alyeska, and they were great to work with. We had to use the simulator there. We used to train our captains there, and also we'd interchange with the pilots, and we'd come in and do it together, and the pilots would get on simulator and drive the boat, or the tugboat, and then our guys would get on the tanker and drive it, and so they could experience what the other guy was going through. It was a great program, and ABTEC was great to work with. UAS, it's been really good. We've had challenges for training we need. They're just adaptive. They're really pretty agile, and they've adapted for us when we've needed training in certain categories, where there's firefighting or different areas. We've had a shortfall and trying to keep guys current with all their certificates. They've been very responsive for us. Yes.
Back 2 slides ago, you had the positions that were, you were down, it was in red.
That one there, yes.
Yeah. Is that what it takes to, when you say you're down 5 positions as the chief engineer, do you need 5 more and able to run 7 ships?
You're right on. Yes, exactly. So this represents 7 vessels going. And so we were even shorter than this last summer. We were at one point, we were negative 36 in the engine room department. But what's changed is we really finished strong in the end of the year. Is we were having trouble with payroll, and the MEBA, that especially we were having to use them out of the hiring hall out of Seattle to come fill in. And because we don't have the locals here to fill those positions, they weren't getting paid. And so they refused to take the dispatch. And then we moved payroll into the DOT department, and we did get a couple and talk them into it, come up. No, we've changed this. And all it takes is to have a success with one of those members, and they go back and they're in the hall and they tell them, hey, I got paid last time. And I know in December there, we had a full 8 of them out of the hall there for a while. And then the rest we covered by our folks working over. But before that, we were having to count on our engineers working over. And we had a couple times where we couldn't run the Hubbard. You know, people just got to the point, I got to get off. I got things at home I got to take care of. I haven't been home in 4 months, you know, so we did run into that on a few times, and we'd be down. So, but you're right, Dan, this is 7. This is the goal, and that's what this represents and what we're trying to get there. We also have and I think I touched on it there too, but the MMP brought forth to us the opportunity to bring in retirees back. And so we did an agreement for that. And it's actually been a lot of fun. And I've been down there meeting the guys, and they're glad to be back, you know, and it's, they can come in on their schedule. I can only work so much. It's going to fool with my retirement, but it's filled in. And the beauty of that is they all come with their pilotage. And for those who are not aware, that we're in pilot's water all the time, and you have to have your pilotage, your required trips that the Coast Guard that requires to be up and down there. And then you have to, as Dan was talking yesterday, you have to draw out that chart. And think you said there was 39 charts now, Dan, I think. 39, so. That's right, yeah. That's right, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. So thanks, Dan. And so that bullet point down at the bottom is the reason that's there is, yeah, we filled a lot of new mates in there, a few new mates, but they have no pilotage. And so we need 27 officers to get their pilotage, have our full pilotage. That can take years. You know, some people take 7 years. We're working on plans to help them or incentivize them to go ride and get pilotage because they got to ride on their time off because they're not running every route. So they have to get on there. And then we don't have the ships we ran a few years ago where we're going to all these locations. That even makes it harder for them to get their full pilotage. So I was just riding up 2 weeks ago on the Kennecott coming up from Bellingham and we did have one of them on there riding so he could get his trips, and he's volunteering and doing that, but we're trying to put in place a plan where we incentivize them and help them to get out and ride. We are, whether we like it or not, we are, I guess you could say, the farm system for the Southeast pilots for all the cruise ships. They need pilots for all these waters, and what better place to poach from than the Alaska Marine Highways? And we run all the waters, so we're their farm system, and there's just no way around that. It is what it is. We just hope that they get full here at some point, and they can't steal anymore. So, but they, you know, if they're looking to get it, there's no better place than here. We run it. We run everything. So, all right, we'll move. Yes. Yeah, there's a time frame to all that things. And if you look at that, the third engineer says there's a lot of sea time to get there. And unfortunately, right now, the junior engineer, the Oilers, you can see we're negative there. So we need more third engineers, but I can't afford juniors to move up. I'm short there as well. So, you know, we have to hire some of these in, and we're trying to get some of the academy kids to come in with those licenses to go there. But we're trying to build that pipeline. You look down at the bottom, you see the wipers. We're over on wipers, and that's on purpose. We can't hire any oilers. So an oiler has to have 180 days of sea time, has to sit and take that QMed exam or go to the QMed class and take their exam. South UAS does offer that for us. So we just purposely hired more wipers so we can generate some to get their sea time. You get their 180 days as a wiper. Now that takes a year because you're working 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. And then they can sit for the test and we can start building our people and move them up. We've got the classes for them so they get their time. They can then sit for the oiler. We were down -9 at one point on oilers. We made 3 more out of the fall class. So we're trying to fill that oiler, and then we're doing also a junior prep test now at UAS. So any of those oilers want to take that course, then they'll be ready to take the exam for the junior. So we just have to start creating our own because we can't. They're not out there. There's a time frame to all this, but we can't sit and just hope they fall in our lap. So that's the reason you see we are long on the wipers, and that's on purpose. And you'll see we're along on the bosun. We're really not there. A bosun is an AB, and So they're working as an AB until they can get back up into the BOSUM category. They like that over AB. It pays a little more, but they fill in at the AB at this moment.
Excuse me, Craig.
Yes.
So if folks could hold questions till the end so we can get a microphone to you, because the folks online can't hear questions from the audience.
Okay,
So Craig, if you could please
wrap it up.
wrap it up and
Yeah,
we'll
okay,
get
we'll
into
wrap
the
it up.
planning.
Thanks, John. So we're going to roll now into our long range plan, and this is great. We've got the team here today that's been working on it. Talked a little bit about this yesterday. This is going to be our roadmap going forward. This will have our capital plans, our fleet replacement plans. It'll just bring a discipline to how we manage our business. And of course, like any long-term plan, it's something that we'll revisit, with time and make sure that we tune it up based on what we're facing. But excited to go through this, and we're going to roll into this next. And I will say that I just want to point out, we have 3 of our board members here for the Alaska Marine Highway. They all at the same table and they get along, so that's great to see. But we've got Paul Johnson and we got Ed Page, who's actually going to join us up here in a bit, and then Norm Carlson. So thank you guys for being here today too. Well, thank you. It's not a question then.
I'm Mike Murray from Master Mates and Pilots. I worked 2 years with the state of Alaska, AMHS, to get the retirees to come back. 2 years, it was longer. And they kept telling me, no, you can't do this. Craig came in and he says, why aren't we doing this? 2 months later, we had that in progress. We got 10 captains and mates that have pilot each that are now working as much as they possibly can and helping out. And they want to help out. They want to see AMHS succeed. And
Yeah.
I think Craig does too. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. And it was disappointing. It took 2 months to get it in place. It is something that's frustrating at times. We're not real agile, but that's been a win-win. It's really been good. All right, John. Have anything?
Oh, something real quick. Just sit down. You should. Is your phone, Craig? Okay, thank you, Craig. That was a enlightening review of current operations and challenges. I'd like to move on now to AMHS planning update. As you may know, the Marine Highway System has been involved in a long-term plan development for some time now. They've got contractors on board to assist with the project. To my left is Kristen Kissinger. She's an associate project manager and planner for KPFF. Kristen is currently working on the AMHS long-range plan, serving as the engagement and planning lead for the project. To Kristen's left is Juliette Lehman. She's with Elliott Bay Design Group. She supports the project by leading the level of service framework development. She earned her BS in Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering from the Webb Institute, and again, works for Elliott Bay Design Group as the primary contractor. Captain Page? Here, Captain Page is currently the vice chair of AMHOB. He first arrived in Alaska on the Coast Guard cutter Boutwell in 1973. So a few years behind him now. Subsequently to his Coast Guard career, he established the Marine Exchange of Alaska and served as its director for 21 years. And again, he's currently seated on the AMHOB board as vice chairman. So we're going to enter now a presentation on the long-range planning effort. And who's going first? Craig.
I'm sorry, you got to listen to me again. But John actually took my job there. I was going to introduce our leads on the long range plan. We put a lot of work into this here now for about, I don't know, you started before I joined, but I know the 8 months I've been involved, and we'll be going through this the rest of the year. And but today we're going to go through where we're at to date and share with you what we've been doing, especially on the community engagement side, and then also our works looking at all our locations and levels of service and what demands a service for these locations. And it's been a fun exercise. We've been working with the board on it. getting their input and make sure we're aligned with what, you know, their vision is as well. But we'll jump right into it. I'm just gonna turn it over here to Kristen. She'll get started with it. I don't know if someone's got the slide presentation they can bring up, or there it is. Okay. So here's the agenda, and I'll just turn this over here, Kristen, and you can do it from there if you want as well, if we got the mic on, or you can step up here. You know, this. And this works, the arrows on there.
Awesome. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. Very happy to be here. Thank you so much. I'm hopeful that you all have heard of the long-range plan by now. Just wondering, show of hands of everyone that's aware that there is a long-range plan. Oh, good. Good. Oh, good. The planning team knows, of course. That's great. Well, one of the big goals of being here too is to make sure to spread that awareness. And so that's one thing that we're always trying to do, and hoping that you can take what you learn back to your communities and interest groups and industry, and making sure that you're engaged and stay involved and that we hear from you. So what is a long-range plan? Good question. This will be the first of its kind for Alaska Marine Highway. It's a 20-year plan, and that's not something new to, planning organizations. DOT has embarked on its own planning efforts for transportation and has been doing so for a long time. But this is the opportunity for the ferry system to be folded within those family of plans and to project out into this 20-year planning horizon, to look kind of beyond the immediate needs and kind of project out and what those needs will be to the future. And so you can see here is just kind of a lot of text that's describing what the intent behind that was. Per legislation, what it should include priorities and goals, and identifying infrastructure needs and service to the communities that it currently serves. So where we're at, Craig kind of mentioned this already, that it's been underway for some time. There was a 3-year look ahead that was published in August to really help inform the STIP planning efforts. And that was just a first take to try to identify capital and operating budget needs through the next 3 years. And so now we're in phase 2, which is looking now beyond into 2045 and trying to identify what the service levels will be for different communities. And then from those service levels, understanding operating costs, capital investments. There was a whole list of terminal improvements that would be identified. Vessels that need to be constructed, different kinds of framework for planning, workforce development costs, all those things that would be identified and documented and be the roadmap for the future that can be built from. And of course, engagement all along the way. Shameless plug here to, if you haven't already, you can take a picture of this QR code and it'll take you straight to the AMHS Long Range Plan website. On there, we'll have frequent updates, as well as a survey summary report that we completed, which I'll talk about in just a second, as well as other opportunities to comment and be engaged with the plan. We'll have some additional public meetings coming up, ferry focus groups, which I see lots of familiar faces, which is so great. So yeah, see, I think everyone got their photo there. So for engagement for this plan, it's really trying to really understand the needs of the community and a cascading engagement, working from within AMHS, talking to the staff and the executive team, also internal to DOT, talking about the other associated planning efforts that are underway to make sure that there's alignment there. It's been really valuable and helpful. Outreach to AMHS employees. We've also put together ferry focus groups, which first started as another way to input to the schedules that were coming out. And we've now embraced them and really had them occur on a quarterly basis. We're coming up on our third ferry focus groups that are, invites will go out the end of this week for the end of February, that really target and identify key community leaders in the various communities that are served. Of course, AmHub, we've been at every AmHub meeting for a while now, getting guidance there and checking in and making sure that the work that the team is undergoing is in alignment with the AmHub's vision as well, and as well as reporting out on what the communities have told us. Of course, there's legislative outreach, general public outreach through our public meetings and surveys, and of course, economic organizations and subject matter experts. This is really just a snapshot. It's not showing you all of the things that we have done, but just the last couple, last quarter. So we had our last very focus group meetings in September. We have ones coming up here in February. Our last AmHub meeting was December 1st, looking ahead to the next AmHub meeting in March, which the date is still being finalized. And of course, we're here today at the Transportation Symposium, and we'll be attending various other economic organization meetings as well. So I just wanted to share a couple of things with you. Of course, there's a lot more information on the public survey that can be found on the website. And also we have a copy of the findings in booklet form if you'd want to check them out over at this table over here that Caitlin's pointing to. Thank you. But yeah, we had really great responses. We were really pleased. We had over 2,600 responses to our community survey. This survey included feedback from not only the Alaskan Marine Highway served communities, but also other community groups. We got responses from almost every community and are still reaching out and making sure that we get information from those that we have not received information from. This survey was promoted various different methods. I know that Southeast Conference was really a helpful way to get even more responses. I know when I sent John the link, we got like 500 more responses the next Monday, so that was really incredible. It also was kind of picked up organically to local radio stations and really local community Facebook groups. We sent it out to our ferry focus groups, which are our community leaders on the ground, and really appreciate spreading the word on that so we can get the most information possible. The questions that it asked were really to try to understand the connections of different communities, what communities you visit and why. Also trying to understand what are the reasons that you take the service. Are you taking it for medical, grocery, to connect with your family? There's just all these different reasons. Sporting events, heard a lot about that, basketball. And so really just trying to understand from the different communities if they had different needs, and also polling them on what they thought essential service was versus what they see as service that would support growth. So really just trying to understand from a various different methods about what service levels are in communities now and what the gaps may be so that this plan can really fill those out for the next 20 years. Let's see, that was the last one there. Yeah, and just one other thing I wanted to add, which again, you can find the full summary online at the project website, and it's also available back there. But there's interesting things about alternative transportation modes. What are the limitations to transportation? Cost, of course, being a big limitation for people taking alternative modes from the ferry. So really just trying to glean all the information that we can in building the plan. I'm going to turn it over to Juliette. She's going to talk a little bit about service scenario development, which is really the most important piece that will help us to build the infrastructure components for the rest of the plan.
Let's make sure you can hear me. Hear me? Okay. So as Kristen said, the service scenario development is really kind of the crux of setting those decision and the plan for terminal for fleet out across those 20 years. So this will just be an overview of how these different service scenarios are being developed, but then also again, how those relate into creating a plan for the next 20 years. Okay, so this slide shows in the kind of the overall process of how this service scenario framework is being developed. And really, this all starts with setting a level of service, which is shown here on steps 1 through 5. And a level of service is a transportation planning metric. It can mean different things for different systems, but for the purposes of the AMHS 2045 long-range plan, the level of service is defined as the annual number of port calls that AMHS is providing to each community that is served within the system. And why that annual timescale, that can kind of seem a little bit large and daunting and kind of unnuanced, but really when you're looking out 20 years, it's really important to kind of grasp that big picture. You know, where is the system now? Where do we need to grow to? So the first step in this process is identifying community characteristics. And really the way that level of service for this plan is being developed is on a needs-based approach and really engaging with communities to identify the role of the ferry system to each of these communities. So that first step, community characteristics, as Kristen mentioned, a lot of input from various stakeholders. And this step really pulled from AmHob members and from ferry focus group participants to identify what characteristics they believed are important to identifying a level of service. So a few of those that were identified included medical access by a community's access to alternative modes of transportation into and out of their community, and again, just the general ability to connect with neighboring communities. So step 2, from there, using those characteristics that were identified in step 1, community needs were established by performing research on these communities, validating that research with, again, ferry focus group participants, with the community through that public survey and through various forums, and really identifying what kind of gaps and needs exist within each of the communities in the system. And every community in the Alaska Marine Highway system is unique and has their own individual sets of needs and their role within the community. But to really kind of wrap them up, to understand the push and pull of each of these communities, step 3 was really about categorizing communities into community types. And that's really about relative level of access to those community needs, to those community resources. And then also, what kind of role does that community play in the system? Are members of that community traveling outside of their community to reach higher levels of resources and access? Or is it a community that's drawing in community members from neighboring communities for various reasons, for higher levels of access, for connection to the federal highway system? So that kind of gives us a push and pull and starts to pull the picture together. Steps 4 and 5 then are really about applying a level of service that's established from those first 3 steps. So what are the needs and what does that mean in terms of how can service be applied? And then step 6 is really where we kind of get into that next stage of, okay, we can identify a level of service, but what does it mean to grow to that level? What's required to meet those levels? And that's questions about fleet size and composition. That's questions about crewing levels. That's questions about budget. And we'll talk more about that on the next slide. So the last slide was really kind of an overview of the general process. How does this plan aim to set a level of service? And then this shows a little bit more about the different service scenarios that the plan will analyze. And really the overall goal of this process of these service scenarios is to create a set of scenarios that meet various levels of service for AMHS communities, and then use that to help build a model comparing historical and current service levels to those target 2045 levels to understand what resources are required. And you'll see on the right, there's a list of an identification of resource gaps. And again, I mentioned some of these, but to understand what's required to meet those 2045 levels to kind of calibrate and build this model, that could be questions such as fleet size and composition, crew to support that fleet size, the budget necessary to operate that fleet, number of operating weeks, that's really important. And then also what kind of capital improvements need to occur in vessels and terminals to make all of that work together. And so the plan has 4 service scenarios, one historical, 2009. And the reason 2009 was selected was kind of for 2 reasons. One, it occurs in a time period in AMHS history where a really high level of service was being provided. And also what we've heard a lot from stakeholders and from community members is that when they reflect back on the history of AMHS service, it's that time frame that they really identify as associating with frequent and reliable service. So that kind of tells us something about what resources were available and what level of service was then provided. There's a current scenario. You'll actually see 2022 service levels added on this graphic here. It's actually 2023. That data is just being processed still. But that basically serves as what's currently available for resources within the system to build up to the 2045 levels. And those 2 2045 levels, you'll see they're yellow and they're work in progress. So those numbers that are on that graphic are by no means set in stone. They're really just there to show a kind of relative growth from the current levels. And you'll see the 2 are, as Kristen mentioned, those essential, and then what were identified, it's being labeled here as enhanced, but maybe kind of a growth scenario. So really, again, the goal is to create these different service scenarios and understand what's required to create each of these and how those translate into different levels of service. Okay, so next steps for this process, kind of 3 major things here. One of those is a ridership analysis. And a ridership analysis is performed to identify what kind of major shifts or developments in resources, in economic development, community development may impact ridership on AMHS. How might the emergence of competing passenger or cargo services impact demand? And really just trying to project what residential, non-residential passenger use, as well as cargo use will look like over the planning horizon. Phase 2 of this plan, which again is the current phase, will also continue to evaluate system resiliency challenges, which obviously workforce challenges, Craig talks about that a lot, but also funding instability and challenges and strategies to that, but also climate change impacts, what's expected over the planning horizon, how might that affect the ability to provide service, the demand of service. And then finally, again, all of that really wraps up into a 20-year plan that ultimately acts as a guidebook for decision-making. So what kind of capital investments need to be made? What kind of fleet plan is required to meet that level of service that's being set for 2045? What kind of operational initiatives? What kind of operating expenditures are required? And also trying to predict projected revenue. I don't know if I think there's supposed to be one more, but I could be wrong. There it is. Okay. So with all that being said, this is still very much an ongoing process. All of these processes are under development. And so we really invite you to share your thoughts by either scanning the QR code here. Again, it's the same one that was shown on the slide before, or visiting the project webpage. That's the same link. Also on that back table, there are comment cards if you have any, short comments. And if you could just leave them in that folder, that's a great way to get in touch too. For upcoming engagement opportunities, AmHob meeting in March and public open house, both of those dates to be announced, as well as Swampsea, March 7th and 8th. And then again, if you are interested in attending a ferry focus group, please get in contact with a member of the planning team and we'll make that connection. Oh yeah, so Taylor, I would also like to introduce Taylor as part of the planning team as well. So if anyone knows her, you can from McKinley. And so they're helping us with ridership analysis and demographic changes and et cetera. So I would invite you to also get in touch with her if you get the chance. And you're all good.
Yeah, yep. Captain Page, we'd like to hear from your time on AmHob and what AmHob is doing to support the long range plan as well.
Well, first of all, AmHob is like this session you have here is a fire hose of information and multiply it by 100, and you're trying to digest this all, which is pretty fascinating. And my time of the ferries goes back 40 some odd years, and riding them, and both as Coast Guard inspector when I was the Coast Guard for some 33 years, but also has been moving out of Alaska by the Coast Guard, fortunately bring me back and forth to Alaska. So I rode it with my family, and I've inspected vessels and ridden them. And I'm always fascinated by it. I'm kind of fascinated with ferries for that matter. I've traveled around the world. I've taken ferries across the Straits of Gibraltar, across the Straits of Magellan, the Far East, you name it, Africa, all over the place. But the one that's closest to my heart and one I'm really most enamored with and impressed with is the Marine Highway System. Of course, the route's the largest any other route in the world that I understand anyway, somewhere. So that's a pretty unique opportunity, but it's an incredible challenge. But real quickly, AmHob is what I see it anyway, is there's an independent group of people who have some different knowledge sets and skill sets in engineering, but just as user of the system or back in management and mayors and Swampsea, et cetera. But a group of people with diverse backgrounds are kind of vetting and looking at this thing and objectively, in some cases looking from the forest, from the trees, not buried in all the details, but kind of looking from afar and saying, this is a big deal. This is a perfect storm scenario in my mind. And I think it was exacerbated by a series of things over the years for as funding issues, but COVID really changed a lot in our world. And that kind of put everything slowed down and people reoriented the way they do business, et cetera. Meanwhile, these ships are getting older and older, 60 years old, and trying to keep them operational is a major challenge. So I look at this right now as like the perfect storm, but also feel like we've got the perfect solutions, the perfect team in place. And maybe I'm a total optimist. I've been accused of that, so I'll just continue on that vein because they can't change me in short notice. I'm going to stay the course. But when I look at this the first time, that sometimes you have to break things before you want to fix them. And that's the way I work generally. When my car finally breaks, I finally take it down and get it fixed. But to some extent, we've really written the system really hard and really didn't come up with the really best holistic solution. Some fixes, obviously. We got some newer vessels online, but nevertheless, we're running some pretty old vessels. And again, COVID, lack of funding, but now suddenly everyone's got interest in it. I mean, the administration is now behind this. I'm really impressed by the amount of effort and commitment and really on the radar screen for so many people, right up at the front office, the governor, but to the DOT commissioner and the deputy commissioner. And then we got some new staff on board, some new energy with the new opportunities. And then see the legislatures involved and willing to make the commitment to start, even though they're not even communities in some cases that are served by the ferry system, but are behind it and understand the merits of it and how important it is to our blue economy and our way of life and a unique way of life. They're on board. And then Senator Murkowski and the Congress, for that matter, even to that level, when she's been in my office, she talked about how she secured, somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 billion that can be directed towards the Marine Highway System to recapitalize this aging fleet. It's amazing how much all of a sudden people are coming together and looking at things. But you can still see, despite all that great energy and great opportunities, it's a lot of day-to-day problems, the staffings of the vessels, keeping the vessels running right away, all the time, now versus, getting a new one. And my standard little joke is that I could walk out of Costco right now and say, I want 5 new vessels. They would laugh at me and say, well, first of all, that's $1 billion and that's 3 years out. You just don't get new ferries. And so what we have now is a bridging strategy. We're looking at a new strategic plan. We're vetting that and looking at that objectively, provide some input, but also kind of amazed at how much is going in the right direction. I've learned more about the ferry system. I watch them all the time because I live in Loch Bay and I watch them in front of my house and I play dodging with them with my kayaks and my sailboats, but I love the ferry system and I see them all the time. So it's a big part of my life just to watch that, but I'm learning so much more than I ever did beforehand about all the nuances, the mechanics and the challenge they're facing, and they're picking them off. I mean, you saw these charts are somewhat dismal as far as the manning and staffing and crewing the vessels, but there's also very positive things going to address those issues. We're not going to just keep on living with it. And we're not the only ones facing these problems. The whole maritime community is facing problems of the aging mariner community and the lifestyles changing and people, it's not as attractive as it used to be. And how do we get back and have enough people running the fleet? So we're facing the same problems everywhere else in the world. I love the way that Craig Tornga talks about, and I agree, that it's a much more appealing job to be driving through piloting waters and be steaming out in the middle of the ocean and have nothing to look at except see wave after wave after wave. Here you see mountains and communities and sea life, what have you. So it's a much more appealing. How do we get that? How do we get more Alaskans pursuing this such a career? And we're all looking at collectively as far as how we get more Alaskan youth interested in the maritime field and operate in our waters. And I think we'll see more of that over time. But there's several efforts in that end, to that end, even the Department of Labor and even the Marine Exchange where I work, all are working on that aspect of getting people interested and exposed to the maritime field. And hopefully they'll take that opportunity and go that way. So 9 people on the AMHA board but basically are just kind of a vetting organization that sees all this information, provides some feedback and input. And, but also looking very realistically, says that we don't fix it right away. So what is the transition plan? What's the bridging strategy? Sometimes bring some other vessels on board, like the Allen Marine boats or Gold Belt boats to fill in the gap versus having no service. Some service is better than no service. And that's a transition thing and a bridging strategy until new boats can come online. And then also very tough decisions on the scheduling. I mean, we had to be involved in that and got the briefings on it. And I think we influenced somewhat degree as far as a different approach on the scheduling on a couple ports. And not dramatically though. I mean, we recognize this is a really big problem. They came up with a really good solution in light of all the circumstances and what we could really pull off in that particular scenario with the ships in this condition they were. And so reduce the pain. And so I'm here to tell you that the pain is going to exist for a little bit longer. We're not going to fix it overnight, but if you can hang in there, the future is much brighter. There's funding, there's recapitalization, there's people very energized by taking this on. It's a better appreciation through these studies, which I didn't understand, other tangential benefits and impacts of the ferry system that I didn't totally recognize. And because it has been a big part of my life, but in my life, my kids grew up with the ferries and going to school, sporting events and other things such that. I never really thought of the medical aspects of it, the importance of that. Because I'm in Juneau or I was in Ketchikan or I was in Anchorage, and when I was in the Coast Guard, I've lived here for 33 years, but basically there are different demands for different communities. So now I have a better appreciation of other communities and how the ferry system is so important to their way of life, their blue economy. And it's just something we want. It's a very big thing, part of our culture, and we need to maintain that. And it's recognized, identified, and it's being addressed. So it's not just being overlooked. It's being really a very good overview, review of all these issues that we're facing. And so I think they got an A team together. And so I'm gonna be a cheerleader. And of course, I hope my AMHO board feels the same way, that basically it looks good. It's just, it's not an immediate fix. But when you look at this new ferries, they'll be more fuel efficient. There'll be less breakdowns. And I've been on ships that lost a plant in the middle of the ocean. It's scary. And I've also been in rescuing ships that broke down which are even worse consequences. So I can understand these do safety improvements, the efficiency improvements, reliability improvements. You don't go panic if one generator goes down, you got 5. And then you even have batteries. I mean, there's so many things that are major steps in improvement for us, the next fleet and we're coming online. But again, you could walk up right now with Greg could walk in with several $100 million right now to a place I need a new ship. And I go, well, see in about 3 years, I'll come up with something. And that's pretty good compared to what the Coast Guard does. It usually takes a lot longer than that. So I think so there are no instant fixes, but I think that and when you see all the information here, there's so much more behind this in the briefings that we've seen and gone through with the AmHob over the last couple of years that I think that it's really encouraging and enlightening to see the path that we're going. Just got to hang in there, not overnight fix. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you.
So that was a lot of information. Any quick questions before you tackle them at the break?
Glenn Thompson, Ketchikan. Been listening for a couple of days about the Marine Highway System, and I have yet to hear anything about the status of Prince Rupert as a port, what the status of the terminal is down there, SOLAS exemptions and all that. Prince Rupert was a member of Southeast Conference for many years. We've had meetings down there, and it's really crucial to our commerce and our connectivity with the lower 48. So I'd like to hear what's going to happen with the Marine Highway System. Thank you.
And Craig, is that something that you would tackle here, or would that come out and during some of the other planning? Where's the right planning?
Well, the question's relevant for today, so
Do it.
that's fine. And it is part of the planning. So we got a few challenges with Prince Rupert, and it's good that Dan's not here right now, but that's usually a Dan question. Oh, okay, all right. So it's good to hear that somebody else asked a question too. But the fix that's in the system right now is building a SOLAS vessel. We had some, I guess, some dreams of maybe we could get the Matanuska waiver and get in there. But after the last conversations with the Coast Guard, that doesn't look good. In fact, they wouldn't, for good reason, they didn't want to even have the discussion until they knew if that hole was safe. We do know that the only audio gauges I have on file are the number 8, but we hear that tanks, and we hear the 9s and 10s are pretty rotten. And the captain of the port, shared he was an inspector at some point in Ketchikan back in like 2014, and he was pointing out all the problems in those time frames, so it hasn't been dealt with. So we'll find out for sure when we get in there. But there's also a new agreement between Canada and the U.S. that was done at the Washington, D.C. level. It's called Equal Levels of Safety Agreement. And the U.S. has bought into all the IMO regulations, the International Maritime Organization, and that has all the safety at sea, the SOLAS requirements that we're now fully signed up to. And the agreement between the two is somewhere, we wouldn't grant them in, or they wouldn't grant us to come in. And so they put this agreement in place that we hold each other to an equal standard. And that standard has evolved to SOLAS. So if we want any waiver now, it's not done locally here as it was in the past. It has to go back to Washington, D.C. to get their buy-off on it. And then it also has to have the Canadians buy-off, TransCanada. And so the reality of that is we would probably never get a 60-year-old Matanuska waiver with the dead-end corridors and the changes that have to be made to it. We will, though, finish this study and find out how safe that hole is, what it would take to get it back before, then they'll talk to us about whether we have to change the dead-end corridors on the top side. And there's more than just that. I mean, we got 60-some teak doors. Those all have to be changed out with no new automatic closing fire doors. There's A60 doors. And there's just a list of things. Our crew quarters are down below deck, or, below the water line. And we have some work to do in those as well to satisfy that. So there's a long list, but we're going to do the study, quantify it so we know exactly what the cost is. If it's a $70 million change that has to be put in a 60-year-old vessel, we need to have that information so we can make that decision. Then back to your question though, what the mainline vessel that we built will have SOLAS. And so then we can start stopping at Prince Rupert again. And then the other side of your question is the facility that we've signed I think we took that dock on in 2014, well before my time, but that's a 50-year agreement, if I remember right. The dock's in bad shape and needs to be replaced. We did have federal funding for that. I understood they attempted to do this a few years ago, but all the federal funding comes with Buy American requirements. And when they started to work in Canada, Canada says, no, this has to be by Canadian. And so it was shut down. I did meet, the commissioner and I went down and the deputy commissioner, we met with the port. One of the ideas I had was just like when I lease office buildings, you do capital improvements and we roll it into the lease. And since we can't build with the federal money, it'd have to be state money, or would they be willing, the port of Prince Rupert, to do that? And they asked what it would cost, and told them roughly 35 million. And Prince Rupert said, yeah, we could do that. We have the funds for that. So we'd have to work through that plan of them doing that. But then that build out in the lease is about $1 million more a year. So again, that needs approval as well if we're going to bump our lease up for $1 million a year. So that's a struggle. Now we could go to Hyder tomorrow and say, hey, we want to take the federal funds are still available for a dock. We could build a dock in Hyder and we could go there without SOLAS. SOLAS drives a lot of things besides, you know, quite a few million more in building the vessel. It also requires more manning, different requirements that way. So I mean, Hyder's an attractive alternative, but we do have SOLAS in the plans for the new mainliner, but you know, that's a few years out. So we do the TRV, then we do the mainliner replacement vessel. You're 4 or 5 years from now. Before we have a SOLAS vessel that can then go there. So that's the long answer behind all that and the different options we could look at. But, you know, like I say, Hyder is always an option, probably something we should all talk about as well.
And I think that a lot of the information and questions and research that the team is doing is going to help formulate the reasons why we go where we go, with what ships of what size that we go in. So I think there's just a lot more research, and I think that's, you know, kind of the crux of what we were going to kind of talk about in a bit of an interactive time, you know, about the fleet of the future. You know, what are those needs? You know, why do we need to go to Prince Rupert? You know, is it just to get to the highway system? Well, maybe you could do that in Hyder. Or are there other economic, social, you know, reasons that we would go to Prince Rupert to connect to the port? So that kind of information will be, you know, part of what the team is bringing forward.
I will add too, I did meet with the CEO of BC Ferries, ask if they could cover, you know, they're calling on Prince Rupert. Could they make a call up to Ketchikan, you know, every now and then on their trip if they could fit that in? But they were flat out no. They just said, we are not doing SOLAS. Bellingham's been asked us to come down there as well, but we're not doing SOLAS. We don't want to take on the cost of SOLAS. We're just staying in Canada. So that option wasn't available either.
So some of these preferred solutions, you know, would require an act of Congress. Fortunately, we do know how to get Congress to act occasionally. So, I mean, that's this process, the process of identifying what is it we need to do, the different paths forward. And so I really appreciate the presentation today. A lot of good, solid information and a pathway forward. Do you want to describe perhaps the upcoming community engagements likely to happen as we go forward in the next few months, especially with the low-no E and other things? What should this room of folks and those online expect?
Yeah, we do have some scheduled right now. Maybe I'll have you talk through our next, later this month anyway, we have them. There is an on and off switch there on
top.
All right. Yeah, as mentioned, there's ferry focus groups that we'll be having at the end of this month. There's always an online forum to present comments that go to the planning team directly and to Craig. Also, Craig is out and about all the time, and you can always speak to him. He's always willing to talk in here. We also have a public meeting and an AmHob meeting in March 5th. Okay. that is publicly available as well. So those are kind of just the near-term things.
And
that are
the,
upcoming.
the ever-present, always there Southeast Conference. So you know John, you know Caitlin, you've known me to be meddling a time or two in your community. So our radar is constantly on. We'll have transportation committee meetings as well as facilitating whatever the efforts and meetings are that the team here and support AmHob as we go forward as well. So a lot of engagement. Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Robert. Albert Smith, Mayor of Mount Lacala. It's beyond me that the ferry system didn't have a long range plan. I appreciate you guys for working hard on getting that going. And also I was watching your guys' presentation, Craig, and for Mount Lacala and the new boat that you guys are proposing, looks like along the same lines of low to no emissions. We would love to be included in those conversations and along with the design and whatnot that goes along. I know you and I have spoke about it, but I figured I'd lay it out there for everyone to hear. And there's a lot of needs for certain things that the ferry does provide for Metlakatla. I strongly believe that it needs to be classed more as a commuter vessel opposed to a mainliner. And the pricing for travel should reflect that as well. It's pretty steep for us. I don't want to get into the details with all you guys about it right now, but because you guys know, but you could see the end of the run from where it starts. It's just across the channel. It'll be even shorter if the Saxman docks gets funded and approved. You know, there's multiple levels of things that I jotted down, and I'm going to try to go over it quick. But you know, school travel at all levels, and including the college classes that our students could attend and catch a can and then go home at the end of the night. That's the sort of thing that commuter style ferry would provide. Medical travel, of course. It also at times when small float planes can't come, Taquin Air uses it for our mail run, our freight. Northern Sales uses it for our groceries, and it's just a long list. Increasing lower rates and increasing runs could help with the tourism, the workforce, economic development. You know, my list keeps going, but I'll end with that. I strongly believe, and I hope that I could talk with some of the board members before we're done here to push for that commuter class and a lower fare and more runs throughout the day, that early morning, late evening. I mean, the run is shorter than the channel here in Juneau, so it's really designed to be more of a commuter class. I just can't stress that enough. That's why I keep repeating it. And I do thank you guys all for your hard work. Please let us know what we could do to help. I know Metlakatla would definitely help with anything we can, lobbying for more funds and that sort of realm. You know, we lobbied for the Latuya itself and had that built. So please reach out. I did see that you're gonna, with the recruiting part of things, you're gonna start hitting the high schools and that sort of thing. That's a big deal. I think the kids these days, they could use a little direction on what's out there and what's available. And we got to get them young. is, there's a lot of good, mariners come out of Metlakatla. We're a very young, fishing fleet. A lot of people know how to get around on a boat. I know we had a sailboat captain that was still in high school. So, that's how young we start them at home. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Smith.
Yeah. We're gonna start, young enough, but we're gonna start making these little bathtub ferries that your kids can start playing with right away. So we start getting it in there. But we'll commit to you, Albert, that you'll be involved and we'll keep you involved in the design. And I share your dream of a commuter. It is, we go back and forth a couple times a day. It's the only ferry we have that does that. And so I do share that dream with you.
I'm John Erickson. I'm with the City and Borough of Yakutat here with Martha Enderlin, my planner, and our assembly member, Larry Bemis. And we talked ad nauseum last night about the woes of Yakutat, and I just am hoping that we show up more on the screen, that you have plans for us. It's a little scary when we see all the ferries that are being built and we're in the STIP, but we're not on the plan, and we're going, oh, they forgot us again. And what we found out is we didn't have a ferry 15 years ago. Then we had a ferry. And then when we lost the ferry, it started getting lower and lower. And then we didn't get any ferries last year. It is shocking at how much we miss it. So until you lose it, it is a real gut punch. And I just hope that you can go on record saying you still love Yakutat.
Yeah. I'm on
I love
record. And, I do have hope that we can get the 7th boat going, and we do have some runs in the Yakutat. It'd be fantastic. I shared that we were working the schedule, and Carrie Trout, who's the master, she's really great at that schedule. We're working it, but I really, I was thinking, I want to put it out there, but the problem with putting it in there when we don't have the crew, people want to go then book, and they book for something that, we actually can't in reality do yet. But we're real hopeful that we'll get there and do the 7th one. And the minute it is, if it's in May, if it's in June, whatever, we have that schedule ready to put right up. And so I am on record. Glad to be on record to say, hopefully we get that going into Yakutat. So, and all it takes is that 7th boat, and we get there. So hopefully so.
So Melissa Henshaw, I'm with the City and Borough of Sitka. And my question is, could there be opportunities with the regulations and the requirements for crew? Changing those, lowering them, or something along?
No, they're going the other direction, unfortunately. Yeah. When we sign up with IMO and all that's required with that, it gets nothing but tougher. And what we have to do, it's amazing all the certificates they have to have today and all the training. And I don't know if Ed, if you want to add anything to that, but it's just gross. And without UAS right there with us in Ketchikan, it makes it harder because they do fit all those advanced firefighting training, crowd management. I mean, it's just a full list of training, and that matrix is long. And so every year it seems like another certificate is needed. And so unfortunately, it's going the other direction.
All right, last question before the break from Cake.
It's not a question, but a request. I am from the village of Cake, and I'm in tribal council. And it cost us over $220 one way to come here on a plane. So can you imagine running a school district activity fund, trying to get your kids from village to village? It's a big amount of money. And if our Alaska Marine Highway would communicate with the activities director, to get some travel. And I want to say one thing. Thank you for accommodating us from Ketchikan to Cake after we win the regionals.
I love that
kidding.
confidence. There it is.
Yeah, they're what, over 42?
You're 16-0 now, is that?
Yeah,
Yeah, amazing.
but yeah, we're proud of our kids. You got a good write-up. It all has to do with the coach, what he expects of our kids. But anyway, you know, we only get 2 ferries a month. And if we can work with that, with the activities director, what's important to us is getting to medical appointments. It's scary riding these planes between. And what else coming up? Gold medal. We have to be on the ferry with Angoon. We have the longest run, so we have to be on there longer. And the other one coming up is Celebration. You know, those are key things that are coming up for the travel for us. Like I said, it costs over $400 round trip just on a plane. So if you can help us little villages, it'd be wonderful.
No, we did.
Thanks, man.
It was great. We were able to help you on that trip for Ketchikan and the tournament. And it is a struggle with the, you know, we only have 6 vessels and what, 3 of them down here in the Southeast working at that time in the March Madness. I haven't experienced March Madness in the Southeast, but it's amazing how many kids need to move and families come March Madness. And so the Kennecott's stepping in. That's one that's helping in that. We took it off the Bellingham run for that week for March Madness. We've got so many kids to move. I think the one right now on the Hubbard, there's like 400, and we're going to be over the max, so we'll have to get the approval for that crowd. And then, you know, the tournament's out in Sitka for the larger schools. So there's a lot to move. But glad we were able to work out, you know, to get that first movement out of there, because I know you're so confident that you're budgeting for that expense for going to Anchorage, I think, for the state championship. But so hopefully we help on the cost there on that front side.
Right. And I appreciate the fact that the slides show that the economic and community impacts are being gathered for planning purposes. So John, Patty, for those communities, those are being noted. So thank you for those comments. We'll come back after a very short break to get into more of the planning efforts from the department. So we're looking forward to that. Thank you to P&D for their sponsorship of the break and participation today, and stretch your legs and take up. Please thank the panel one more time.
Yep. Some of this is also standardizing practices, best known practices. There is, as I mentioned, this isn't new to the state or even nationally. The federal government is looking at this. Other states are looking at this. And what we found is that any state that's really doing it right puts a focus on this type of process, this type of approach where you create this division and these teams. A piece of this is also the creation of a project management office. We manage and oversee a lot of projects. That's largely done at the regional level with regional project managers who are engineers and subject matter experts in the transportation capital process. We do not have a central and standardized way of delivering some of those projects. So this is going to be engaging in some non-industry, but other industry. So project management, like the Project Management Institute and other areas, and bringing in some of their best practices for managing and overseeing projects. This is not necessarily an office that will be issuing edicts and demanding compliance, but will be there as a resource and a support system for the department, for the regions, because not every project is the same. And we shouldn't have to reinvent every wheel every day. We should have a toolbox. And this is, you know, one of those first steps at creating and centralizing those toolboxes. So we do have consistent practices. And in some instances where like in the case of our Transportation X program that I believe you may have heard from Deputy Commissioner Keith, where a prescribed method may be called for just to ensure we have all the right protocols in place. This is also, looking at modernizing our project delivery, looking at everything from new project delivery tools. We're working in some cases on information systems that are 60 years old, going back to the 70s and 80s for managing our projects and building our status reports and things out of that. Having something that's more contemporary, that's open, that's accessible, that has management tools and project dashboard, things that you can see. You've seen some of this in other areas with some of our mapping capabilities and things that we're starting to push out to the public. So the thing that I keep getting reiterated to me vigorously is from the commissioner is people, process, tools. So people is one of those first steps where we're trying to put all those right people together. That's some of the reorganization and some of the discussions there. Process is looking at how are we doing it now. This will include, for those of you familiar, probably like a lot of lean process evaluation, Kaizens, working with other agencies like DNR on the SHPO and the 106 process, which can take time, and right-of-way processes, which can take time. And how do we really dive into these processes to try to find savings in time? And then there's the tools. And this has been a big effort for me and now for a long time, but also for the department, and trying to put some of these tools at the forefront, trying to maximize and leverage our use of tools. So you're going to see some more of these things. This is just a snapshot of a dashboard that we're starting to put together of just all of the various mapping and analytical tools that we've got. And I mentioned it briefly, but this idea of this Project Delivery Center of Excellence, this is really looking at the entire project delivery life cycle. And if you think about it, like from a very high level, it's very much like an assembly line where things, objects of work get moved from one station to the next down the assembly line. And then we see delays, and we see things get caught up or hung or they're on hold. And it's really looking at, as opposed to each person on that assembly line looking at just their piece, it's having an external group look at the entire process, figuring out where we can either de-risk our projects earlier on through better planning or environmental stuff up front, or through advanced mitigating techniques, or just having a risk index, which is something we're also looking at. Knowing what the risks are going into the projects will help us to better accurately scope and plan for what those costs are. I want to see if there's anything else I want to hear. I don't think. I mean, it's a new body of work for us. So we're going to be, this is really just showing that we're dedicating resources, and there's going to be, hopefully we'll have a much better report for you next year on what some of those findings are. I did want to spend a little bit of time also talking about planning, but I don't want to spend too much time because I think Marie and Chris are going to have a lot more interesting details. I'm very passionate about planning. It's really looking out into the future and predicting with all of the available data and all of the different things that we have, what we expect to happen and how we can best invest to get what we want, and not state big S, but little s. What can we do for the public? Over this last year, and probably since I've taken my role, I've presented on the long-range transportation plan. If you've been following along, this one started the better part of 3.5 years ago. Now, typically, a long-range transportation plan would take about 2 years to get through. One of the peculiarities about this, the timing of this plan, is this happened in the period of so much change. And I'm glad I heard some of the comments earlier about just the change that we saw, because we're seeing it with the LRTP also. This is in that period of time when we were developing the LRTP, we had a global pandemic, which changed travel patterns, more people working from home. We have new technologies and drones that have really become more prominent over the last 3-4 years. IIJA and all those new funding sources and new funding streams have become available, the frequency and proclivity and the intensity of the natural disasters and the annual snowfall and the maintenance and operations. The point here is that so much of those existing conditions and things have changed that when we got to the end of our draft long-range transportation plan, the question was like, does this even represent where we are today? So we're actually in the process of reevaluating that LRTP. It's not done, but it's also not over. We'll probably be re-kickstarting that here in the next quarter to take what we have already and figure out what does this look like now with our current conditions. The other piece I would probably note there is there's a larger effort at looking at what's called being kind of coined as agile planning, and this is this idea of continuous planning or iterative planning. So many of the transportation plans that we develop take on the order of 1.5 to 2 years to create. And we're in an environment now where the world is changing so rapidly. Like, is that giving us the information we need? At the end of the day, planning helps to inform decision-making. And are the decisions that we need to make relevant based off the plans that we have in hand? So looking at evolving the way we do transportation planning to where it's iterative, it's ongoing. This has already been done within our aviation system, where the aviation system plan is a continuous and iterative plan. We're always adding to the upstream existing conditions and feeding it with data, which trickles down into goals and priorities, which trickles down into project selection, to where it's on a really good cycle of holding project evaluation boards twice a year. And getting to a place like that would not only give us more certainty that the decisions we're making are the right ones, because we're always dealing with current information, but we're also in a regular cycle of evaluating and programming needs as we're experiencing them. The interior Alaska transportation plan is one that we're started over the last year. And this is one that I wanted to call out because this is, even though it might seem like in just one of our area plans on the surface, this is looking at a new way of doing area long-range planning. And for those of you unfamiliar, we have a long-range transportation plan, but years and years ago, it was decided that the state and the diversity of the needs and requirements are so different from region to region that it's in the state's best interest to come up with area plans to really focus in on what are the needs, the goals, and the objectives of different areas of the state, which are different, right? So the interior plan is looking at, how do we do something? If you were to go and look at all of our different area plans, they all look and feel and kind of say a different thing coming out of it. So part of this is coming up with consistency. We're working with partners like HDR and Dowell and Michael Baker to really evaluate our transportation planning process. We're also looking at, how can we better leverage data and make data consistent so that every one of these plans, you can pick it up and compare apples to apples across the plans, so that investment decision-making, which is at the scrutiny on investment decision-making is at an all-time high, will help to point to how decisions are made. So that one's going to be pretty exciting. And Marie will talk about the Southeast plan, which is also going to follow a similar model, which will be a little bit more relevant. Coming up over this next year, we're going to be kickstarting quite a few new transportation plans, either new plans that have come about through IIJA, new plans that have come about because of our recognition through a lot of introspection analysis that we have a gap in our family of plans, and some of these are updates. One of the plans that we're at the cusp of kickstarting, we've been talking about it for the better part of a year and a half with stakeholders, with our boards, Roads and Highways Advisory Board and others, is what we're calling a strategic investment plan. This is not new nationally. Other states have done this. This is new for us as a state. Most of our project evaluation, selection, criteria, and boards are baked into our regulation. Those regulations are also very old and were written in a time with different federal laws, different federal funding sources, and don't necessarily meet the same policy goals and objectives. So having this type of strategic investment plan will help us to keep it modern and agile so that we're making the right decisions based off of the current conditions. But it, even more so, it will help what the primary goals of the strategic investment plan is to create not just a playbook, but transparency. And what does that investment decision-making framework look like? The question I get asked probably more than any other when I go to the legislature or another group is, how do I get my project in the STIP? And it's this big black box that has no point of entry. And this, this plan is in very simple terms, is meant to show how those decisions are made and also what the entry points are for the public. I mentioned the Southeast Alaska plan. That'll be coming up here soon. I'll let Marie speak to that one. That one is being done as part of a suite of plans, and this is new and exciting for us because we're looking at all of Southern Alaska together because there's so many interconnected bits and pieces. The marine highway system for one, but also our aviation system, connecting communities with active transportation facilities. So we're really looking at these area plans, which have historically been done, in a box, but looking at them holistically as using the same data sets, and there's some exciting work happening there. Another one that is pretty exciting is the equity plan. This is a two-parter because there's a larger equity plan that's looking at equity across the state very broadly, but we also applied for and were awarded a discretionary grant from the federal government to develop an equity plan that is really project-focused. We're at the outset of kickstarting that, and hopefully we'll get some information out because that one is going to have a lot of public involvement. Our story in the application is that equity in Alaska is going to mean a very different thing than equity everywhere else. Equity in Alaska in some cases means you have to put kids on an airplane to get across the river so they can go to school. So there's going to be a pretty broad effort looking at this equity plan, and it's really focused on three things. It's defining what equity means. What is the metric? Because every state is doing it a little bit differently. The federal government has their Justice 40 measure, which is debatable on how, because it's looking at census tracts and that's not always applicable in how we're measuring things. It's looking at doing a gap analysis. So based off of those metrics, what are the gaps in equity across the state? And then coming up with a capital project list. So that one's going to be, very, even though it's visionary and looking at, creating those access to opportunities, is going to be at the end of it, have an implementation plan with capital projects involved in it. The resiliency plan, that one has already started. It is started as an internal effort looking at our twice hit assets. We know that that's not good enough because of everything that outside of DOT that's been hit and will continue to be hit. This last year, we've had more natural disasters and events than we have had. And the DOT response at this point is very much a response system as opposed to trying to build things up, to prepare for this. And resiliency doesn't necessarily mean making things bomb-proof, but it does mean you can create them to withstand and recover from natural disasters. So the next phase of our resiliency plan, we'll be looking externally. We'll be looking at organizational resilience at a number of different things. The waterways plan, this one is looking at everything outside of, but also incorporating the ideas that Captain Tornga and others have talked about with AMHS, and that's looking at everything from ports, harbors, rivering. The new MARAD designation brings that all the way up, that MARAD designation all the way up the coast and up a number of our riverine channels, and making sure that, where DOT can, we can either help or enable or support our waterways. Strategic Corridors Master Plan. This is also a new one for the state. When we were doing a gap analysis looking at other states, this is one that most other states had. And one of the ones that stood out to us in terms of how we go about implementing something like this was North Carolina, where they actually started with this idea of this strategic corridors master plan. And really what it says is, these are the criteria we're going to use to designate a strategic corridor. These are the different corridors that we have, and this is how we rank them. And from there, we go down and we start working down, making corridor lists. And this is looking at everything across the board. So in the past, we would have safety corridors or freight corridors, and every plan or every little element, would look at like one aspect of those corridors. This is looking at the complete continuum of what the purpose and use and need of these corridors are and how we address them holistically. One of the challenges with our area plans is we have these corridors that span 2, 3, 4 areas, right? But we want to address that corridor and everybody along the way as one contiguous element. Also running into I'm probably going to run out of time, but we're also having the statewide transit plan that'll be coming up. This is new for the state. We have a transit asset management plan, which is really looking at an inventory of the fleets that are out there and coming up with, similar to AMHS, where we're looking at replacement schedules and things. And another one that's pretty exciting is this idea of this waysides plan and a truck parking study. So as you can see, there's no shortage of work, and we're all pretty excited to get started on some of these, which are again, this is looking out into the future and figuring out, how do we make the best decisions today based off of our knowledge, our data, and some of our assumptions, and obviously the feedback and that interaction with the public. And I think are we going to save questions for the end? I think we'll do that. Okay, thanks for your time.
Okay, let's see if this is working. Sounds good. So I'm Marie Heidemann. I'm the Juneau Field Office Planning Chief. So where James is, the director, and he's setting our strategic vision and giving the global image, the big picture. I get to talk to you a little bit more about, what we're actively doing, some of the projects and plans we're working on. And in that respect, I first want to just introduce my team. I have 2 of my planners here in the room. Paul Cara is over here. He's our aviation and airports planner. And Alex Lawrence is over here. She's our surface and highways planner. And I know that Sarah Kripe is also joining us virtually. She's the Southwest area planner, but as you can see, I have a vacancy, so she's really my everywhere area planner. And they're a great team, and hopefully you all, or many of you, have had the opportunity already to collaborate with them as you identify your priority projects and help, get them rooted for funding. So I'll start with long-range planning, and then I'll jump into some of the project and programs activity that we have going on. As James said, the Southeast Alaska Transportation Plan is now, I would say it's an active effort. It's been kind of a little bit of a slower start as we've been working out some professional services issues with the request for proposals, but we do now have the approvals we need to get that released. I'm working with the contracting office and expect that will be released very soon. And in the meantime, we've had an existing conditions report that's under development. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but that's a product that we'll be able to provide to the next consultant to kind of kickstart the effort and have all of the existing conditions summarized. And then we're also working on some partnerships to develop some workshops, which I'll get to both of those. I have slides for each. The existing conditions update is essentially just to provide the context we need for the plan, what's there, what is the general community and tribal profiles, and what transportation services do they have available to them. So do each of you have available? This way, when we come to the community, we can share that information with you. We can have you help to QA it, make sure it's correct, that what we have documented in the study is indeed the transportation service you have and reflects your community. And then from there, we can also tell us, does it meet your needs? Where does it fall short? Where is it doing quite well? And from there, we can kind of work on that gap analysis and get to project recommendations. So I'm really excited to start the plan with that information. That's kind of new strategy that we're trying out. We haven't done that in the past, to my knowledge. And we have a lot of data that has been developed with the help of Dow And it's great. This map here is a GIS map that we'll all be able to interact with, and it gives us context even beyond the transportation facilities. We've got schools and healthcare facilities and a lot of information pulled together. And then the other piece that I'm excited to share is that we have been partnering with the Alaska Municipal League and the Forest Service. They're updating a variety of their transportation plans, including the Tongass transportation plan update. And we're hoping to also bring in Office of Tribal Transportation and other funding partners to host some community transportation workshops. And this is modeled after an effort we did in Yakutat a little over a year ago, where they said, hey, you know, we want to bring our partners together and discuss what are the priority projects within the community and how can we get them funded. And so it was great. We had Fed Highways, we had AML, we had Forest Service, we had DOT. We had quite a few partners in the room. We did exercises where, you know, each partner was kind of able to say what project was important to them or projects, and then do some work to identify where there were projects that aligned with multiple interests and where we could sink some more time in and develop partnerships and help us to go after or help us to help Yakutat to go after discretionary grants. And since that workshop, they've seen a small boat harbor award through the PIDP program. I just learned today that they got the design grant for the Ankau Bridge, and they've also got 2 fish passage culvert grants. So it was a really great way for them to identify these partnerships and get funding. So Aaron here is helping us out. Alaska Municipal League is going to facilitate the effort. It's going to help us to guide some of the Southeast plan. You know, a little bit of that bigger picture, how to, you know, what are the transportation needs throughout the, to travel throughout the region, but also really want to look at what are the priorities within your community. And so we'll be reaching out with something of like an invite, you know, an are you interested type communication. And we're hoping that it's a collaborative exercise that communities can help us to find space, to help us develop an attendee list, and maybe even feed us. But if not, we'll figure that out. So from there, I want to talk about some of the programs and some of the work that my office is doing on project identification. The one I know you all are probably interested in an update on is the Community Transportation and Transportation Alternatives Program, where we had a call for projects last year and ran through the cycle with project applications due last spring and then internal evaluations occurring. The Project Evaluation Board met in December and ranked 46 projects in one day, which is a lot of projects. And I think we were nervous about whether it would be a success, but it was actually really successful. And what led to that success was that we had a lot of work done ahead of the meeting. So the field office planners worked on compiling the projects and providing the scores. The planning chiefs worked on looking at how the field office planner scored and making sure they were scoring consistently across offices. Our strategic investment section came in and scored some of the more objective criteria. You know, the functional class of the road, they said, you know, here's the score, this is the pre-score. They gave that information to the PEB. All of the information was given to the project evaluation board members, and then they had ample time to individually score all of the projects. Their scores were then taken and assimilated together, and at the meeting, we focused on where they had differences. So we were able to facilitate the conversation and say, you know what, you know, this member had a 5, this one had a 0, what's going on? Why did you score so differently? And it was a really effective model. It worked really well. So I'll share some of the results. First, just the numbers of projects. There's 46 projects, 25 for the community transportation program and 21 for transportation alternatives. South Coast advanced 19 of those 46 projects, and Southeast had a really good showing. On the community transportation program side, 5 projects out of the 25, so 20% of the projects came from Southeast. And on the transportation alternative side, 1/3 of the projects came from Southeast. So really appreciate your engagement. You guys brought the projects to us, and that's the most important first step. So from the meeting, we do have this ranked list of projects. The stars are your Gold Star Award for participating. These are the Southeast projects. We don't have funding awards yet. The funding It's not a straightforward down the list exercise because there is this category here where it says the STBG population category. And that is how the funding is provided to us from the federal government. They give it to us with some statewide funding that's flexible throughout the state, and then these different population sub-allocations. So we need to match the projects to those sub-allocations. So there may be a little bit of skipping around on the list as that work is done. And there's funding analysis and recommendations that have been put together. And those are now being considered by the Commissioner's office. Same thing for transportation alternatives, same population brackets. And the stars here are the Southeast projects. And then for other programs, our office engages with the Airport Project Evaluation Board twice a year. It's a 6-month cycle where we nominate projects for inclusion to be funded with FAA funding. Recently, we've been awarded funding for the Gustavus Airport gate upgrades and Sitka lighting and rotating beacon. And right now, the team is working on projects for Klawock, Petersburg, and Sitka. And that's for the spring APEB, which is later this month, which isn't quite spring, but we'll make it work. Maybe it'll be sunny. Then there's the Harbor Grant Award. In this case, my team is not putting together nominations. We are requesting nominations from communities that have harbor facilities, and it is for harbor facilities that are not state-owned. So these are community harbor facilities. It's a 50-50 matching program, and this one, unlike the other programs, is a state-funded program, not federal. So it does look different. It operates a little bit differently, but it's a great program. It's a pretty effective way to get your projects awarded funding. Projects are not always awarded funding the first year, but they can return, and usually after a few years, you are able to get your project funded. Recently, we've provided awards to the City of Wrangell and the City of Whittier, and a partial award to the City and Borough of Sitka. And then right now, the Juneau Aurora Harbor Phase 4 is the only pending nomination for the state fiscal year 25 cycle. And the cycle usually opens around April or May and stays open until August. So it also has a nice, healthy timeline. It is a construction award. So if you are, if your community is interested, you want to try to get your design relatively advanced. Your application is due the summer of one year, and it doesn't get awarded until the following year with the budget. So you do have some time to keep working on design. But you do want to have a pretty healthy design start when you're nominating that project. And then the last topic is maybe the most fun and definitely one of the busier areas, is we honestly, this is the reason we're all here for an entire day of Transportation Day. From my perspective, is the discretionary grants and the opportunities that the new transportation bill have offered for communities to directly go after additional funding, for the state to go after additional funding beyond the STIP funding. It's not always an easy effort. It's a lot of work. It takes a lot of partnership building, which is what goes back to the workshops that we want to hold. But it has been met with a lot of success. So the top list here are recent successes across Southeast. I don't think it's all of them. There's a little bit of a focus here on ones that DOT has been involved with, although we haven't been involved with all of these either. But the Fish Passage grants have been seeing a lot of success. Tribal High Priority Projects Program, the Craig Tribal Association received a design grant to design a path for the Craig-Klawock Highway. The Port Infrastructure Development Program had a lot of awards for Alaska this last cycle, with 3 of them coming to Southeast and Yakutat, Wrangell, and Metlakatla. And then the RAISE grant provided design grants to 2 pretty large projects in Southeast, the Cake Access and Juneau Douglas North Crossing. So those are all recent successes. We are waiting on the outcome of a grant we put forward for Southeast Alaska Priority Culvert and Design. And this is a grant that would help us to go after more grants. So essentially with this grant, if it's awarded, we will bring together partners that are interested in fish passage throughout Southeast, and we will identify, I think we said like 20 priority culverts. I forget the exact numbers, but we said we would work with partners to identify a select number of priority culverts, and then a smaller number of priority culverts. We would actually use the funding to begin their design. And that would, get them through like an environmental stage of design, and that would set them up for great success for future grants, because you'd have that level of design that our grantors want to see. And then with that, we are also actively working on nominations for the Egan-Yanduken intersection improvement and the connection back to the McNugget intersection through the RAISE grant program. We're working on a bridge improvement grant for Water Street and Tongass viaducts, and we're partnering with some partners for more fish passage money for North Douglas and some additional. The 3 Mile Creek is on 2 lists, so it has awarded funding, but there's also some additional in-stream restoration work that our partners would like to see done. So we're trying to get a little bit more money so we can improve the fish passage even more. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Chris, and we can take questions afterwards.
Mic check. Robert, I just gotta say, did you put up this tie up here in front of me every single time with Barbara Streisand staring at me? It's very distracting. All I want to do is sing. So thank you for that. That's been entertaining. Yeah, I know, not what I'm good at. Well, my name is Christopher Goins, Director at South Coast Region, and I see that wonderful smile Robert now has on his face. When I came in September, I talked about Egan-Yanduken and the fact that we were going to make a step forward on Egan-Yanduken, even though I didn't have funding at the time. And I said, we're gonna start working on the right of way. We'll start doing that with overhead because it's the right dang thing to do. So we started that process, and it was all things that we could move forward and still make sure that anything that came out of in the future was gonna go well. So the great news is you all engaged in the STIP like we asked. And what we put forward to Gerald Varney in the back at Federal Highways was a project, hey Gerald, to do the second phase that came out of the Pell. So the first phase is something that we've been slightly delayed on because of electrical supply issues. But that is basically an interim step, and that'll slow down speed for about 3 months, not all the time and not all down Egan, despite some rumors that have been out there. It is in those key critical months, and that's going to be stood up the spring and into the summer. But the second phase is an intersection, a light to create protected left-hand turns at that location. And that was one of the things that came out of that Pell study. And so thank you for your advocating for that. We are super excited to be moving that forward. We're going to get the design funding here in 24. We believe there's an aggressive path to potentially go to construction or get this obligated funding in 25. There's risk to that, and I'm not just going to be frank about it. There's risk to being able to hit that schedule. But we believe there's a chance, and we want to have an opportunity to try and go get it. So we want to do that. I'm now going to call for another help. As Maureen mentioned, there is a grant that we're going after, and that's the third phase that came out of that Pell, and that's the connection over to McNugget. And so if you are a supporter of that, please send us a letter. We want to see it. And we want to make that connection. And one of the purpose and needs items that came out of the Pell study was to have, if something happened at the intersection, everybody's cut off. I see it at my office at 7 Mile, the traffic backs up in an intersection. And I start to see the lights and I'm like, oh no, the worst thing happened, right? Well, this third phase would allow for a route around in those situations. And so we're going to be pursuing that grant. And again, those letters of support will help in that grant application process. So I just want to say, encourage you to take those steps and thank you for your participation to date. It's been excellent to see this finally come to this point. Next, I want to talk about just what we have going in 24. Yesterday, I talked a lot about reliability and where we're trying to go as an organization in South Coast Region and get better. And that's a real challenge. And we've spent a lot of time moving things forward. And there's 2 slides, a lot of projects up there. And we're definitely working, like James was saying earlier, on looking at our processes. And a good example of that is regarding encroachments. And past, as we really got into the design of things and we realized, oh, wow, you know, there's parts of this puzzle we need to be starting earlier, and encroachments was one of those. We were waiting until after the environmental document, after Gerald gave us approval in phase 4, to move forward with encroachments, which in some cases was a lot of encroachments we were dealing with and coming up with plans. And so it was slowing down the process. So we've moved that to right after survey, because we believe we can do that and take those steps. And that's just one very small example of how we're going to get more reliable. But I also want to talk about some of the challenges that we still face in that reliability. Somebody said inflation is dead in Southeast, and I want to say in construction it is not. In 20, I went back and we looked at the data comparing just our engineers' estimates to the bids that we were getting. In 2020, I believe it was like 1% we were off overall in Southeast, or in South Coast. In 22, it was about 4%. And then it went to 10% in 22, and then now it's at 16. And I got a project that's on this list up here, Neck Lake Road, where the bids came back $15 million over the engineer's estimate. So we got some work we're gonna have to do and discuss how we're doing that. So inflation is real. It is happening to us. It's a real challenge in being able to get projects out the door. And so you'll see a couple asterisks on the 2 slides. 2 of those are related to inflation and finding enough money to move certain projects forward in the funding pots that we have allocated. I also want to talk about workforce development. Back in 2004, I was sitting in a class at Oregon State University, had been accepted to the engineering program in civil engineering. And the professor walks in and says, "Congratulations, you've picked an excellent career path. You're going to have so much work. You're not going to know what to do with it. They're going to pay you really well." They didn't tell you the downside of that was you're going to be fighting for people left and right. And that is occurring nationally as I work on the vice chair of the Workforce Development Committee and COC at AASHTO. It is national challenge that we have as engineers right now. And it is a real challenge to getting those engineers to develop and deliver these projects to you. So we're facing that, and it's real. And then, you know, I just want to say kudos to the team at headquarters. One of the challenges we've also faced in Southeast Alaska, and Mark Sams knows this because he does a lot of marine work, is working with our friends at NIMS and our other federal agencies. And when you try to go get a permit in waters of the United States, it is exceptionally difficult working with them. And because of all the regulations that they're trying to work through and unique circumstances, and new species coming on like sun sea stars here in the future. Perfect example is we had a delay on a project to remove one pile, a year. The work to remove the pile was 5 minutes. So today we have some folks back in DC having those conversations and coming and bringing solutions to the table. How can we speed that up so we can take those risks off the table so I can deliver the projects that Craig showed you earlier there. So that's another huge challenge we have in front of us. And then the emergency, and you'll see that also on this list as we go project by project. Emergencies are a real deal, and they show up in projects after the fact that can last years later and take away from some of the other things that we're trying to deliver and meet the community's needs. And so it becomes a challenge not only during the emergency, but many years later trying to get that up. I want to just walk through now through each of these projects as quickly as I possibly can. Dennis came up to me about Harbor Way, and I think we got some traction on that. But that's a project in Hoonah, and we got a CMGC contractor we're working through. We've on to the first phase, and now going to be completing the second phase this summer, building out to the cemetery over a jetty on a small bridge over the water. So we're excited about that one. Zimovia Highway Rockfall is basically getting ready to award here in the near future, and that's separate from the landslide project or landslide that occurred there closer to town. Neck Lake Road was a partnership that we had with Western Federal Lands, and that is bid, and we're going to be working through the challenges associated with the cost of that project and seeing what happened there. I found out I'm human, and I screwed up my numbering. Number 4 should have been Catland, and I copy pasted incorrectly, so I apologize for that. But Catland is continuing to go, and you'll probably hear discussions at the legislature regarding that project. moving forward, but we have a contractor that's gearing up to finish another season there. And then Hallett Point Road and Peterson intersections. This was one we hope to bid here in the near future to improve pedestrian access at that intersection. And then a partnership we really had in terminal building at Sitka. John Leach and Melissa, and Ron and the team at Sitka really came together to support us and them in making sure we could pass on the funding for that project. And it really came down to a lot of trust and going out on a limb at the end of the year with material purchases and working with their contractor to get those moving, because we didn't have a grant because the feds delayed the funding. So it was a wonderful trust exercise to get to that point. We're nearing completion on a lease too. And they've been amazing partners, and that grant is should be signed in the very near future. So FAA is delivered on their part of it. And so we're excited about that. And you're going to see major improvements in a few years down the road as that's completed and get to use. So exciting to see that. And then the Sitka Seawalk, this is another partnership with Western Federal Lands on developing a sidewalk that goes underneath the bridge to a loitering facility and just makes the flow there better because the cruise ship passengers have really expanded in that area. Going to the next, I just want to cite some of these really quickly. Number 8, roads and culverts, and number 13, Wadley Creek. And then Adronomus Culverts in Haynes in 25. Those are projects that came about because of the flooding and if you remember the landslide in Haynes, that storm in 2020 that we're still working through. And there's a host of projects behind them that we're going to be coming through in 2025 that we're working. And our recon engineer, we basically turned into a project engineer because of that. So it affects our day to day. And we're excited to bring these projects forward. I will say number 13, Wadley Creek, is a highly critical one because it is a MSE wall that is failing. And you'll see Craig, you were asking me about this yesterday. Why is it blocked off? Well, I want to make sure that it's safe and we don't go down to one lane of traffic there and leading to the ferry terminal, because that's what's at risk. And so that project, working with our consultants, we're going to be able to deliver that one, we believe, this year and take that risk away. We also have Bridget Cove, a culvert replacement out there. Brotherhood Bridge trail improvements is going to replace the closed bridge over the trail or over Montana Creek, I should say. And that was another project in combination with CBJ sponsored by them. And so we're excited to be delivering that this year. Already talked about the Egan-Yandukin intersection. That's stage 1. That's the speed limit and the signs associated with that. And then we have a chip seal project we're debating right now just because of the level of traffic to move that maybe past the roundabout. That way we get a test on a higher traffic, but not on such a high traffic level. So this is kind of a new project, a new way of doing this. And we believe it'll add some life and maybe take care of a bump out by the ferry terminal, by the way. Then we have Douglas Highway resurfacing and sidewalk repair. The funding is in place as of today. And when we talked about inflation, this was one of them. This project came in $3 million over what we were expecting. And it affects that PM pot that we're drawing from. Also working with Ketchikan, we signed a new lease with the Ketchikan Borough on the airport there. So we're excited to continue that relationship. And this will probably be late in the year when we start working on the award of that terminal building and replacing it there. So huge improvements coming there. And I'll just say we did open the waiting facility on the other side. It's beautiful. And so you don't have to stand out in the rain and you can stay warm while you wait for the ferry to go across the channel. Also, Wolf Point Rock Slope stabilization is nearing completion. We have a CMGC contract on place with that. And we're hoping to be able to take that hillside down to avoid rocks coming down in the future. And that's actually been a much more challenging project in the technical on that and making sure we keep traffic going through for the city. Gravina Ravilla existing bursts. This is part of the suite of projects that happened there. And we pulled these two off because of some changed conditions we found in the floats on those existing bridges. And so we're going to have to replace those, and that's a year out just from the moment you make the order to to replace those floats and bring them in. So we're keeping that in. So you won't see immediate activity on those existing floats as we transition to the new ones, which are going to be put in place here very shortly. We will start that process up. North Tongass Highway, airport to ferry terminal. This is a project that could potentially be affected by that increase out of that PM pot. And so I put an asterisk to that, but we're hoping we can get additional funding. One of the things I'll just say a huge thank you to the Commissioner's Office for combining the PM pots across all three regions, because that has led to Southeast being able to get more PM funding this year and into future years. And we've already negotiated that with the other regional directors. Before we were essentially capped at a $15 million pot every single year. So that's been a huge improvement. But ultimately it is a limited pot with lots of needs across the state. Tongass Avenue, I'm expecting Gerald's crew to hopefully approve some funding here in the very near future, and we can award that contract and move forward with doing work from the airport down to the viaduct. And we're excited about that project and taking care of a lot of rutting and other challenges that have, if you've ever walked down the sidewalk when it's raining and Ketchikan gets splashed, that's no fun. And I've heard plenty of stories about suspension, and this will take care of much of that. Sales Gorge is a project up on the hill in combination that's owned by Ketchikan Borough. And we look forward to moving that one. We're in the right of way at this moment. And so there's some minor risk that is going early in the season, but we believe it's coming this year. And then Water Street Bridge strengthening. This is, I'll get into it because Marie had it on her list associated with a grant of Water Street and Tongass viaducts. This is a small side shot right past the tunnel in Ketchikan that our bridge engineers went underneath, and they found that it was deteriorated beyond being able to put traffic on it. So we had to shut it down. That entire bridge has a lot of aging, and it's it is the longest bridge in the state. It doesn't feel like it, but it is when you're going through there. And the current project we have, is approximately 50 million or so, does not get to where we need to fully replace it, to avoid someday when a bridge engineer goes underneath and looks up and says, uh-oh, and ask me to close it down in a moment's notice. So what we are doing is and I don't want to freak people out, we do have time, we believe, but we need to find the funding. And so we are putting that in place, and Marie and her team have really helped out with that. And maybe you have some comments associated with that?
I do. We need letters of support also for this one. And just a little note about the strategy. We need to do this first project before we can pursue the replacement project. And if any of you have applied for discretionary grants, you know it's like a 4-year timeline to deliver the project, and we're not within 4 years of being able to deliver a replacement project. So we're going to seek grant funds for the rehabilitation project, and hopefully that then frees up the STIP funds to start the replacement project, and then we can pursue grant funding for the replacement project. So it's all staged, and the rehabilitation project, they're complementary to each other. So we won't be, when we pursue the replacement project, we won't be tearing out the work of the rehabilitation project. We can get into more detail if you want.
Yeah.
But we need letters of support, and we'll be sending out, Alex will soon be sending out an email to some of our partners in Ketchikan to request any support you can provide.
Yeah, and that project as well, the bigger one, we have a CMGC contract, we have Dawson on board, and they're working with us. And we're really excited about their expertise that they're bringing to the table to help us through that. And then this strengthening will allow us to take out that partial closure there on Water Street. Dearmont Stedman, we have a safety improvement there for pedestrians. And then in Haynes, we have one of the largest projects in the state this year awarding, and we're like this close to letting it go. And that is stage 2 that'll repair the river or replace the bridge over the river there. So we're really excited about that. We're also going to do a lot of improvements at mile 23 where we've had some debris flows. In fact, we paid $90,000 this fall to remove some of that debris. And I mentioned yesterday, the previous project allowed us to save about $250,000 and not shut the road down for multiple days because of the choices that were made and the support we got from Dow. So excited about that. And we got some minor cleanup work over some of those culverts at stage 2 that we're going through. That's still ongoing. And then lastly, I am hoping to send another phase 4 obligation into headquarters and ultimately onto federal highways regarding State Street. This is a long time coming and one of those challenges that we faced with making sure we got the historical and the 106 right. But we've managed to get through that and partner with MPS and the city of Skagway. And we're really excited about this project going forward here in the very near future, probably bidding within the next month. And replacing State Street all the way to the bridge in town. So with that, I want to say thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions, and hopefully I left time today to do so. So.
We have to Oops. What a lot of information. Thank you all. And it's going to be a busy, busy year ahead for certain. They're not going very far, like they're going to go to the lunch line in just a minute. So you'll be able to tackle them with some questions and really appreciate it. It's exciting to see how much is going on. Exhausting, but exciting. So we're really, really pleased for that. So, and we've got our lunch sponsor is going to give us a few words here. So as they're pulling Mr. Dave Starrett up online from Ada, would you please give our panelists one more round of applause? We're calling the wizard behind the screen to unpin all videos, and there he is.
Sorry.
Hey, sorry I missed you yesterday. I know you were here in person, and thanks for zooming in.
Here, let me sit all the way back here, Robert. Tell me when you can see me.
So the floor is yours. So we got about we got about 75 people here today. So it's a good crowd focused on transportation, the fleet of the future, and we appreciate the partnership that Ada has with us here in the region as well. But we want to give you a chance to say a few words. So the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. And it was great to be there with you yesterday. And I'm still waiting for my right ear to pop. I flew down with a head cold. And for all you kids out there who've flown with a head cold, or you've flown with a child that had a head cold, I was crying the final 15 minutes of the flight landing into Anchorage uncontrollably. So it's good to be there with you now virtually. And we were excited to be with you. So many of you folks back in September in Sitka. We're looking forward to being back with you in the fall, coming up here in 2024. I believe we're in Ketchikan, aren't we, Robert? I think that's where this year's main conference
It was
will
a
be.
yes.
But regardless, for those of you who don't know what ADA is, we're the state of Alaska's investment bank. We don't do grants, although a bit of a running joke is loans that don't work out well turn out to be grants. But what we are charged with, and we were established in 1967 by the legislature, is to invest in and assist in the development of projects that create jobs and economic growth for Alaska. And what this means is we can partner with investors or projects that originate in the state. We have partnered and worked with people who want to come to Alaska and invest in the state of Alaska. It includes infrastructure such as port and cruise ship destinations that we've seen historically with our friends at Huna Totem. It includes partnering with FedEx to build their line maintenance hangar facility out at the Ted Stevens International Airport. We've partnered with NANA on the DMTS road, which is the export road and facility for the Red Dog mine. And there's numerous other projects across the state, some of them very large and grab a lot of headlines, but a lot of the work that we do is with small local businesses. We have bonding authority. We have one of our more popular programs that we have is what we call the loan participation program. And that is a business would go through their local bank and qualify for a business loan. And if the project meets certain criteria, it may be eligible to have Ada come in and take 90% of that loan at a lower interest rate. And some people think, well, that's kind of competing against banks. Well, what that does is that allows banks to maintain their liquidity and write loans for projects that may not fall under an Ada criteria. So it allows banks to continue to circulate liquidity in the market, and it allows Ada to assist Alaska projects and businesses in coming to fruition. We also have direct financing options available. And those are usually some of your larger infrastructure or other development projects. And then what I mentioned in Seattle last week, the Cruise Line Industry Association had their initial Pacific Northwest Symposium. And I don't know, some of you may have attended. I know probably speakers from a couple days ago on a panel were there. And what I said at one of the breakout sessions was, it's a bit like that movie Miracle on 34th Street. You know, a mom asks for a doll for her daughter, and Macy's doesn't carry it. And Santa Claus says, oh, you go across the street to Gimbel's, they have it. And that's sort of our philosophy here at Ada. If we don't have a loan package or program that may work well for your project, may not make sense, it may be it just falls outside of stuff that we normally do, we can most certainly assist you folks in finding the right funding mechanism. And it could be a grant. It could be a grant. It could be a line item for a capital project in the state of Alaska's budget. It could be through different small business loan programs that the Department of Commerce has in their portfolio. So we're really, how did I put this a few days ago? Government is terrible at customer service. I mean, it just is, right? We're government. We're not really built for good customer service. But Ada is striving, since we're kind of government. We most certainly have a greater obligation to be better in the customer service business, and that is what we are trying and hopefully achieving incrementally here over the past several months. So whether it's us owning and partnering with Vigor to operate the Ketchikan shipyard, and I know that mariculture, as discussed yesterday, has an enormous upside. And shameless plug for the shipyard and our friends at Vigor. If there's any fabrication or other support work we can do at the Ketchikan shipyard, please contact my friend Bergen at the Ketchikan shipyard with Vigor, and we'll most certainly see if we can help you with that. If it's expanding your business or working with communities to develop, port infrastructure or other projects, it's ada.org, AIDEA.org. We're easy to reach. We like to think we're easy to talk to, and anything that we can do to help you folks, we're here to do it. So thanks for the time, Robert, and enjoy lunch, guys. I have no idea what you're having today.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dave. And, I think Ada demonstrated, while we're trying to build those two Alaska-class vessels, the agility and creativity that was needed to not only just do those projects, but imagine a possible future of fabrication after that. So I'd love to get back to that future. So we're gonna break for lunch and then have our keynote speaker. So if you please thank our sponsor and partner at Ada. Thank you, Dave. All right.
Have a great time, guys.
All right, thanks. This is an incredible opportunity to have such resources, both at the state and federal level. And they have a great opportunity to interact with at least 12 different communities here in the room. So make good use of your networking time today, and we'll come back together with our keynote speech just shortly. So lunch is served.
Okay, so she only needs one. Yeah.
If you want, we can tape that up, so all you have to do is flip them, right?
Yeah, so let's just, that might be safe and then it won't go. Yes.
That was fine too, huh?
Yeah, I mean, and I also have like, don't wait it for it, I'll just do this. And then, perfect. Just kidding, thank you.
I know, the point is, yeah, we have, our easels have this piece that you put on the top, and it's a bar where it holds. So the whole part.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Are you good?
Yes, those two on there, yes. Thank you. So
Okay,
much.
you're welcome.
How we want to run. We want to run these two resolutions by this group and make sure they still resonate and get your thoughts on them. Here we go. So the first one, 2404, reaffirming, supporting the multi-use waterfront infrastructure. And the whereas, as you see on there, is you start from the very bottom up. We know that there are hurdles to use, for instance, marine highway system infrastructure in any other way than it's currently intended, insured, and managed. So we start with let's do a review of the regulations and state policies to do that. But at the core of this, we believe that, let's use cake. We just heard from one of our community leaders from Cake, they're getting 2 ferries a month. Well, what's that terminal being used for in between then, now and then? Not much, nada. At the same time, Cake lost their marine fuel dispensing dock. Now, Cake already has a dock downtown by City Hall. They got a harbor at the far end. They have, AML's got a dock there. Marine Highway System has a dock there. And OVK has a beautiful dock that right now they're backing a truck up to and dispensing fuel over, and it is not ideal. And so the community is asking, do we need to build a 6th dock to dispense fuel? Or is there a path forward to maybe talk to the state about using the facility there somehow? And maybe it's not a perfect fit, maybe that doesn't work, but the conversation we want to have is we have community assets. They're tough to maintain, and why should a small community of 500 people have 6, 7 docks? It's because we can't use other facilities that are there. So we want to review the policies and see if there are some times where those facilities can be made more multi-purpose rather than putting that burden on to the community that has to maintain, which guess what? That's just add up to the price of fuel, which now is over $5 a gallon at the pump. So how can we help these small struggling rural communities? So this is just one tool in the toolbox, and we passed this a couple of years ago, but we wanted to reaffirm that and bring that back up. And I just want to ask if there are comments on the floor or any reasons why we should not review the state policies and regulations to see if this is something that we more formally bring to the regional director. Maybe I can bribe him with a Barbra Streisand tie or something to get him to, consider some options here. So just curious if there's thoughts on the floor regarding that. Keep it in motion. Okay, we'll keep that one in play. And the second one is kind of a no-brainer as well. And I think we might wordsmith it a little bit to make sure that it is understood that in order to access these funds, that also means you have to supply the matching funds for that. So really, this is just encouraging the state appropriators to appropriate, encourage the state to do what they're doing now very, very well. We saw that whole list of grants that have been received, but we want to add our shoulder to that effort and continue pursuing every avenue of funding. We heard earlier, day before yesterday, nearly $1 billion has come into the region already from the bipartisan bill and other acts that were passed during the pandemic to stimulate the economy and rebuild some of the infrastructure that we so woefully need. But any thoughts on adding to that, or you've got copies on your table? So feel free, and we'll have these online as well. But if there's nothing else to add to that, and as we have our next committee meetings, feel free to bring ideas for other resolutions, other initiatives that we should be considering, because we certainly want to do that. And as you all know, we're very happy to write letters of support for your applications and needs. You start taking a look at some of the resources that you're going to be exposed to this afternoon. We're excited about that, and just doing a shout out to our colleagues at the Alaska Municipal League who've been very instrumental in helping do a lot of grant writing, both for DOT and for the community. So Aaron is here. You're the only one here from AML today, right? Yeah, so thank you on behalf of Southeast Conference. Mr. White, Caitlin has a microphone.
Are you look?
Yes, sir.
Are you looking for motions today on this, or?
If there's no opposition, it is going to be forwarded to the Board of Directors with the blessing of this group.
Roger, roger.
Thank you. With nothing else, we're going to move expeditiously along and turn this back over to Mr. Bowling, who will get us back on to our agenda and our keynote speaker.
All right. So this is our third Transportation Symposium. We've been at it, the first one was 2 years ago. And in that time, we've begun to build up what I think is a very positive and fruitful relationship with the United States Department of Transportation Maritime Administration. We've enjoyed the presence of directors at the first two symposiums. And again, today, we are also fortunate to have with us the current director of the office. I'd like to introduce her now. Her name is Xochitl Castaneda. She is the director of the Pacific Northwest and Alaska Gateway Office of MARAD in Seattle, Washington. Her area of responsibility include the states of Alaska, Oregon, and Washington, and it features over 100 ports, the most extensive ferry system in the United States, which they cite as the Washington State Ferry System, and no less important, the longest ferry system in the country, the Alaska Marine Highway System, as well as a home port for the largest fishing fleet in the United States. So with that, please welcome to the podium for our keynote address during our lunch hour, Ms. Xochitl Castaneda.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much, John. All right. And I think we're going to pull up my slides here. Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right. So thank you very much for the opportunity to join you here today. Just want to say thank you to John, Caitlin, and Robert for graciously inviting me here. They were one of the first phone calls that I received was an invitation to come up here and speak at the Southeast Conference. So really happy to be with you guys. And I've met so many amazing people over the past few days. It's been very, very valuable. So to all the members of the Southeast Conference, thank you so much for having me and thank you for the warm welcome. I've enjoyed having conversations with everyone thus far, and there's still more people yet to meet. So if I haven't met you yet, then please come over and say hello. I ran out of cards, so when we get to the end, I have my contact information. Please make sure you click a photo of that. But I'm very glad for the opportunity to join you. And please invite me back next time when the salmon are running in the summertime. So I like February, but I'll take July better, okay? So we're gathered here because transportation has the power to make people better off. There's power when a local vision and local leadership and local players come together in partnership with the federal government. And I think John said it best earlier today when he was talking about the power of transportation. So it really is more than just getting from A to B. It's about being where we need to be, getting where we need to go in order to live good, prosperous, and fulfilling lives. And sometimes that means sailing from Juneau to Ketchikan, but sometimes it means getting halfway across town to visit someone we love. But whatever the occasion is, we know that our lives, our entire lives, go better when there's better, safer, more efficient, cleaner, fairer, and more affordable ways to get to where we're going. So as we begin, I want to respectfully acknowledge the Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian, and Eyak people who have stewarded this land throughout the generations. Okay, hopefully this will work for me. Ooh, excellent. Okay, so for those of you who may not be familiar with the Maritime Administration yet, we're very small. There's only 800 of us nationally. Let me tell you a little bit about us. We're older than the Department of Transportation in which we reside today. And through precursor agencies, our history stretches back to World War I. We promote the U.S. Merchant Marine and we administer the U.S. Maritime Academy. So anybody from King Point in the house today? Okay, we got one. Anybody else? Okay, one King's Pointer. I was listening to the conversation earlier about the lack of mariners. And so hopefully you can get some of your Alaskan kids to go there to Kings Point and then bring them back to work on the ferries once they get their license. We own and maintain a fleet of civilian crewed commercial type vessels that are available to meet the military strategic sea lift needs. And of particular importance to this audience, we're administering the historic investments in our nation's infrastructure made possible through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. So that is a once-in-a-generation investment. And we're really at an extraordinary moment right now when, as a result of COVID-19, most Americans didn't know what the supply chain was before COVID-19. Now everybody knows what the supply chain is. And I know Alaskans knew what it was before COVID-19, being particularly vulnerable to disruptions in the supply chain. If a ship doesn't come in, then that could mean that Fred Meyer and Safeway run out of fruit and veggies, but it could be significantly more severe if the disruption persists. And so that's something that, you know, we think about, and something that we want to make sure we're doing everything that we can to mitigate. 90% of goods move over our waterways, and this number is likely higher for Southeast Alaska. Put simply, our job at MARAD is to get the investments to work as quickly as possible and to do so thoughtfully and deliberately, so we can ensure that the investments strengthen the resiliency of our supply chain, support equity, and address the very many environmental impacts of port operations, including the disproportionate effect on low-income communities and communities of color. Okay, so now you know a little bit about MARAD, and let me introduce myself at this point. I'm Xochitl Castaneda, and I'm a recently retired U.S. Coast Guard officer, and we have some coasties in the house. So, I currently live in the Seattle area, and I visited Juneau many times over the past 3 decades. My first time was in 1992 on the Coast Guard cutter Midget, and I remember being awed by the beauty of Juneau when I arrived here. You have a beautiful harbor, and I felt an instant sense of well-being wash over me. So I love coming here. You can invite me back anytime you want. I've worked in both large and small ports in Washington, Oregon, Los Angeles, Houston, and Washington, D.C. And I'm originally from the Mojave Desert, and that is important because when you know that I have come from such a parched landscape as that, then it gives me a special appreciation for the natural beauty of Southeast Alaska. And it also makes me aligned with the Southeast Conference's mission, promoting strong economies, healthy communities, and quality environment in Southeast Alaska. So I also particularly like your theme, Be the Compass, and I understand that that theme may be recycled, I'm not sure. But to me, it means set the course for the future of your port, your marine transportation system, your resiliency, and your economic development. So Caitlin asked me, what are my goals? And so I'll tell you that my goal is to build a stronger marine transportation system that connects more places, increases reliability, fosters maritime-related jobs and development. And what else can I do for you besides talk about grants? I can help plan roundtables, forums that foster maritime interest. I can talk about planning and response for marine transportation disruptions, and we can talk about maritime education and ways to promote the maritime workforce. A big part of my job is tribal outreach, and DOT is looking to make sure that tribal entities are aware of the grants that we have available and to make them available, accessible to them. Okay, so this is a map that basically shows how we're broken up. So there's 10 gateway offices nationally, and my region is Alaska, Oregon, and Washington. So I sit in downtown Seattle in an office there. Okay, I had an opportunity to take a look at some of the issues near and dear to your hearts in your 2020 Strength, Weaknesses, and Opportunities and Threats Assessment. And I heard some of the same issues repeated over and over throughout this conference. the decline of ferry transportation, transportation costs, and aging infrastructure. Those were amongst the top issues that were raised. The ferry system in Southeast Alaska faces critical challenges, and we heard from Craig Tonga about how they're working to address those issues. Aging vessels, budget constraints, compliance issues. As a result, local communities, businesses, and residents experience difficulties in accessing essential services, hindering economic development and regional growth. Transportation in Southeast Alaska poses unique challenges because of the great distances, rugged terrain, and reliance on marine and air transportation. Limited roads, weather disruptions, ferry dependency, and isolation of remote communities, high cost of air travel, lack of intermodal connections, maintenance of transportation systems, and environmental considerations. One of the foremost challenges we face nationally, and one that was brought out in your SWOT and was repeated throughout this conference, is the aging infrastructure of our ports and harbors. And many of our facilities were built decades ago and are in dire need of upgrades. And that's one of the things that we hope to be able to do through investment with our grants. The solutions to these issues is multifaceted, and it really requires an all-hands-on-deck approach. No one person is going to come in and swoop in and bring the solution. Business owners, federal, state, and local transportation managers, marine engineers, community groups, advocacy groups, everybody has to work together. And these collaborative efforts are essential for finding comprehensive and effective solutions to revitalize the marine highway and for the entire marine transportation system, ensuring its resilience and continued service to the communities it serves. Okay. So I stole this from your SWOT, your 2020 SWOT, and this just shows you the areas of alignment here with the MARAD mission. And so you can see ferry connectivity is highlighted, as well as improving infrastructure and maritime industry growth. Okay, so I talked about the alignment, I talked about the grants, and so next up, I'm going to review a few projects that we've funded in Southeast Alaska, and then I'm going to talk to you about the opportunities that are available for you. And I know some of you out there have already applied and received some of these funds. There's still more availability, and so I hope you'll take advantage of these opportunities and learn from your neighbors in terms of what they're doing. So Wrangell won a $421,000 port infrastructure development planning grant. I really liked what James from Alaska DOT had to say, talking about planning as being on a conveyor belt and just the thoughtfulness of the process and how all the pieces really work and support each other. So I appreciate that. And this planning grant is a good example of how MARAD can help you to put that process into play. Okay, this next grant is from Yakutat. This one is almost $9 million for construction of a new small boat harbor, replacing their floating dock and relocating the seaplane float. So this is an example of a capital project. So two types of grants, the planning grants and the capital grants. Okay, this next grant is from Metlakatla, and this one is over $3 million, and it's for fender replacement, a barge ramp, and design, engineering, and preparation of bid documents to rehab the Frank Hayward Memorial Breakwater and the old breakwater and make repairs to the port's boathouse and boat haul out system. Okay, this one is a RAISE grant. This is a 2021 RAISE grant, and this one is for $20 million. And this went to Haynes to replace their Luktak dock. And one of the things I'll note about this is that it's a different type of grant. So you have your port infrastructure development grants, and then you have your RAISE grants. Okay, this next one is for Sitka, and this is also a RAISE grant. And this one is for $8 million for their Marine Service Center and for a sheet pile wall and crane. This project also funds the installation of cathodic protection and a 2-ton cargo crane. Okay, so I showed you some examples of the types of grants, and really part of the reason why I shared those with you is because, well, now you know that Department of Transportation considers Southeast Alaska to be very competitive for the grants that's out there. And so please apply for them. And secondly, now you know who has gotten successful grants through our system, and hopefully they will be willing to help you. You can call up your neighbor and say, what did you do to get that grant, and share information so that way all of Southeast Alaska can be more successful. All right, so the focus of the Port Infrastructure Development Grant is to efficiently move cargo through our marine transportation system. So I mentioned the 2 types of grants, the planning grants and the capital grants. Planning is probably a good place to start if you need help figuring out the permits, the engineering, and several of those other things that maybe you don't have the in-house capability to do yourself. In 2023, we gave $653 million for PIDP awards nationwide. So far this year, we only have $450 million, and that may increase, but the way it works is that was the initial allocation amount. If there's further allocations, then that amount will increase. Last year, we received 175 applications, and a full 1/4 were from Alaska. And that's really, that means nationwide. 1/4 of the applications were from Alaska. And so I want to say kudos to everybody for putting in those applications, but it gives you an idea of how fierce the competition is. And just to let you know, there are limits in how much an individual state can receive. And so that's working somewhat against Alaska, but Alaska is getting a disproportionate amount of the money due to the size of Alaska and the needs in Alaska. Okay, so our Notice of Funding Opportunity, which we call NOFO for short, is already out. It's the short form. It doesn't have all the information in there, but it has some preliminary information. Last year's NOFO is out there, and you can take a look at it. What is going to come out is going to be the long NOFO, which should be coming in mid-February to late February. If you take a look at last year's, then you're going to see it's very similar to what's going to come out this year, but there is going to be some changes, and we're hoping to get rid of redundancy. And you should check that out and make sure that you're aligning your new grant applications with what's in the NOFO. And of course, the application deadline is coming up on April 30th. So right now is a good time to be furiously working on those applications. So some tips, if you applied last year and you didn't get it, or you're gonna apply this year, make sure that you're watching our webinars. So right there, all of those webinars that are listed are going to come out again this year, and you can watch them live and take advantage of the opportunity to ask the experts questions directly. If you have questions about whether your project may be eligible, then you can email them directly too and get an answer directly from the experts. You can also email me, and I'll email them and figure it out for you too. Okay, so the PIDP isn't the only grant that's available for you. We also have other DOT grants. DOT is really administering a record number of grants right now. So I showed you 2 RAISE projects, Haynes and Sitka, and RAISE grants are focused on projects that are approximately 5 million, that's the minimum, and the max is 25 million. But if you're from a rural community, and I believe Southeast Alaska would fall into that category, then the projects can be minimum of $1 million. And half of the total money from RAISE will go to rural communities, or can go to rural communities, I should say. And that's $1.5 billion annually and a $225 million per state maximum. Okay, so the next one on there is the MEGA grant. And it's funny because if you look, the MEGA is called National Infrastructure Project Assistance, but everyone just calls it MEGA, and that acronym doesn't make any sense. But the point is, it's really big. That's why they call it MEGA. And you can see that it's reserved for projects over $100 million. And half of that will go to projects over $500 million. So Alaska has not gotten any of this grant money in the past 2 years. So I'm telling you that because now you know you need to apply for this mega grant, and Alaska is due some money at this point. We did get one mega grant in my area that was for the I-5 bridge replacement that connects the Columbia River in Oregon and Washington. Okay, so Infra is another DOT grant program, and that one supports intermodal freight and highway projects of national or regional significance and improves the safety, efficiency, and reliability of the movement of freight and people in rural and urban areas. So we did get award for that in Alaska, and that one was over $17 million to Fairbanks, Alaska, for the Alaska Railroad Corporation. And then down here at the bottom, you can see the ferry boat program. So that one, Alaska has received quite a bit of that money, and that's something that folks in the room need to keep in mind, that this is one that would be great to apply to. The Alaska Marine Highway System received over $20 million. Ketchikan, Gateway, and Borough received $243 million, and the Inter-Island Ferry Authority, $176 million from this program. Okay, so next up, these graphics aren't great. I apologize for them. But this is to show you that we have what's called the Marine Highway Program. And actually, we just changed the name of it to the United States Marine Highway Program. And we changed the name because everyone was confusing us for the Alaska Marine Highway. And so we had to change that. But obviously I need to update this slide, so apologies for that. But you can see there's 3 marine highways in Alaska. So when you're writing your grants, you want to make sure that you're indicating that you are on a marine highway, and you can't see it that well. We need a new graphics person at Marriott. I said there's only 800 of us, so please forgive this graphic. We're going to get a better one, and I'll send it over to Caitlin once we get that done. But you are on the marine highway system. So there's 2 reasons why that's important. One, because if you say you're on the marine highway system, then it'll get you points when they're reviewing your application, because it's a roadway that we at Marriott established. And so we want to see projects who are on the marine highway get money. So any kind of grant, whether it's RAISE, MEGA, or PIDP, make sure you're saying it. But we also have specific marine highway grants. And so those grants are a lot smaller. It's usually somewhere between $10 and $15 million for the marine highway grants. And the opportunity of selection is far higher. So it's something like a 70% opportunity of selection. So that's one that I'm encouraging people to take advantage of. And you can use this to buy equipment. So if you need a cargo crane to help you offload at your docks, that's perfect for this grant. And particularly if it's an electric piece of equipment, then you're going to get looked at far more favorably because of the emphasis on electrification. Okay, so I talked about the 3 different types of, or the 3 marine highways. So there's the M5, there's the M11, and there's the MA1. You have the state DOT is your champion, your sponsor for marine highways. So anytime you apply for one of those marine highway grants, all you need to do is reach out to the state DOT, and I got her name for you. It's Judy Chapman. And I'll make sure, is anybody, oh, Judy, she's right here. Okay, fantastic. Get her card and make sure she needs to give you a letter of support if you're applying for one of these grants. And we'll make sure that Alaska has a greater number of applicants in for the Marine Highway Program. So far, Alaska only has one awardee for the Marine Highway Program, and that's on the MA1. And it is the Matanuska Sistina Borough, and they received almost $1 million for a rough terrain cargo crane. And one other thing to note on the Marine Highway Program, there is no match that's required on that for rural projects and for tribal governments. So there's no cost share required. But if you do have cost share, then you want to put it in there. That'll also get you points. It won't count against you, but it'll count towards you. Okay. Okay, so here's a couple of other grants that can help ports. So this top one here, this one has a really complicated name, Advanced Transportation Technologies and Innovation Mobility Deployment at $100 million. And so what that actually means is if you have systems for reservations or computerized systems for reservations, cars, ways to communicate with your passengers, then this is a really good one to consider. Okay, so you might recognize these pictures here. This is our small shipyard grant program. And so Alaska has received some of this money. MARAD considers this small shipyard. We consider shipyards to be the backbone of the maritime industry because you need shipyards in order to keep the boats running and get all of the required maintenance. So the top one there shows Catalyst in Seward, and they received a $418,000 grant. And the bottom one is Highmark and Kodiak, and they received almost $1 million for a crane. All right. Okay, so I talked a lot about grants, and this slide is to show you that it's not easy to get a grant and that there's kind of a long and winding process to get there. So first, you have to find the grant, then you have to select your project, compile your application, get technical assistance, submit your application, follow-up questions from MARAD on what you submitted, get your decision, go through and get a grant agreement, implement your project, get your NEPA and all of your permits and your audits and your closeout. So it's really, it's not just money being handed to you. It's really a long and complicated process. So just know that there's a lot of administration to it and go into it with eyes open. Okay, so here's some tips on how you can have a successful grant application. First of all, you want your story to be compelling, and you need to make sure that you're telling us about the impact that this project is going to have. Be focused on the outcomes to the communities that you serve. And then one thing I heard a lot about was letters of support. Who was talking about letters of support? Okay, thank you. The state was, so we like letters of support too. So make sure that you have a diverse range of letters of support. So that means industry who you're going to support, the communities that you're going to support, and basically as diverse as possible is better. Get all those letters in there, and don't just put the letters in there. Make sure you reference them in your narrative, because the reviewers might not look at all of your enclosures unless you're calling their attention to it. And by the way, there's several reviewers, and each reviewer is designated a certain section. So that means they're not reviewing your whole package. The economist is only looking at the economist section. The engineer is only looking at the engineering section. And so it's broken up, and you need to make sure that you understand. Sometimes you might need to repeat yourself so that way the important information is captured in each section. And you can also cheat. You can put a matrix in the beginning. Well, it's really not cheating. It's just helping them. And you can show all the required criteria that were we're asking of you in the notice of funding opportunity, put a matrix and show them right where you have addressed it. And if you do that, then it's going to make it a lot easier for the reviewers. If you make their job easier, then they're more likely to give you higher scores. Okay, so more rules of thumb here. Who's eligible? Cities, states, counties, tribal governments, planning councils, and private sectors can apply too, as long as they have a public sponsor. Okay, and one of the main points of this is that we want infrastructure to improve efficiency of freight. And why that's important is because you can't just talk about the passengers who are on your boats. You need to also be talking about the freight that you're moving. And if you're transporting people on a ferry and they have groceries, well, that is freight. And if they have repairs for their homes that they've gone to the hardware store and purchased, well, that's freight too. So everything that's essential to people living their lives, you need to make sure that you're telling the story in such a way that it fits into what DOT wants. Okay. Okay, so I mentioned the match. If you have a match, it's a good thing because it shows that you probably have the ability to see the project through. If you can put up a match, 20% is good, more is better. And you can also put up an in-kind match. So meaning that if you have other ways to capture your contributions, it doesn't have to be just money. Okay, one important thing here is Build America, Buy American, and that is going to be required for all of our grants. And one of the things that some successful applicants have done is they put in a matrix for everything that they're going to need for their project, and they've said where they're going to get it from, and hopefully that's an American company. And it doesn't matter if it's more to buy it from an American company than a Canadian company. You're going to be better off putting the American company in there and not asking for a waiver, because part of what we're trying to do is to support American businesses. So having a waiver request or looking like you're going to need a waiver in your application for BABA, Buy American, Build American, will count against you. Okay, so here's the criteria for the grant review. What we're focused on is the effects of the movement of goods. We're focused on climate change. We're focused on disadvantaged communities and the environmental review and your technical capacity to see through the grant. And what that means is if you've received other grants, technical capacity, it means if you've received other grants and you've successfully administered them, make sure you're saying that in your grant application, because then we know that you have a history of administering grants and you know how it works. Even if it's not DOT, it can be any organization who gave you the grant. Okay, and I brought you guys presents too. Caitlin is showing you where they are right there in the back. Okay, so this is your presents, and this is a really valuable book that was put out by MARAD and the American Association of Port Authorities. So what this has is lots of good information on how you can plan, fund, and execute your projects, your port projects. So it's more than just grants that's in here. Some of the information is a little bit dated, but please, just take a read through it, and you can always consult our website for the most updated information. So this is a really good guide if you're not sure where to get started or you want to get smart on how to fund your grant projects. I've been reading through this and I really like this book. Okay, and we have another cheat sheet for you. This is like the yellow pages of funding that's available. So this is something that's put together by the Committee on Marine Transportation Systems, and we are getting ready to release the 6th edition. It's a really nice booklet, so I encourage you to check this out, and the hyperlink is there on my presentation. I'll make this available to everybody So you should be able to access it, but you can also just Google Federal Funding Handbook for the Marine Transportation System, and it should come up. Okay, port conveyance. This is an exciting program. So port conveyance program is a way for the federal government to give ports land. And the way it works is if we have excess property, then it'll go through a process, and at some point, MARAD gets to say whether or not we could use it for one of our ports. And the idea is to help you build a greater port area, to help you have more industrial land. So whatever it's needed for. These two examples are both from Alaska. So there's a picture here on of Dillingham, and they got over 2 acres from the Army, and then Juneau got almost 2 acres from GSA. Okay, this is some more additional resources for all the links that you need in order to help you find grant money. And then finally, this is the US DOT Navigator, and this is a really good place to start. So if you're looking for funding opportunity and you're not sure exactly which one might be most appropriate for you, then start here, and you can put your information in there, and it'll help you to figure out which grants you should apply for. Okay. So that's a lot of information that I just gave you. So I encourage you to take a picture of this if you haven't gotten one of my cards yet. And I'm really trying hard to get out and meet everybody, and everybody here in the room, and everybody who's involved in the maritime industry in Alaska, Oregon, and Washington. So please help me by coming and saying hello after this presentation so I can get to know you and give me one of your business cards. So with that, I just want to say thank you to the Southeast Conference again for hosting me, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have at this time.
One of the common grant programs that's out there right now does not require a benefit cost analysis. Which one is that?
So if you are a small community, small rural or a tribal community, then a PIDP does not require a cost benefit analysis.
Hi.
Hi.
Could you help me understand your connection with the RAISE grant? It sounds like you guys are administering the
DOT.
Haynes and Sitka.
Oh, so it's a really good question. Okay, so what's our connection with the RAISE grant? So the PIDP is directly administered by MARAD. The RAISE grant is a discretionary grant, and MARAD provides the technical assistance because that's where it resides within DOT. So we make recommendations on the RAISE grant with our team of reviewers. Does that make sense?
It does. And then are you also administering the grant? Because you mentioned working with Haynes and Sitka on their awards, or you're just helping to evaluate?
So we are helping the Office of the Secretary to administer it. So they're managing it directly, not the Maritime Administration. We're just providing technical assistance on which grants should be selected.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. My name is John Erickson. I am from the wonderful borough of Yakutat. And I have to thank you so much for the 9 million PIDP. That was wonderful. And I just wanted to say hello to Donovan. We talk to him all the time at your office. And just say thank you again. We appreciate it.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. So we have an incredible group of people who administer the grants, and it is very, very complicated. There's grant administrators who are assigned to the grant and who help make sure that you're getting your disbursements throughout, like, as you're spending money. Then they're making sure that you're getting reimbursed. And we also have people who are doing NEPA. So just a very large team of people making sure that this grant money is spent responsibly and well. Okay, any other questions for me?
Hi there. My name, whoa, my voice must be really loud. I'll whisper. My name's Carl. I was noticing you were talking about the writing the grant out to where you don't have to do a waiver with the Buy America. But in this day and age, there's still requirements for people wanting to go overseas to get certain things. Is there any secrets that you have or any recommendations in regards to when you do have to do the waiver?
Yes.
What's the best way to do that without getting kicked in the gut?
Okay, so I don't know if a waiver would be administered or would be given, but one good thing to do is to make sure that you're documenting in your request as you're bidding out your needs. Then you are putting in there requirements for how you want to give preference to American companies. So you have your BABA considerations taken as you're procuring. And if you're unable to procure from an American source, then make sure that that's well documented, that you have tried to go to an American source first, and then you're more likely to get looked upon favorably. And whether or not a grant would, or whether or not a waiver would be issued, I just can't say, because we've been working through that and so far have been unsuccessful in getting BABA waivers.
Hi, my name is Marcus Hartley. I'm wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on the requirement that NEPA has to be completed before the grant is it granted or is it applied for? That, I mean, what's that timeline? Because it's a big difference.
Yeah. So that's a good question. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one. So make sure that I get your card so I can circle back with you. I don't know the answer.
Are there any additional questions? We have one more. Perfect. And then we'll give everyone a little bit of a break before the next panel.
Thank you for coming. I'm Kate Thomas, City of Wrangell. We recently received the PIDP grant and are working towards our application for the RAISE grant as well the end of this month. But I wanted to point out that we're also a part of the Thriving Communities program, which is under the DOT, not particularly administered by MARAD, but a program that has synergies with all divisions of the DOT. And that is a technical assistance program. And the DOT seemingly is running a number of pilot programs that help rural communities. In particular, the Rural and Tribal Assistance Pilot Program is another one. And we found some great success. That team of folks is working with us to apply for the RAISE grant. So just wanted to point that out and wondering if you could speak to any other technical assistance pilot programs that you see coming or how folks can access those.
Okay, there is so much information out there right now. And really, I'd point you back to the DOT Navigator that I shared with you earlier. That is a great place to begin looking for your grants. I was just made aware that some money will be coming through NOAA, and it'll be having a partially a mariculture focus. And so I heard a lot about mariculture. The information is not out there yet. So that's just something to keep your eye on in the future if mariculture is something that you're interested in. But there are so many grants available and they're coming through a lot of different mechanisms. DOT is one of the big mechanisms for getting that money out there to the communities, but there's other entities that are giving out money too. So EPA, for example, is giving grants for clean air emissions. So making your ports, reducing your emissions. That's something that you can, if you're focused on that, check out EPA. They have some grant monies available. And I'd say, there's my contact information, stay in touch with me. And I also am creating, I'm enhancing my distribution list with the cards you guys are giving me. So please give me your card. And so that way I can make sure to send you, I can spam you with lots of good information. Don't put me into your auto delete section. Just, I'll share that information as it becomes available and, you know, hopefully get the word out to all the different communities.
Amazing. Thank you, Xochitl, for being our keynote speaker today. And our next panel is talking more about other DOT departments and their funding opportunities. So as more questions on funding come up, we're gonna have a whole nother panel to grill as well besides just Xochitl. But everyone, please thank Xochitl for her time.
All right.
And be sure to
Thank you.
grab a book if you didn't, because she doesn't want to take them home. Awesome. And then if I can invite the other panelists for the next session to come up and join us. We've got just a couple minutes if everyone needs to get another drink or something, please do. Resources are available to you, to your community to apply for in 2024. You know, we all know the IIJA, but we only have 2.5 years left of that funding. So we need to take as much advantage of it as possible. So up with us today, we've got Deputy Commissioner Keith with us to talk about Alaska's experience with the IIJA and where they're moving with that funding going forward. But then we're going to really dig into what our federal agencies have. We're going to welcome Scot Rastelli, who's with the Federal Transit Administration, and as well as Gerald, Varney, who's with the Federal Highway Administration. Milo Booth is joining us online. He is our Director of Tribal Affairs for the US DOT. This is going to drive Jocelyn crazy because I just put her out of order as I said these names on the agenda. But we've got Jocelyn Fenton with the Denali Commission, who is, as we know, a key player in making our funding needs come to realization, especially with matching funds. And then Xochitl is sitting with us as well up here, though we just heard from her. As we get to the end, if there's any questions, she's available as well to answer anything else. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Deputy Commissioner Keith up to get us kicked off.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Caffeined up? Do you have notebooks out? If you don't, I highly recommend you get it because all of the information from these folks you're going to want to take down and not forget later. If there's anybody that can move the slides forward or at least pull them up, if you received mine a half an hour ago, we could use those. Awesome. Yeah, and we can. So I wanted to start out with just that brief perspective about the State Department. So our role with transportation, as most of you know, is to work with our federal partners who are represented here at the table, and then following the eligibilities of their federal funding, direct the formula funds that our state receives at these established rates into our state transportation system, and whether that's by population group, by mode of transportation, that is the work of our planning team and others to understand, you know, the yellow boxes on the top, the funding sources, how it gets out to you, the community, to resolve transportation problems within your community. So the funding sources that we primarily work with are federal highways. Gerald could please wave. And then Federal Transit Administration with Scot, Federal Aviation Administration, whom we don't have, I think anyone here from FAA? which maybe, Robert, something to do next time. He's not here. And then discretionary grants, which for us at the department represents Merit at the table with Sochi. And then those are all requiring either local match when we have projects that are community driven or our state match. And we also have state funded, like capital funded projects that get added during session right now. So these come either as appropriations to us as these allocations. And when they are appropriations, what happens is we'll get this set dollar amount from federal highways. It's about 691 million. And then there's a number of programs that those are established at, and those are at predetermined dollar amounts. And these are programs that you're likely familiar with, including our surface transportation block grant, our highway safety improvement program, and some of the newer ones with IIJA, which includes the Protect program and the carbon reduction program to help support sustainability efforts and also community resiliency. So for us at the state level with transportation, with the implementation of IIJA, what we saw with our formula funds was a general like plus up is what you could call it. Our formula funds, some of them just got an increase in the dollar amount that they had, but then there's also new discretionary programs that they can direct funding to states and we have more flexibility with, like the Protect program. And we can also apply for discretionary grants like everyone else is here for additional funds to meet those needs. So for us as a state, it's a pretty significant dollar amount that we're looking at this year in 2024. So we're looking at revenue coming in to the State Transportation Department at $1.17 billion. And just for perspective, this last year we had obligated $1.2 billion. So it's a big increase even from last year. And so anyone from DOT in the audience, can you please stand up? I know there's a number of you here. And I just like a round of applause for you guys because they've been working really hard to find ways to get this money moving. And there's a lot of barriers and, you know, it's never easy, just like all of you can attest to when you try to get projects off the ground. So in addition, this is really just for your reference if you want to on the slide decks at home when you can pull them down. These are our revenue for 2024 by program. And for folks that work with transportation planning, you know, you'll be familiar with some of these, but I think it's the reason for looking at these values is despite the increase in funds from IIJA, I'm going to show you what our needs are currently, how we have those tracked and with cost increases that we're facing, especially on rural aviation projects. You know, we still don't have enough funding to nearly meet the needs that are out there. And that kind of paints a picture a little bit for the value of the discretionary grant programs that we have, and also why you're seeing DOT trying some innovative things, which I also want to share with you. So for us, when we're going after discretionary grants, we're looking for projects that we already have kind of in the pipeline, so to speak, projects that we have listed in our statewide transportation improvement program. And those they call that the STIP, and the STIP is online. We have submitted it to these, our federal partners here for hopeful approval here in a couple of weeks. So they've been working very hard going through this very extensive document. So you can ask myself any questions about that. You can also ask them questions if you have any. So projects on this table, what are listed are the unfunded needs. So when we started the journey of going through our transportation plan, the funds that you're all looking for, we had been so over programmed because of cost increases over the years that we had $3.2 billion of excess projects. And I mentioned this yesterday, but here you can see a bit of the breakdown and how we've managed that. Some projects we have listed as illustrative in our STIP. So that means some of your projects that you want to have, they're listed in there. So they're prioritized for discretionary grant applications. They're included. So you can go after discretionary grant applications. We still have to go through amendments to get them added to the STIP, but that's a communication strategy for everyone to see where we're at with these projects that have been in midstream. But right now we don't have the revenue to cover it. We also have projects that are community driven, which are the ones that you've all requested. And that's really the message here, that as we work together on going after discretionary grant programs from the ones that you're finding out about, a lot of them do need to be in our STIP. They need to be listed as part of a important transportation project. And so you can reach out to us, let us know what those projects are, and we add them to our STIP. And we make it very clear that they're not yet funded, but that we're working together to find avenues to get these critical projects covered. So right now, with the projects that you've submitted through public comment, which was back in August, we have $748 million worth of projects from around the state. We also have the Alaska Marine Highway System still has projects that with, outside of our 4-year forecast with the Rural Ferry Program that Scott will talk to you about, we still have other vessel needs like that new mainliner that we don't have funding yet for in these next 4 years. And our rural airports are all of you have communicated at different times the frustrations that you're having with your AWA systems, your lighting systems not going out, or you need repairs so that you can maintain that in service. So we have a large outstanding need there for rural aviation. And we have submitted a significant number of grants with varying degrees of success. So in working very closely with AML and HDR, who have put together the large majority of these applications, we've requested over $3.6 billion in federal funds. And a lot of these are in partnership and in collaboration with communities. And we've been successful on 20 of them for a total of $531 million. But what's interesting is when we begin to look at the programs and start to get analytical about where we're having success, within our state, we are largely successful with the Maritime Administration or the MARAD programs to support our waterways. So we're very happy to have that M11 designation, which expands our marine highway route and makes a lot of communities along the coast that before weren't eligible for funding. They now are. So we're continuing on the outreach and look forward to conversations with Xochitl and others on how we can improve that outreach to other communities so they can look for support from MARAD. And we've also received significant grants through Federal Transit Administration for their Rural Ferry Program and other transit programs, and also federal highways, especially on the culvert side for fish passage. But that being said, there's a lot of things we're not being successful at, and that's where finding community leaders that want to put forward their applications, that are working with AML and all others to put together competitive applications. And we're here to support you. So if we can ever provide letters of support, please let us know. But I think the greatest success we have in these grants is when you're submitting them and we're supporting you. And, we want to continue to do that because community-driven projects are, I think, where we all identify, we want to strengthen. So the other item to touch briefly on, and then I'll sit down, is the fact that statewide, because of this funding bolus, we have over $15 billion worth of projects in the state that are happening over the next 4 or 5 years. I'm actually here in place of Shireen Crosby, which is why I'm touching base on this through the governor's office. She's the infrastructure coordinator. She couldn't make it here today, but if she were, she would talk about project bundling and how much we all need to be working together, state agencies, communities, or federal partners, to be putting our projects that we have in a common place, so that if we are going out to a remote location, say we're going to Yakutat, because there's projects now in Yakutat, congratulations, that if there's other things that need to get done, whether it's housing, if it's a resurfacing project, if it's a water sewer line, we don't want to mobilize out there 5 times in 2 years. That is kind of nonsense, and we don't have the money to do that. So let's work together, know when we're going to Yakutat, and then load up that barge and get out there once and save costs. We've done this before. We've used it, as other states use this quite frequently. Federal Highways has a guidebook out on how to do this. There's various types, whether it's by geographic location, whether it's by different assets, or maybe it's just a common asset like bridge bundling is most common, to have one contract for many bridges and you kind of just get them all done at once. So we're exploring all of these options and talking with other state partners on how we can do this more effectively in our state. But again, it comes back to communication with communities so that if you have projects that are in your area, then you can, as we have things identified for construction, work together on that. So Ambler is another good example where we had both FAA and federal highways funds in one project. And then we've also done this in Guyana where we had USDA funds and FAA funds. So we are fortunate in that we do have an out-of-the-box commissioner that's very focused on getting done what you need in your community and finding ways to do that and pulling the resources together to make it happen. So data is one way for us to do that. And this is still a work in progress, but this is an example of in Bethel where you can see that we have their list of projects by work type. We have the timeline when the state agencies are thinking their projects are going to be done. And then also like location, where is it around the community or what type? Is it an airport project? Is it a road project? So Shireen is a point of contact and we're working on data just like, almost everybody else is right now, trying to find ways to modernize the tools that we have. So if you're interested in any of that, a number of you have reached out. We've just been kind of going through our funding processes and not able yet to make some concrete plans for bundling. But I think we're very close now to being able to look ahead, not just at this season, but next year especially, and be able to come up with some strategies. So this QR code gets you to our discretionary grant page, which is, constantly being added to. And let us know what we can do. If you have any things for DOT that you want us to know, any of those folks that stood up can take your comment and I'll be here as well. So thank you for your time.
Right. Shall I advance it?
It's not quite up yet.
Okay, I can wait patiently. Well, thank you, Deputy Commissioner. And I just want to take a moment here before we begin to thank John and Caitlin for inviting me up for this summit. I think it's particularly important for those of us, Xochitl and I, who are not physically located in Southeast Alaska, to come up and to be reminded and see the good projects that you all are partaking in, the needs of these communities. It's a good reminder of the work that we're doing to support you. There it is. So, and I've been learning a lot just today. I learned a lot about I was nerding out about the Siemens presentation this morning on the electric ferries. That was very exciting for me. And I learned a bit about Merid today as well. I didn't know that Merid was older than the DOT. So I'm learning a bit as well. Yeah. The Federal Transit Administration is not that old. Comparatively, we were started as the Urban Mass Transportation Administration in 1964. And it wasn't until 1991 under ICE-T that we became the Federal Transit Administration. Does anybody remember ICE-T, the Intermodal Surface Transportation? Got a hand there, Robert. At that time in 1991, FTA was charged with administering $375 million nationwide. And we have come quite a long way from that 375 million. Today, under the IIJA, or also known as the BIL, you'll hear me refer to both, we're now administering close to about $20 billion nationwide for a mix of formula and discretionary programs. I forgot to advance my slide. There you go. So, yeah, the BIL, there it is. It does provide funding for 5 years, as we all know. It has, we at FTA have seen a huge increase over the FAST Act, 71%. It does increase both our formula funds. It does add several new discretionary programs as well, listed there on the right, including some of the programs that I'm going to be talking about today, our ferry programs as well. So this is just kind of visualizing that increase in funding that we've seen, a doubling of our capital investment grant program. This is our large program for new starts, light rail, new fixed guideway. It is certainly our largest program. we've seen a huge increase in our low-no competitive bus program. That's specifically for buses. And our bus facility, several new stations for rail car programs as well. And then right there, number 3, ferry service. I'm sorry, I cut off the words. Ferry service for rural communities grants, and then the electric or low-no ferry program grants as well. Those are brand new, and we've already had 2 years worth of funding for that, which we'll be talking about in a bit. So here's our 3 ferry programs at FTA. The first is called the passenger ferry grant program. Now, this is an urbanized area program. It is, I think it's a bit larger than our other ones, and it is specific for urbanized areas. The electric and low emitting ferry pilot program, we call it our LONO. It is specifically funding alternative fuel source ferries. And it is specifically for capital. And then there's the rural ferry program. These names are so long. I'm just going to, I don't know why they're so long, but the rural ferry program is a capital operations and planning funding program. And I'm going to get to a little bit about the eligibility for that one as well. So as I mentioned before, the passenger ferry program, that is our, well, urbanized area program. Section 5307 is our urbanized area program. So there are no census designated urbanized areas in Southeast Alaska. I'm not going to be talking about that program today. I just want you to be aware that we also have that program. The low-no ferry program, that is open to both recipients in urbanized area and in rural communities, including states and territories and federally recognized tribes within those areas are eligible to apply for this funding as well. The rural ferry program is only for states and territories to apply to. And we'll see a bit about some of the DOT's grant programs here in a little bit. So for the projects, the low-no ferry, that's capital only. And so this is specifically for the purchase of a new electric or low emitting ferry vessel. It's also for the conversion to an alternate fuel source if you're doing conversion of the propulsion system. The rural ferry program does it. I mean, it's a very broad depth of eligibility, capital, operating, or planning. The operating does require a 50% match, whereas all of our other programs require 20% match, typical 80-20. However, for operating, we do ask communities to pitch in half of that. So this is, if you don't write all this down, that's okay. It will be listed in the NOFO, but here's the list of what alternate fuels are considered for the low-no ferry program. So it's not just electric. It is several different types, including natural gas, hydrogen. They've got mixture of methanol up there. Really, it's any fuel that is not petroleum-based would be considered eligible for this program. And then also conversion. I think I mentioned that earlier. Well, I need to put some pictures in here. Okay, so this is written in the law of what FTA must award under the BIL. Specifically for the low-no program, there's 2 stipulations that for the period from 22 to 26, FTA must award at least one project to a ferry service that serves the state with the largest number of marine highway system miles. Can anybody guess which state that might be? Yeah, close. So that is a stipulation. It was written into law, and the state has received at least one low-no ferry program at this point. The rural ferry program, so this is written, I mean, it is specifically for rural areas. The key consideration is to be eligible for funding, at least one segment of the ferry system has to serve 2 termini, which are 50 miles apart. Very specific. Congress did update that in 2022 to allow 13 million, so small part of that 200 million, to be eligible for, how do I say this? To be eligible for routes that have at least one segment of only 20 miles apart. So it did get a little bit more lenient. But generally, this is really our long distance routes that are considered for the rural ferry program. So Alaska seeks to benefit from this as a major recipient. And as you all know, some of these termini are very far apart. So So this is what it looks like. This is what was authorized under the BIL each year, except for the two columns there, 22 and 23. That's what was enacted. So the BIL authorizes a certain amount, 30 million for the passenger ferry, 49 for the Low-No, and 196, I'm just going to say 200 million for the ferry service each year. But the actual amount we are appropriated depends on what Congress gives us that year. So in 2022, we were appropriated 36.5 million for the passenger ferry, 49 million for a Low-No, and 209 million for the rural ferry program. And you can see it's changed for 23 as well. Generally, we're expecting these numbers to be about what was authorized, but it's kind of up to Congress what we get each year. So these are the awards for 2022. We've had two rounds of funding been announced under the BIL for our ferry programs. In FY 2022, the state was very successful in receiving across numerous programs and numerous activities. So a total of 286 million, one of which to build an electric ferry. There's the Tustamina replacement as well. There's some planning money. There is an operations award in there as well. And then in 23, the state also received 131 million, a second round of funding for the Tustamina vessel and for the operations of the MHS as well. So I didn't know where to put this last bit on any of these slides, so I just kind of threw it in here. One thing to note about our programs is that we have a period of availability of year of announcement plus 5. So what that means is that for these announcements for 23, the state will have 5 years until 2029 to come in for the grant award and to get this money obligated into a grant agreement. So that means there's 5 years to complete those pre-award requirements, including the STIP requirements and NEPA requirements as well. So that's something to consider when you're applying for these funds, is that they do, I mean, 5 years is quite a bit of time compared to some of our other programs. So, but they do have a sunset. You do need to make sure the pre-award requirements are met within that time period before the grant is awarded. So I'm going to talk a bit about specific applications received for FY23 to give you guys kind of a picture of the numbers here. As if you guys haven't had enough numbers thrown at you today, let's do some more. So we did receive 28 applications in FY23 from 12 states and 1 territory, requesting a total of 418 million into this last round. I wanted to show this. The passenger ferry program, we received 208 million in requests, and we only had 50 million to award. So that program is very competitive. The rural ferry program, we received 210 million, and we're able to allocate 170 million of that. So it's certainly there's a little bit more money to play with under the rural ferry. The Low-No, you'll see some zeros there. The reason for the zeros under 2023 is because the way the timing worked of the FY22 awards is that it occurred in 23, and we had so many applications under 22 that we were actually able to award both 22 and 23 under the same solicitation. That's why we had no funding left under 23 for this round of applications. We do anticipate going out again for that 49 or 50 million under 2024. And I will say, I don't think I saw it on the slides there. We're anticipating putting out the NOFO for 2024 funding in March of this year. That's as close as I can get to an actual estimated date from our headquarters office, but that is the most up-to-date number or guess that we have at this point in time. So keep an eye out. All right, so there, it was on the very next slide, you guys. So where are we? We've awarded 2 years. We've got 3 years remaining. As you know, we have not received a full year budget from Congress for 2024 yet. We are still operating under a continuing resolution. I am hopeful we will get a full year budget pretty soon, but I am not going to attempt to guess that up here on this stage. So it is possible, if we do not receive a full year budget, that we would go out with this NOFO and award a partial year budget. So just be aware of that as well. A lot of stuff in the air on what Congress is going to do. So I just got a couple more slides here, then I'll pass it off. But just to kind of talk about the 6 criteria that FTA is looking at when reviewing these ferry boat applications. There's 3 on this slide right here. We need to see a demonstration of need. So what is the need in the community? How will this benefit the community? That's number 2. The planning and local regional prioritization. I'm glad we talked about the long-range plan this morning. I think your project should be in the long-range plan. It should be in some local planning documents, possibly the state long-range transportation plan. That's all very strong and supportive of your planning requirements for the evaluation. The local financial commitment. So you'll need to demonstrate the local financial commitment. Please make sure you're calculating the local share correctly, that it's 20% off of the project total and not 20% off of the federal share. And then we'll want to see those letters from council, if it's from your community, to confirm the local share source. We'll want to see a strategy. What is your project implementation strategy? Are you considering the NEPA in this? When are you planning on going out to bid? How is this project going to be carried out? One thing to note, and this is just kind of some advice, FTA Alaska is not a NEPA assignment state like it is for FHWA. FTA needs to review all NEPA requests ourselves, so you'll work through our office, and we will initiate those consultations with the agency that needs to. So if you're proposing a project that does in-water work, and we need to consult with NIMS or NOAA Fisheries, please be aware of the time that will take when you're building your project schedules. And then last, the technical, legal, financial capacity. This is your self-certification that you are able and financially, technically, and legally to carry out the terms of the award. So from there, basically those 6 criteria are rated, either highly recommended, recommended, not recommended, or ineligible. We do filter out the ineligible ones first based on the criteria in the statute. And then this is just kind of a summary of the 2023. So we had, of the 28 applications we received, full 24 of them were highly recommended. 3 of them were recommended, and only 1 was not recommended. So these are really good projects that we're seeing across the country. And we're very excited to have this funding program created under BIL. And we certainly hope that it will continue, and we see some more great, I mean, just sitting here in this room today, it sounds like there's some great projects that could be coming our way. So I think that is it. I think Gerald's next. Okay, cool. Yeah. Take the time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gerald Varney. I'm with the Federal Highway Administration here in Juneau, Alaska. I'm going to get my presentation up. Help me out here. I'm a little slow some days, the older I've gotten. Just a little bit of background about the Federal Highway Administration in Alaska Division. We are stationed here in Juneau. We have a staff of 18 professionals. That's included myself and Sandra Garcia, Aline, who is my division administrator. And with me today, I have Chrissy McNally. We have 2 full-time positions in our office to assist for those direct recipient grants that we're involved in as FHWA to assist the recipients to deliver those projects. So in today's presentation, I think my colleagues, deeply appreciate them because we are one DOT. And some of the stuff, again, is going to be a little bit repetitive, but I think I'm going to give a little twist to some of the stuff I have. With that being said, let's get going. Our approach to bill bipartisan infrastructure law is we're going to go over the high points here. I'm not going to go into great detail because a lot of the numbers and everything, depending on how you look at the numbers, there's a lot of different programs. There's a lot of different funding coming in different years. What I will say is the biggest difference between bill and the previous highway bills is inclusivity. Under bill, local agencies, MPOs, tribes have an opportunity to directly apply for funding. As with previous highway bills, the primary source of funding went to the state DOT. So for federal highways, what we have is our formula program, which Catherine talked about. And then we have our discretionary side. On a discretionary side, there's a lot of opportunity for local agencies, tribes, municipalities, MPOs to compete for those additional dollars to bring to the state. As part of this, as one DOT, it's part of a strategy to have proactive outreach like we're doing today with our sister agencies. Some high points of bill. Bill is basically a 5-year program. I know it says 22 to 26, but it's really a 5-year program with $350 billion plus nationwide on a variety of infrastructure. You name it, whether it's water, sewage, highways, transportation, ferries, it's in there. With that being said, what it is bring to Alaska from the federal highway side is about $3.7 billion over that 5-year period. That's a considerable amount of funding. It's roughly approximately 25% more than the previous highway bill. That is a good increase in funding. With that, there was expanded highway programs, different categories of funding, particularly on the discretionary side. And as you can see, the discretionary side, you can compete for bridge funding, electric charge, vehicle infrastructure, rural projects, resiliency, and reconnecting communities, which here in Alaska is an important aspect since it is a very large state. And I believe that this was covered in one of the presentations. The focus of this is on safety, bridges, climate change, resiliency, and project delivery. And again, reiterating, this is an opportunity. It's a historic opportunity for all agencies and tribes and MPOs. So I'm not going to go into great detail about, how much money is here or there or what have you. What I will say is this is just a snippet of the different types of programs out there and who would be eligible, whether it's the state, MPO, local, tribes, territories, federal land management agencies. Again, we have information, which I'll get into a little bit more detail later, about these are the opportunities that you may want to look into and research for your particular needs. And again, Bill has expanded those opportunities to beyond just the state DOT through the discretionary grants program. So we are offering Bill 101 sessions for state and local agencies, leadership remarks, presentations in various settings. And we are, as part of our broad outreach from a US DOT perspective, not just federal highway, to come to these type of seminars and symposiums to provide outreach and points of contact. We are also continuing as part of our outreach to request feedback on what's working well in a grant application process. So some funding. Without getting into all the different details, for federal highway, we do have apportionment and obligation limitation notices on an annual basis. We publish that. This is the funding available to the state for the different program areas. This is an important aspect to understand where the money's coming from and how much for that on an annual basis. There are over a dozen discretionary programs, and we've gone over a number of them today. A complete listing for us, Federal Highway, is listed at the website listed there. And again, it is a comprehensive list outlining who is eligible for what activities. From a USDOT perspective, these notice of funding opportunities is also published at that website. It would be important to go to these websites on a periodic basis to see what opportunities come up so that applications can be applied for. We also have grants.gov in terms of what grants have been awarded. As part of our outreach, we do have some additional materials in terms of technical assistance. We have a DOT-wide website, again, being 10D DOT at transportation.gov under that website link there. For Federal Highway, we also have our own specific website for those additional funding opportunities as well. It is important to check into these websites if you have any questions. Again, locally though, we do have a point of contact in our office. We are local. If you have any questions related to discretionary funding related to the federal aid program. There are other resources out there. There are some changes to the programs too. As bills being implemented, the guidance is being updated as we learn more. We get feedback from the stakeholders such as you on what's working well to make improvements to our processes to make sure that there is an understanding of what the funding is available for and as part of our continuing outreach to ensure that funding is available. We also have different programmatic guidance on the regular federal aid program. That would include the carbon reduction program, NEVI, and a bridge investment program. We work with our state partners at DOT. They are a great resource as well for these types of programs. Some of these programs are administered by the state DOT for the regular federal aid program. And again, I'm here to present some additional resources that you may want to look at for your specific needs. These resources provide program guidance and eligibility fact sheets. Locally, again, we are a local office. If you have any questions, we're here to assist on the discretionary grant side. We also provide training to local agencies on federal aid program through our National Highway Institute. Training such as construction management, NEPA, planning, those type of technical assistance as well. And I believe it was mentioned previously in one of the other presentations, the DOT Navigator. That is a fantastic website to go to get you through the front door, to point you in the right direction for any of these types of grants. There's a lot of information out there. And again, if you need assistance, depending on what grant program you're interested in, we are here to assist. We do have some recorded bill webinars at the website there. It would probably be beneficial to look at those webinars to get an understanding of each of the different program areas. And again, we are constantly updating our program guidance, Buy American. That's being updated for Federal Highway in coordination with our other modal agencies. It'd be good to subscribe to these updates on changes because there are a number of changes coming through on the regulatory side as we implement bill to understand what's being proposed on how to advance the program. And with that, I'm a man of short words. I'll take a question or two.
We're gonna go ahead and hold questions till the end, but thank you, Gerald, so much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Fenton, Director of Programs for the Denali Commission. Happy to be here to talk about our transportation program. We have a rock star transportation program manager we hired last year. Her name is Nikki Navio. I'd much rather her be up here to talk about her program than me, but I will do my best. And we have some fun pictures, so hopefully we can get a little excited here. All right, so let's see. We're gonna dive right into it. We'll give some history. We'll talk about the program and the most important thing, the active funding opportunities and some of those projects that were successful last year. So in 1998, Congress established the Denali Commission, and it was mirrored after the Appalachian Regional Commission and the Delta Regional Authority to really focus on economic development, livelihoods, and infrastructure development, but just in Alaska. These other organizations are a combination of multiple states. They have they have a federal co-chair like we do and a state co-chair, but they have a lot more states to choose from. We're the only ones that really focus only on one state. So, and as you know, Alaska is very big geographically, and there's a number of projects, and with 229 tribes across the state, our work is really important to try to coordinate and improve living situations in very rural areas. Yes, our investments are reaching nearly $2 billion over the last 25 years. It's incredible that after 25 years of effort here, we are looking at facilities that we built in the early 2000s that now are looking at, rehabilitation or expansion, also, integrating, telehealth and telemedicine, virtual reality or other technology improvements in these areas. So there's still a lot of work to be done. Our process of applying funding is through a few different mechanisms. One is priority lists, where we have partnerships with organizations that go out and see what kind of infrastructure, what's the status, what does it look like, when is it going to need to be repaired or replaced. That makes it pretty straightforward. We have those for bulk fuel farms, power plants, and a little bit, we had one for health clinics, and that needs to be revisited. And then we have our statewide threat assessment that looks at environmental risks in communities in terms of flooding, erosion, and permafrost thaw. Although we are acknowledging that wildfires and landslides are other environmental threats that we're seeing more often that may need to be accounted for as well. And then we have competitive funding opportunities, and that allows us to issue our funding in a transparent fashion, with review teams and application process. And we have migrated to an annual, what we call a unified funding opportunity announcement. So you can apply for our programs all in one place during one period of the year. And that is, it's out now, and I will talk more about it here in a second. Here's a chart about our funding levels from the past to the present. You can see it has waxed and waned its way around with our most recent bump, in FY22 with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. I'm trying to convince them to call it one thing, but they just are not listening. So I'll do my best. But we have a core 10 core programs, and then we have a number of transfer accounts and initiatives. You know, Department of Justice sent us money for victims of crime and survivor assistance. And we have EPA Backhaul Alaska program, CDC Arctic Investigations program with some skin infections and COVID, you know, vaccine efficacy. So a number of different, oh, and then shout out to Forest Service. We're actually in the process of making another deal with them, you know, a dedicated forest management, forest resource management, and there's a housing pretty, you know, incredibly wonderful opportunity here with the Murbach storm. We received some funding for a housing program from U.S. Forest Service to both look at using local lumber here in Alaska and also building up that workforce needed to build those houses, because we all know that housing is a concern here in Alaska and everywhere, honestly. We are guided by 7 commissioners, you know, one being the federal co-chair, one is the state co-chair. You got to hear from Michaela this week. It was really great. We have these other partners that are our guiding light. Oh, and Nils is in the room somewhere. He's one of our commissioners. I think he may has stepped out. He's supposed to be up here. We have a small staff. We are, you know, subject matter experts, but also generalists. And we really focus on, you know, those Alaska challenges that we have. We're really lucky to have the team that we have implementing the work that we do. And a huge shout out to, you know, all of our numerous partners, ANTHC, Alaska Energy Authority, Alaska Village Electric Cooperative, et cetera, that help us implement our work. Our special tools, we have Transfer and Gift Authority. Like I mentioned, agencies can send us their funding. Typically, they want to do that at the end of the fiscal year because our funding is no year money. That means it does not expire, so they can send it to us and we can keep it for a common mission and a specific purpose in perpetuity. And it becomes our funds with our statutory flexibility. And we work with those partners. It doesn't just disappear. So we've got some pretty fun projects there. Our funding can also be used as non-federal cost share match. This was even, you know, bolstered by the IIJA, the language in there. Even, you know, says any funding that transfers to the Denali Commission can be used as that non-federal cost share match. And that was by design. It's because, you know, we have many communities that have no tax base. They struggle to come up with that cost share, local cost share for all these federal programs here in Alaska. So it's helpful. We understand, you know, we want communities to have skin in the game. We also take in-kind cost share into consideration. We also have our cost share requirements if we are the primary funder, but, you know, we're here to brainstorm and work with you to try to get that capital stack for these infrastructure projects. And then I talked about Know Your Funds. And we are a grant-making organization. You know how Ada mentioned they are a loan organization. We don't do loans, but we're kind of like Ada, where we want those innovative projects. We do a lot of planning and preparing, teeing up a project to apply for other larger federal agencies' funding, or we fill in for gap or match funding. So our transportation, okay, so it's called the Denali Access System Program, and I love how transportation's not anywhere in that name. So we've got our DASP, if you want to add an acronym. It was, you know, brainchild between Ted Stevens and Don Young, and came with, I'm trying to remember, the Safety Lou. That's where they established our program. They had funding that accompanied it. It was part of that, you know, massive funding stream that we had in the late 2000s. And we've done over 112 surface projects, 124 waterfront projects in over 140 communities. We have our Transportation Advisory Committee, and thank you to Governor Dunleavy, who reestablished our Transportation Advisory Committee, I believe it was 2 years ago now, along with sharing $15 million from the state's apportionment of federal highways funding, and that really re-kickstarted our transportation program that luckily followed by another $20 million last year in fiscal 23, another transfer of $20 million from the federal highways to be a part of our Denali Access System program. And they partitioned it where 5 million of that 20 million was for waterfront improvements and 15 million for surface transportation. And we had an outcry, or not outcry, but outpouring of applications, about the same amount of funding requested for waterfront improvements as surface transportation, even though one had 3 times the funding available. And we'll get to a table here shortly. As mentioned before, we do not have a fiscal year 24 budget, so we are waiting and hoping and praying, and one of these days we'll figure it out. But we are moving as we are expecting funding. So we have an open application process at the moment. We did detail our existing funds that we have available, and then the anticipated funds that we will have, that we anticipate, but there's a chance they don't come through. Here's a fun map about over the projects that we have issued in the last few years with some of the numbers. Here's some fun photos. I was able to participate in the Morning Points project when I was at the Corps of Engineers over 5 years ago. Let's see, and then we have some boardwalk improvements, trail improvements, other street and docks and harbor work. Tanunak Boardwalk and Trail Repair Project was a really great one that finished up this year. I believe there's still additional work to be done in some other areas, but they were really thankful for this project, and we got a huge shout out from Bureau of Indian Affairs at their at a transportation week-long transportation conference here earlier, or I guess late last year, earlier this fiscal year. And then the Cross Trail Connector in Sitka, I had a chance to walk on that. It is beautiful. Found a great day to take some photos. The Emonic road improvements that are in conjunction with their dock, what do you call it? It's not a dock. They have a pretty big project there, improving their, I'm at a loss for the word. Harbor? No. Something. The bar, it's a major, it's a little bit more than a barge landing, but it's a pretty big project. They needed some road improvements in conjunction with that. Okay, so here's the fun stuff. We have an active funding opportunity announcement. It is on grants.gov. We allow requests up to $2 million. It has to be, you have to tell us whether it's a waterfront improvement or surface transportation improvement project. We are expecting a pot of $20 million. Like I said, partitioned with 5 million for waterfront, 15 for surface, but we have not received that appropriation. So it's all kind of in the planning stages. This is what it looked like for FY23. Our overall unified funding opportunity announcement is what the pie chart is. We had overall nearly $35 million, and we received applications requesting over $163 million. So like someone mentioned before, you know, it is a competitive program, especially our infrastructure pot of funding. So, you know, really, you know, my advice is you have to tell your story. You know, why do you need this project? What is the benefit? Who is impacted by it, and how does it improve, you know, livelihoods in your area? Here are the projects that we awarded from that last opportunity, and it was really great, you know, to see that we have impact across the state. It's very cool. Here's some details on the application and match requirements. Like I said, if we are primary funder, we also have match requirements. And for new construction, you know, we put together an economically distressed communities list, and those that are economically distressed do need to come up with a 20% match or a 50% or a 1-to-1 match with communities that are not considered economically distressed. And we try to make it very simple this year. Our application package is essentially a PDF form. It is, I think about 10 pages long, and you can add attachments and additional detail up to another 10 pages. So we're trying to make it as straightforward as possible. So see, and I guess for transportation program projects and applications, we have program-specific evaluation criteria. And in the announcement, it talks about what we're looking for, and it's mostly, safety improvements, increasing access, things of that nature. So just be sure to detail those elements of your project in the application. You can always go to our project database and see, it's publicly available. You can go and see all of our 25 years of work, and you can look up other transportation programs or projects that we have. You can look at the grant award documents. You can see, how we put together our budgets, how we put together our awards, and, reporting on projects under the projects tab. Again, here we go. That's a typo. FY24 application for our unified funding opportunity announcement is live now, and we're expecting about $20 million for this round. So thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Jocelyn. And now we are just waiting to pull up Milo Booth to hear from him, and then we'll have a little bit of time for Q&A. Thank you all for bearing with us. We're a little over time, but we look forward to hearing what Mr. Booth has to say.
I'm ready when you are.
Take it away.
Hey, thank you, and it's good to see everybody. For those of you who haven't had the pleasure of meeting, I'm Milo Booth. I serve as the director of the Office of Tribal Government Affairs here in the Office of the Secretary. I'm from Metlakatla, so it hurts a little bit that I'm not there in person in Southeast Alaska. I am, however, pleased to hear Kathleen Thomas from Wrangell talk about thriving communities. I am actually on a site visit to the Shoalwater Bay Indian Reservation down here in coastal Washington, doing a thriving communities visit. I would note that just about all of my portfolio includes tribes, and I understand that many of the cities and towns in the Southeast are not tribal, but that doesn't stop me from interacting, from talking, and looking at this panel up here today. You see a diverse set of folks from across the Department of Transportation. And I know that our secretary always says all of DOT works for Indian country, but it also works for everybody. And I hope that the panel here and everything that you've seen and heard today reflects that. I won't throw out any more slides. I know you've seen a lot of websites and a lot of good information that I don't want to go unnoticed. The only thing I would add is that if you search the key NOFO for USDOT, it pulls up sort of a cheat sheet on what you can expect to roll out throughout the calendar year. One thing I would note here in the RAISE grant being discussed, seeing that certain communities in Southeast Alaska have been successful in that. I would note that the application deadline is coming up pretty quickly on us. I believe it's February 28th. I know we have an extra day here in February, but it doesn't apply to the RAISE grant. I would also note too, looking at the rural and tribal technical assistance program that was mentioned earlier as well, that is something that is available for both rural and tribal, and it's a good program. It looks really small on its surface from all of these billions and billions of dollars that are being spoken about, used, applied for, accessed, and whatnot. The rural and tribal assistance program is fairly small, but it's designed to bring the technical assistance into the places where it's needed. And so I want to make sure that you guys know about that. I know a number of awards have gone out last year. A handful of them were brought into Indian country. Looking at the Thriving Communities programs, there's 60 that were awarded across the country, and I know one of them is in Southeast Alaska. I look forward to going up there later this year. But I also want to mention that in terms of knowing that I'm the tribal person here, we also do a lot of work with our rural opportunity to use transportation for economic success. I mentioned it last year up in Sitka. I'm mentioning it now virtually, but I say that just to say that I'm bringing them with me to Ketchikan later this year. I'm happy to see Xochitl up there. Our friends from across the department are there. And I want you to know that we're going to continue to be there. And I think somebody mentioned that we're sort of at the halfway marker of BIL, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and we are. So I do sound like a broken record when I say, please continue to apply, continue to pick up the phone and call folks like myself and MARAD and FTA, and you have Federal Highways Office right there in Juneau, and continue to engage us, because that's what we're here for. Whether it's more, person to person or nation to nation relationships that we want to really foster and build and make sure that you have the latest and the greatest from us. I would note too, looking at some of these opportunities, again, I'll circle back to thriving communities. At Shoalwater Bay, there are 9 federal partners that are involved in that. So it's not just DOT. We bring in a team of folks to turn over every rock, look under every fingernail, and examine all of the possibilities that we can bring into the communities that receive these grants. And we want to do it as a whole of government. So you're not having to do, 1,000 different phone calls because, well, this one's DOT, this one's USDA, this one's Army Corps of Engineers. We want to start to corral some of that, especially when we work with our rural and tribal partners. And we think the best way to do that are at functions such as Southeast Conference. We have a strong presence in Alaska. I know we have some offices up there, but speaking from a DC perspective, this is one of many engagements that I foresee us having this year. I know, again, a number of them from my perspective are going to be in the tribal realm, whether it's at Alaska Tribal Transportation Work Group in a few weeks up in Anchorage, whether it's out here in DC at Alaska Days for the Alaska Federation of Natives. We are going to be heavily involved. We'll be back up there again at the Southeast Conference in I believe it's in September in Ketchikan, Alaska. I'm really excited about that, given I'm from Metlakatla, but I digress. I know that we're over time. So again, I do want to stop. I hope there's some time for Q&A. If not, please continue to reach out and engage us. I'm really excited to have Xochitl on board as the new Gateway Director for MARAD. She also doubles as a sort of, I don't want to call her the tribal liaison yet, but she has a big presence for us, both internally and externally. And again, I thank you guys. I'll hand back my time. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Milo. And with that, are there any questions in the room for this wonderful panel up here? All right. Well, if there are no questions, these folks are the ones that you want to meet. They've ran out of cards, but get their contact information. They're here to help us grow our infrastructure and take advantage of this phenomenal funding opportunity that's here. Are there any last comments anyone up on the panel would like to add before I release you?
Please give me your business card if you didn't give it to me already.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, will we ask you all to go ahead and step down? The next part of knowing what funding opportunities are out there are successfully applying for the funding. And so we have a mini panel. And let's go ahead and give them all applause for their time. And we hope to see them at all conferences in the future too. Thanks, you guys. But yes, so we have some partners in the room that are going to kind of give us some tips and experience that they've faced as they've written grant applications and received feedback. So if I can go ahead and invite Marcus Hartley up with Northern Economics, Aurah Landau with HDR, and Nils Andreasson with AML to the stage. Plan is gonna go in order. So Okay. Let me, yes, they do. Make sure.
Sweet. Did I just start talking? I'm just going to start talking. That's the way this is going to go. All right. We'll wait for that announcement. My name's Nils Andreasson. I'm the executive director of the Alaska Municipal League, a third of this mini panel. I want to maybe just mention this in terms of the topic of accessing grants. You're probably familiar with the work that AML's done in terms of outreach. If you're not already familiar with it, it's worth just highlighting our akfederalfunding.org, the site that's a collaboration between a lot of different organizations around the state, but it's got all the, we sift through all the different grants that might be available or really where Alaska community and tribal governments, local and tribal governments would be most competitive, put those up on there. We probably also at this point send out an email a day to a variety of folks saying, here's this thing that you should apply for. But a lot of outreach coming from AML, and if you don't have access to that, then let us know so that we can make sure you're added to the list. I want to talk, AML's still relatively new to grant writing for as many as it feels like we've written, and as Catherine points out, been unsuccessful at. Rejected is such a harsh term. But we do at this point have some sense of how to maybe think differently about this new iteration and round of federal funding, because I do think it's worth recognizing that the grant making today is not the grant making that you participated in 3 to 5 to 10 years ago. And federal agencies today, because of how BIL, IJA, and honestly, IRA to the extent that it applies, they're looking for different kinds of things, and the attention to disadvantaged and equity and environmental justice, so many new layers for communities who just wanted to build a dock, right, or who just wanted to put some gravel down and have a road or a trail. It's added a layer of complexity that I told Secretary Buttigieg is actually diminishing equity and increasing the challenges that communities are experiencing. So be that as it may, I want to offer just maybe some few thoughts on how to move forward in an environment where you're asked as project proponents to do so much more in what you deliver. For AML, we're thinking about a broad suite of services that we're offering, not just to local governments, but to tribal governments, to state agencies, to nonprofits. Our members 3 years ago said, if this is a generational opportunity, then we expect a generational effort. And anything you can do at AML to maximize the benefit to Alaska, period, I guess not a period, semicolon, we want you to do. And you can check my grammar later. And we've made that effort. I was actually reflecting to staff earlier this week that maybe at the end of this generational effort, we need a staff retreat in Hawaii. And I'm 80% committed to that. It seems like what we are gonna need, or at least to keep going, something. We've added to our capacity, added to the list of things that we want to be doing to support communities, and are really trying to provide as comprehensive a suite of services as possible. That means providing direct support, working really closely with communities to support their efforts. It means training and technical assistance where we can offer it. And I will say it's not AML that's bringing training and technical assistance. It's through a vast network of partners and relationships that we're working to establish really quickly to have teams of partners in place to support local, municipal, tribal governments. And finally, we're thinking about it in terms of what is small group work that we can do to support applications. And one of the efforts along those lines is the Safe Streets for All, where there have been awards made. We bring that group together, I think, once a month. and run through just the hurdles that they're experiencing. And we want to see that expand as additional awards are made. I want to hit on, I think, 3 areas in my time. I don't actually know how much. In the next 7 minutes, I want to hit on 3 areas. So first on workforce development. Again, like I said, when it comes to transportation, I imagine that what you want to do is build a harbor, build a port, do a trail or a road or the thing that you're used to doing, right? And that has been a priority for you. Applications and this administration's priorities mean you have to be so much more. And instead of one person just doing that project, it takes a team of people to do lots of different projects. And what I would argue is that rather than each of us trying to stand up a department dedicated to environmental justice and equity in our communities, is that we tap into regional and statewide efforts that are doing just that. And AML and others around the state have looked at, from a workforce development perspective, what's a system that every community in Alaska can plug into so that you don't each have to create systems? What that looks like is a variety of applications that Alaska Works Partnership, the University of Alaska, the Alaska Workforce Investment Board, Alaska Safety Alliance, and so many others have put together to say we want new training, we want to reskill, we want rural, we want new outreach programs, and so on. And actually have a pretty good schematic now of a plug and play model for workforce development, so that if you've got an application in front of you asking you how you're going to do good quality jobs and reskill folks in your community, you can plug into something that exists and not have to make that up on your own. So I wanted to flag that there's new ways to design how we achieve the deliverables that are outlined by federal agencies. There's and in terms of how we think about where this applies, the map in the right-hand corner there is from the REAP Compete application, not transportation, but EDA had this opportunity to reskill and add skills to. It's based on PAEG, Prime Age Employment Gap, in the state, and you can see that the majority of Alaska is pretty eligible for that, and you can bring that kind of data into your applications. You look pretty quickly and see, you know, I have a pretty good shot of adding a workforce development component to my project and to make it more successful and competitive. The second area I would say that we've all got to add to our portfolios is stakeholder engagement. And really, I think what that means is thinking about a variety of levels of engagement to expand how we're delivering benefits. So you're going to be used to thinking locally and looking around at the variety of partners you have in your community. But I think building out from that into regional, into statewide, and think about all the different partners that you could align around the work that you want to do. And I can point to half a dozen at least at the statewide level who will say yes to you, right? It's not a question anymore. There's enough of us and AMLs and others who our answer to you when you say, do you want to be part of our project? Do you want to support this? Will you? Is yes. And we'll figure it out, right? Because we want Alaska to be successful. So think about not just your network, but reach out to Robert and Southeast Conference, reach out to AML and others and say, who needs to be part of, or how do we be part and plug into the networks that you've already got and that will benefit our project ultimately. This map actually looks a lot like the last map I showed you. But this comes from a CPRG. This is the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program. EDA, EPA, these aren't transportation. I'm not suggesting that. But there are additional data sets that are out there where the federal government has said you're disadvantaged. And it turns out almost all of Alaska is disadvantaged. This is a combination of CEJST and the EPA EJ screen that they've put together specifically for us to respond to community benefits under CPRG. And it's actually a pretty elegant way of describing social and economic vulnerability. I would argue some of their data for the blue areas that are left. Valdez screws things up down there in Prince William Sound. But anyways, data deficiencies at the federal level will not surprise you. Finally, in terms of community benefits, we have to, I think, one of the roles of AML is to start thinking about these things differently. There's a lot of discussion in federal grants that, well beyond transportation that start to kind of tease out what would community benefits look like differently. Wealth building is really not just at the individual level or the business level, but within a community. Value capture is actually talking about tax revenue and reimagining the way that local and public assets can be leveraged and utilized in relation to different projects. Thinking about job creation and business development. You're all of a sudden not just doing transportation projects, but doing all these other layers of effort that you're not used to, that aren't part of your budget, and also you have to have if you're going to be competitive. So think about ways to do any of this and rely on other partners to help you do them. Build into your budgets, build into your projects, partners who are going to do this stuff, because you don't need to do it. You've got your own concerns to focus on. Have somebody else do this work, and whether it's some of us in the room, AML has raised its hand probably too often, Aaron. But I mean, that's the deal, right? If we want to be successful, we'll raise our hand and we'll support you in any and all of these efforts. And I'll just really quickly, seeing as I'm at my 7 minutes, the chart here is from the only transportation related thing that I've got up here. It's from the ETC Explorer and I bring it up because it's not just a you're in, you're out description of disadvantaged, but it actually looks at different types of vulnerabilities within a community, security, and other types of gaps. So I think it's actually an elegant way to think about, well, my community is not just a yes, no checkbox on a CEJST or federal analysis. There's actually variation there. And I can actually explain my story in different ways to be more successful in my grant writing. So with that, thank you so much. Looking forward to saying yes to you and or signing Robert up to do it for us. Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marcus Hartley. I'm president of Northern Economics. We're based in Anchorage. Is there a presentation coming up? Yeah, okay. Great. Northern Economics, we're an economics consulting firm, and I'm an economist, professional economist, and have been an economist practicing since 1989. I'm feeling a little bit old around here, looking out at all these young people. Yeah, Nils is a young person too, believe it or not. Anyway, I want to talk about preparing a cost-benefit analysis, and I have to say that I've prepared this slideshow before all these presentations have already happened, and some of it may be redundant, some of it may be wrong, believe it or not, may be incomplete. But ask me about it if you think that I'm saying something that's incorrect. Nils' presentation made me think about some things, and my presentation is really talking about a benefit cost analysis from the economic perspective of what is a benefit and what is a cost, and not so much as to who gets the benefit or who doesn't get the benefit, but is it actually generating additional wealth to society? And there's a distinction in there that says if I create a project, let's say in one community, that is reducing the benefits to another community, then sometimes that might not be a net benefit to society. And so from an economics perspective, we often think about that kind of, to be a benefit, it has to be something that's increasing for society as a whole instead of taking from Peter to pay Paul. And so that's kind of the perspective I'm coming from on this. Let's see if I can make it work. So I've got 5 very important things about doing a benefit cost analysis. And the first thing is start planning early, 12 to 24 months before the applications are due. I got a call about 3 weeks ago that said, hey, we're going to do a raised grant application for 2024 and it's due on the 28th. And can you do a cost benefit analysis for us? And it's like, we would love to, but we've already got, 7 communities that are asking us to do cost benefit, and they've asked us months and months ago. It takes time to do these if you're really going to do them well. So the next thing to think about is start planning 12 to 24 months early. Start planning early on these things. It's very important because you do need to get it done early, and people that are doing them are getting asked to do them in advance. You get the idea. So I would love to help you. If you call me, I'm probably going to be able to help you for next year's practice. I'm not going to be able to help you to get it done this year. So there's 2 components of a cost benefit analysis. Any ideas about what the big 2 components are? Cost is a good one. Oh, and benefits. And I'm not trying to be flippant here, but we got to know about the costs of the project, and we got to know about the benefits of the project, and we want to encompass all of the benefits, as I said, that are really benefits, and we want to encompass all the costs. If we're going to do a full cost benefit analysis, we can't skim over some of the benefits. Why would we skim over some of the benefits? Because that's helping us. At the same time, we can't just ignore some of the costs. We want to do it fully on both sides of the picture. And typically, if we're going to spend money, we should get some money. If we're going to spend carbon, we're probably going to reduce carbon or spend some carbon on the other side. And so we got to talk about both sides of it. Further, granting agencies, I'm assuming, like projects that have benefits that exceed costs. They don't like to have projects, they don't like to fund projects as much if costs are greater than benefits. The difficulty is that there's a lot of times that we do face monetary costs that are bigger than the monetary benefits. And so you end up having to think about things that maybe you can't put a very good dollar value on. We were working on the Port of Anchorage project. Oh, I'm sorry, it's called the Port of Alaska, I think now. And it's a very cool project, but there were issues with beluga whales. And should we worry about the impacts to beluga whales in a cost-benefit analysis for the Port of Anchorage? And I'm going to argue, yeah, we may not be able to actually quantify that in terms of dollars and cents, but at least we need to be talking about issues like that. If we're harming beluga whales, the federal agency is probably not going to be that excited about giving us a grant, even if we can say, oh, there's $100 million more revenue than costs. If we're hurting 50 beluga whales, it might not happen. So be thinking about that. So should communities hire consultants? And I'm not saying this because I'm a consultant. Well, yeah, but no no requirement that a consultant can be used. And I've got to say that there are some incredible webinars out there that have been put together by USDOT, by Merit, incredible webinars that I go to and listen to and learn from, and that we all can, and it's intended so that you don't have to pay for people like me to do these things. So go out there and find them and read them, and then call me up. The thing is that granting agencies want reliable and justifiable estimates of both of these things. And you can't just wave your hands. You've got to come up with some reliable numbers. It's not always easy. And as I mentioned before, you always want to include all of the foreseeable costs and all of the foreseeable benefits. If your staff includes professionally trained cost estimators, engineers, environmental scientists, economists, et cetera, with the advanced degrees, then you don't need to hire you may not need to hire a consultant. I don't know that many. Anchorage might have. No, I don't think so. State of Alaska certainly has some trained economists, and so, but it's a difficult road when you get down to it. You've got to do good engineering for these grant applications. You've got to do good estimates of costs. And you've got to do good estimates of environmental consequences, both positive and negative. There are often a lot of environmental benefits that happen with our projects. We want to track them and note them. I asked a question earlier about, should we do the NEPA analysis before we do the grant application? I would argue, yeah, you may want to if you're going to track all of these costs and benefits. So here's types of costs, types of benefits. Obviously, project design, engineering, yields an estimate of capital costs for the project. We want to do that, certainly. I mean, I can do that on the back of an envelope. That may not be good enough, but I can. We also want to estimate project operating costs and annual maintenance costs. And here I'm going to jump off. So here's a classification system for project engineering and cost estimation. It's a 5-tier system. Class 5 is kind of back of the envelope, concept screening, and you don't have to have very high levels of certainty with concept screening. This is where you're sitting around and you're saying, is this a good idea or not? And asking yourselves whether you want to go forward. Typically, we think of cost benefit analysis needs like a class 3 kind of estimate. 10 to 40% of project definition is known well. It's still got a lot of uncertainty around it, but you're getting close. It typically requires somebody that knows what they're doing. Aurah might disagree with some of that, but because she's from an engineering firm. Anyway, you do want to have some good numbers. So what else we have on costs? I talked about other environmental costs, ecosystem damages. If it's very clear that you're going to do some, if you're going to take out a wetland in your project, you're going to want to talk about that. You're going to want to bring it to the table and make sure people know about it so that they don't think you're just trying to hide stuff. We also want to talk about the increases in carbon emissions and other pollutants that might happen because of the project. There's others, but this is some that I was thinking of. Types of benefits, reductions in operating costs and maintenance costs. It's a big one. If you've got an old falling down dock and you've got to spend $1 million a year to keep it going, you might be better off spending $20 million fixing the dock and foregoing that $1 million in operating costs and maintenance. So it's important to talk about reductions of costs and maintenance as a benefit. There's also cost savings for users. You think about a bridge project. If I've got to drive 20 miles to go around and get to the next bridge, if I build a bridge, I'm only going to drive 5 minutes. There's a lot of time savings. There's a lot of fuel savings. There's a lot of wear and tear on my car, etc. So those kinds of things need to be talked about. There's the time savings, obviously, the same kind of thing. Everybody's time is worth money, and economists think that they can put a value on that. It's not right. It's not correct, but it's as good as we can do, and it's one of the things that the agencies like to see us try to do. We also can benefit from larger numbers of users. If all of a sudden 16 people are going over to the site instead of 6 because it was too far, we're getting that benefit of additional users using the project and using the site. We also want to talk about reductions in environmental issues like carbon emissions and pollutions, and reductions in risk. From injuries, perhaps. I was working on a project where people were literally falling through holes in the dock. If you fix it, you're not going to have those safety issues. So you're reducing that risk from injuries, and I think communities in particular need to think about those things in advance, because me as an economist, I haven't been reading the Wrangell Sentinel every day for the last 5 years, and I don't know about all the people that have hurt themselves walking down. No, I don't know if there's a problem with Wrangell's dock or not, but I don't read that Wrangell Sentinel. So I don't know about all of these injuries that happened because somebody fell through. And I know there's no problem with Wrangell dock, and don't believe me, I'm not saying that, but well, I did, but you guys know that better than I, and it's really difficult for a third party like myself or an environmental engineering firm to be able to talk about those things that you guys know about, like injuries or health concerns, or some kid fell off the steep cliff or something. Those are things that you guys really need to think about and can really help with in this process. There's also reductions in risk from environmental events such as floods or earthquakes that are types of benefits. And then ecosystem benefits, such as you've saved birds or beluga whales or whatever. Those are things that we try to calculate and look at and bring them into it. Even if we can't say every beluga whale we save is worth $16 or $100 or $1 million, at least we want to talk about how many beluga whales we saved. And maybe we let other people put a value on it. As an economist, I would love to say that every beluga whale is worth some number, and I would believe it, but I don't believe it typically. I just don't, it's very difficult to say what that value is, but we need to think about it and try to characterize it. So there's lots of resources at U.S. Department of Transportation. Lots of people have been talking about it. This is a web page. There's 105 rows of grant programs on this web page under the BIL. Most have direct links. I couldn't even begin to name them all. There's also the RAISE grant, which in theory I'm supposed to be talking about. 1.5 billion annually for the next several fiscal years. There's the link. There's some deadlines for the raise grant. So this year, it's too late to hire a consultant. Okay? We just don't have time. Well, there might be some consultants that you could hire. They might be really expensive. They might not be as expensive. You have to ask yourself whether it's worth it. But good time to start thinking about next year and the year after that, particularly if it's a complex project. Think about it early. I think that was the first point, or the second, or the first 5 points I made. Deadlines are important. Think about it early. Anyway, that's my story. That's my contact information. I did want to, I remembered one last link. There is, and somebody should take a picture of this. There's a great spreadsheet that USDOT has developed that's out there. And if I'm a numbers guy and a spreadsheet freak, this is a really excellent spreadsheet for doing a cost-benefit analysis. And if you don't want to hire a consultant, go there, fill in all the blanks, follow the directions, get it right, and you save a bunch of money. You might not get the grant, but anyway. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it. We'll let Aurah jump in here.
Good afternoon. It's always great to get the very last spot at a 3-day conference, right? Everybody raise your hands if you're awake. Yeah. Some people are awake. Yeah. Okay. Wait till I get the slide deck going there. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to get into a little bit more of the strategic and technical concepts for grant application in 10 minutes. Okay. I'm Aurah Landau with HDR. I'm a senior financial consultant, and HDR is an engineering firm that has been doing grant applications and all the associated work with them, from engineering to NEPA to design and grant application and BCA and grant administration and award negotiation, all the rest for a very long time. So we'll pull some of the best practices for you and let you go. Okay. Let's see if I can get this going. Is there a place I need to point this? There we go. Okay. I'll skip all that. Okay. Second here. Okay. I'm going to talk primarily about USDOT applications because this is a transportation symposium. Some of the information will cross over to other types of applications, energy, resiliency, water, that kind of thing. But HDR has been, like I said, been doing this quite a while. Since 2009, 1 out of every $9 awarded in USDOT grant programs has been awarded to an application that HDR helped on. And just since IIJA has passed, we have won over $2.4 billion for clients in USDOT funding and about $3 billion since 2009 in non-DOT projects. So we've got a lot of good information to pass on. We've also lost a lot. I mean, just even with debriefs since IIJ passed, we have hundreds of applications we've debriefed on. And these are some of the things that we see being hit in debriefs. You know, is your project well aligned? Is it really ready for a grant application? Are you meeting the priorities that this administration has? Have you addressed your merit criteria section by section? Are you sharing your story with a local context enough to make it compelling? Are you backing up your story with data? Is your budget and schedule realistic based on some level of knowledge rather than sort of concept level? Is it based on design? Are you showing engineering products in your applications to show feasibility? Are your BCAs strong and well documented? Do you have subject matter expertise embedded into your application, both to describe the problem and why your project is a solution? Do your partnerships reflect the priorities that this administration has on workforce development and equity and stakeholder engagement, and then for innovative project delivery? And finally, is your application something that is digestible in a short amount of time for the reviewers? These are all the elements we see applications getting dinged on, and also some of the elements that we will go into in a little bit detail in the next couple of slides on how to do well. Okay, so I hear a lot about, wow, there's so many applications out there, and just, it's the competition is the problem. Like, actually, that's like my son saying he doesn't have laundry because he didn't do the laundry. Right? You have to be competitive yourself, right? And so some of these external factors, like what's happening with the competition or what's happening with reviewers, and how many applications there are for them to review, or how much time they have to review, or how they structure the review, those are all external factors, and there are a lot of controllable factors. And I love this because it gives you the power to be as competitive as possible, right? And some of the controllable factors are strategy, what you apply for and when, and to what amount of, what project cost do you use, how you structure your delivery of the project. These are really important elements that are strategic considerations that are under your control. And then there's the quality of your application itself, including being timely and complete. Somebody asked me a couple of days ago, like, gosh, I haven't yet won a mega info award. And in my head voice said, well, because the last time you submitted, you forgot to submit your budget. Right? You can't win like that. So you have to be timely complete. And my outside voice said, well, you need to do an analysis of how you've done and what you've submitted to figure out where your gaps are. But you've got to be timely, and you've got to be complete, because with so many applications out there, there's no way a funding agency can give you funding when your BCA, for example, doesn't show a positive return, and clearly in the criteria it says you have to have a BCR of one or more, right? And then your quality also includes the type of community support. And I can't say enough about how important it is to develop the statements of support from the congressional delegation and work with the funding agencies and help them understand what the project is, and get their advice. Like, is this the kind of project you want to see? Right? They're really supportive, wonderful. I mean, you hear people here today who've flown up to talk about these funding programs, and they're your advocates internally as well. Okay, so a lot that you can control. Okay, so 7 strategies to maximize your application success. I gotta catch up on my paperwork here. 1 second. Okay, so the first one is to apply with your single best project. The amount of applications going in right now for most USD programs mean that not only will not all Alaska projects get funded, but certainly no more than 1 per applicant is going to get funded. And I think we kind of all know that now, but there are still some discussions that I think maybe your stakeholders and your communities might have about how let's just do three raise applications. And it's just not realistic to even expect that will be funded. So you can help manage your workload and up your quality by only putting your best foot forward. When your projects are well aligned with grant program eligibility and merit and selection criteria, then you're positioned well to be competitive. You've put yourself on the playing field. But if you don't meet those criteria, then you're really not on an equal playing field with other applications that are in there. So you want to do some pretty rigorous pre-positioning around your eligibility and your merit. And then addressing project readiness criteria is super critical too. Many programs are very clear what level of NEPA they want you to come in with, how soon you need to be going to construction, how much public involvement they want you to have done. Like, these are very clear metrics or like standards by which you need to have achieved to be competitive. And if your project isn't ready, awesome. Save your what is it? Save your shot. What is that word? You save yourself for the next year, right? Do take the next year to make those changes, get your project ready so that when you're applying, you're very ready. Okay. Including a complete and realistic project schedule and budget is essential. There are a number of, it's very easy to say, I've got this great idea and I want to fund it. But going from that to a schedule that includes all of your NEPA milestones, for example, and all of your procurement and construction milestones, you have to do that work and show all of that included in your budget to have a realistic schedule. Not only are funders looking to make sure that all of all of your assertions about what you say you're going to do are doable, but they want to make sure that it's reasonable, feasible, and your budget is built correctly to support that. At this stage, obligation is very interesting. Like agencies, I think, they want to see the money being put to work in the communities. So your technical capacity and your ability to actually get it done is getting a lot of scrutiny. I will just go back to number 4. There's a lot of our communities here in Southeast are doing in-water work, and just you've really got to schedule your marine mammal consultation time. That is a critical path item for in-water work, and it's probably your longest lead item. Okay, so make sure you've got that in there. And is Soji still here? It's 18 months, no less, okay? Because they're not going to approve any schedule that's 18 months, shorter than 18 months for your marine mammal consultations. Okay, so number 5, demonstrate financial commitment, political support, and partnerships. This is both, making sure you've got the money, but then you've also got the alignment in your community and in Alaska that your project is a priority. There are lots of different ways to demonstrate that. I'm not going to get into the level of tactics, but these are super, super significant. And then those elements of political support and partnership, like I said, need to be woven back throughout your project delivery. Okay, plan ahead. I agree. I probably would say 12 months, but you really do have to plan ahead when you're doing applications. The bar for proving that your project is needed and is going to provide benefits is getting higher and higher with every grant cycle we see. The grants you apply for now, like ones that won 2 years ago, I'm going to say probably wouldn't win right now. And so you do have to do that legwork to get your information ready and to craft your argument and build your story lineup. Yeah, and do your economic analyses, your engineering products, what have you. Okay, and develop your grant team. Most grant teams do need specialty support of some kind. And that said, I think, part of building a grant team is figuring out who in your communities can help you. Who's the English teacher who's really good at diagramming paragraphs, right? That's part of what you do when you speak to merit criteria. You're diagramming it out. This speaks to this in this way, and we've done it really well, or we've done it, not so well, and we've got to, strengthen it. And then you can get maybe your subject matter experts or your engineers or others who can tell you how to strengthen it. But you don't have to have all the expertise coming from a consultant or somebody like that. Okay, so tips and tricks. The top grant applications have a clear description and statement of benefits. That is that compelling story. You really want to stand out. And, people used to talk about this as branding, and I don't think it exactly is right now. Right now, it's just this really clear, wow, I totally get why this problem is dangerous. I totally get why this problem makes it so your transportation network is not functioning correctly, right? And then the statement of benefits is how you're providing for, very concrete change in your community through your project. You want to have data-driven content, both in the problem and the solution statements. Easy to read text, maps, and graphics. Your BCA in alignment with the latest guidance. The OMB puts out BCA guidance update every year, and there are always factors that change in there. So even if you had a BCA done before, you need to get it updated to be compliant with the newest BCA. And the BCAs, I was in a debrief a couple weeks ago where they're like, your BCA is great, you're high rating, the only high rating we gave out this year. But we didn't even really read your details of your BCA. And I was like, wait, what? and what they're saying is okay, the BCA is great, but what they didn't do, which they're now doing with BCAs for a lot of agencies, is they're actually going back and they're rerunning your calculations and they're rerunning the factors that go into them. And if they don't think you've put in the right factor for earthquake scour risk, then they're going to put a new factor in and rerun your BCA and give you a different rating. So when you look at your BCA being in alignment with latest guidance, you also really want to be figuring out how to strengthen your BCA case as much as possible, because it will always come down and in a deeper analysis. And when your BCA comes down, you still need to be above a 1.0 or 1.5, depending on what program you're in. Okay, engaging your funders and political stakeholder support. I've talked about that as well. NEPA is appropriately scheduled. I talked about marine mammals, but also you need to be thinking about NEPA and public engagement as part of what you consider a timeline for. There are, if you're not familiar with NEPA, which I think most of your communities do NEPA on different projects, but there are certain timelines associated with the stages you have to go through for public engagement and notification and all the rest, and you have to include that. The project is scoped to fit the grant criteria. Many communities have 5 or 10 priority projects. And what you can do is you can sort of slice and dice components of projects to fit the grant program. And you really want to work with, your engineers or folks in your community or your support network who understands project development and can help you with phasing and project delivery ideas and project bundling ideas to figure out what makes sense and really get the expertise on the engineering side to support you here, because I'm not saying that because I'm working for an engineering firm, but you don't want to put you don't want to be looking at scoping your project based on elements that are going to be problematic to deliver. Okay, so but make sure your project is scoped to fit the grant criteria, and that includes making sure that your funding matrix of your federal funding and other funding sources make sense for that program. Again, your application is complete and submitted on time. Okay, so pre-positioning, this is key. I've been the keynote speaker here in the last couple of years, and I do multi-day training for National League of Cities around this as well. The highlights of pre-positioning is you've got to have the right project for the right program at the right time. And it's extremely project and program specific. You have to look at that. You have to now analyze those pieces each time you go to make a decision about whether or not you want to apply for something. Because your projects are changing over the years, right? The community needs are changing, that kind of thing. The grant programs are changing, okay? But you do want to develop a multi-year application strategy in general for your community, because you can do some financial planning around that. And you can figure out, what your match amounts are going to be, how you're going to handle the influx of money if you want to merge your cash, your funding streams with loans overlapping or bonds and that kind of thing. So you get your multi-year planning going. And then you're, positioning your individual grants. And you're going to use data analysis in each one of those steps. And, I'm happy to do some one-on-one support if you have some questions about a particular project. How do I position this? Or, I've got this project and I just don't even know where to start with it. I can give you some, one-on-one support on that if that's useful for you. Your application team to develop good applications generally includes modal or sector experts, some grant expertise, and then local expertise. And I, sometimes it's like, oh, we're going to give our grant to these people and they're going to write it for us. Well, but actually they do need to be grounded in the reality of what's happening in your community and what's going to work politically in your community and from a delivery standpoint. Okay. So there are a couple of elements I just want to very quickly highlight that equity, Justice 40, climate resiliency, workforce development. These are major administrative priorities that are woven through merit and selection criteria and baked into project readiness elements. And meaningfully sought public involvement can help make something more equitable. And I would encourage you to think about public involvement happening as both process involvement and outcome involvement. And so you are not just taking something and saying, hey, this is going to benefit these people in this way, but you're saying, hey, we co-created our project in this way. And that's going to help give you an edge for your applications. And that's part of the reason why the project readiness element, have you done these pieces, is so critical for making the case that your project is well worth funding. Okay. We talked a bit about the BCA, and I want to just say that we've been pioneering work to add equity into BCA, and we've been working with OMB and have some peer-reviewed data, peer-accepted sort of approaches for including equity into the BCA. And that's basically because that $1 to a low-income person or low-income community is more impactful than a high-income community. And so we have the methodologies built for this distributional analysis. And what is so awesome about it is you can sort of plug it into an existing BCA, or you can use it to, it could be like a module of an existing BCA, or it can be the centerpiece of a BCA, depending on what your project is. And what it can help do is make the case in a greater way that equity is going to be meaningfully improved in your community. This is great for small communities. It's great for communities where you have a large income distribution as well. So there's some tools and techniques out there that are getting developed. And we've been working with OMB on this, and I expect, well, we're hoping that these sorts of approaches will be made available in coming years in the BCA guidance and in the worksheets there. But anyway, for now, that's something to think about as you're doing your equity arguments in your BCAs. Okay, I want to talk very briefly about potential match sources. I'm not going to read this slide here just to say it's there. This is always a pain point for communities. And to plug the Denali Commission grant program right now, it's not a huge amount of money, but it can be used as match. And that's an opportunity that is critical, I think, for communities to be able to access some of the Infrastructure Jobs Act funding. Okay. I'll give you a QR code right there. If you are not getting my almost weekly emails, which have some grants intel in them, you can sign up for it on that QR code. And again, like I advise communities across the state and across the country on how to position their projects, and then how to create strong applications. I am the point person for Alaska of an enormous and very successful team who can bring in lots of different kinds of support for you. And I'm so honored to work with you. And I've lived here in Juneau like almost 25 years. And I just think that, we have in Alaska just such a challenge with, assets that are really aging out of functional use. And I'm just so thrilled that we have this opportunity. And I'm very passionate about bringing support back into Alaska. So happy to help you out however I can. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is the third annual Transportation Symposium that we've had, and I think each year just keeps getting bigger and better and more rich. There's a lot of substance there. Or you've been here each of those 3 years and really delivered for us. I thank you for that. Nils has been with us since the beginning of time, or at least way back as when Marcus was young. But Marcus, thanks so much. That was a great presentation as well, and appreciate each of the three of you. So please thank our panel one more time. So I know we're kind of running towards the end of the afternoon, but we kind of wanted to reflect, just go back to the beginning of the day. We started with the Marine Highway System. It's the most meaningful piece of critical infrastructure in Southeast. It's what got us going in 1958 as an organization. And it's, we want to just kind of touch base with our crew representatives, always a critical piece of the equation. But it seems like, this last couple of years, they've been a more meaningful part of the solution. And I really appreciate that. And rather than prolonging and mobbing up there, I'm just going to pass the microphone and to see if there's any final thoughts, reflections, takeaways, things that, we said, yeah, no, we want to, make sure. Today was not about the past, it's about the future. So what did we hear that we want to work on further? And so anyway, just going to give an opportunity for this table to have that. We'll go to Director Tornga and then
Okay, well, once again, I'm Dan Tuig, the Vice President of the Master of Mates and Pilots. And again, we'd like to thank you for the invitation to the Southeast Conference. This is a great place. It's a great thing that we're doing. Meet a lot of nice people. The reality is I've run into some really old friends here this week. It's been great. But yesterday we talked about workforce development. We talked about the ferries. We talked about how fragile the system is and how we need to go forward. And as a final thought on what we're doing, again, and yesterday we talked about how with one handshake over dinner, we created an apprenticeship program. It was a great thing. It's going to be wonderful. But looking forward, it's always important to play the long game. And so it's not about what we're doing today, and it's not about what we're doing tomorrow. It's what we're going to do 10 years from now. And so my last thought is actually a quote from one of my favorite old movies, which is kind of cheesy, but it was 1984 movie called The High Road to China with Tom Selleck. I just love that movie. But there's a piece in there where they're thinking about, where are we going to go and what are we going to do next and how are we going to get there? And this Asian man in some place in Tibet on top of a mountain just turns to these guys and looks at them and says, "The oxen are slow, but the earth is patient." And so we're making progress, and that's really what matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Earling Walli. I represent the Inland Boatmen's Union. Those are the unlicensed on the ferries. I was in Bozeman on the Malaspina. I just want to thank Craig Tornga again for coming in and picking up the challenge of running the Marine Highway. It's hard. We've had a lot of good discussions. We're also talking about bringing back our retirees to become, cooks, oilers, ABs again. It's been, I see us moving forward. There's been a lot of challenges with the Marine Highway. Now we have year-round work, where historically we'd always lay off people seasonally, but then those people would take the training and go find other long-term jobs. So having this commitment from the employer to produce year-round work so we can keep our people working and keep people being trained is great. So thanks a lot, Craig. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for allowing us to be with you and speak. My name is Michael Murray. I'm with MMP also. I reflect. I mean, there's so many things that we need for our members. Like I've told, I don't know if I told this to Craig, but I've told it to most of management. My first responsibility is for the members. My second responsibility is for the company to do well. And we're trying to support you guys as much as we can, Craig. You're supporting the unions and the rest of and we've come a long ways in the last 3 years or 4 years being in this conference. And I appreciate your time. My guys are the lowest paid deck officers, which I hate to bring up, in all the maritime unions. So, and they do the most. I mean, they got 49 charts between Southeast and Southwest. And I think the conference was great. I'm going to let it go at that. I'll talk about negotiations with the people that I have to talk to. And here you go. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
So I'm Claudia Cimini, MEBA, Marine Engineers Beneficial Association. I had the good fortune to be a plank owner on the Kennecott, which kind of tells you how old I am. It was an awesome opportunity, worked with some great people there. MEBA also, we're talking about bringing retirees back in. MEBA actually already has a mechanism for doing that. I'm aware of one retiree recently who's wanted to work on the Marine Highway as a retiree. But people have to, people have to take the job. So I think it was really important and gutsy of Craig to acknowledge that there were some serious payroll issues. People hear about that and they don't want to come back. But also part of the problem that we're all facing is there is a global shortage of qualified mariners. So sometimes the obstacles are small, relatively small for, entry. Maybe that's only like $500 to, get your TWIC and physical and all of that. But, for a lot of officers who go to maritime academies, crews might not be covered by their tuition, right? It costs that much more to go to Cal Maritime and become a licensed engineer versus just getting an engineering degree. So one of the things we've been doing is working on scholarships to help. We've been contributing to scholarships to help with that, with that potential barrier to entry. Because like Dan was saying, this is a long game, right? For me to be an 18-year-old plebe at Kings Point to get my chief engineer's license was like 15 years. So we got to start working now for the future.
Thank you. Mr. Tornga, the opportunities are great and failure is not an option.
All right, thanks, Robert. Well, I do want to say thanks too that we invite the union. Have all the unions here is key, and you can hear them talking about the long term. So we have some strategic thinkers in the union, and I appreciate that because we've got to be. We're faced with the immediate needs, but we got to think about what we're going to do in the future to actually make this work in the long term so we can, it really comes to the point we got to build our own workforce because it's not out there. So appreciate all the comments. Glad to work with you guys on everything. It's actually been very good. Love the relationship, and thank you for inviting him too. And we're going to keep our nose to it. It is a bureaucratic machine we are up against, and but you know, we just have to stay the course and keep working it and make this work again. So appreciate it. Thank you.
To the team that surrounds them and the community that surrounds them, our chances of success are so much higher. So I thank each of you. John, Caitlin, you guys did a great job pulling this together. Any final words you want to put on the record before we go? I don't even know where Caitlin is, but she handed me the mic and that was a mistake. But John, why don't you give your reflections?
So thanks again for everyone attending and participating. I just want to say, as to the low-no ferry, it'll be very interesting to see the progression of alternative fuels availability in Southeast Alaska. Right now, you know, and diesel's been king for 100 years. It's available everywhere. It works in every internal combustion engine that's produced for these maritime uses. But we're seeing so much application of ammonia as a fuel, especially in international cargo vessels, and methane and methanol, and to some extent hydrogen. We saw a little bit about a hydrogen tug, a research vessel based out of California could run on a couple of days. There are some drawbacks with fuel cells, hydrogen fuel cells and vessels, depending on how the application of the vessel is. But the more these alternative fuels are used, the more economic they'll be to lighter them to Southeast Alaska and store them. We have a great advantage in some communities now with electricity that's available that can achieve low emission or virtually no emission functionality on short runs. That's a great start. But the future is, in my view, exciting with regard to these other fuel sources. So it'll be interesting to see how those progress over the next decade or so.
Thanks, John.
Closing remarks. Well, I guess my only reflection on the day is, and I was talking with someone about this, Southeast Conference doesn't like to do anything alone. And walking into the collaboration that this organization is what I feel is inviting and seeing everyone in the room here, that's inspiring to me as I take over John's position as transportation and special projects for Southeast Conference. And I look forward to working with all of you. The future is really exciting. And I just want to say thank you for sticking it out to the end of the third day, and let us know what we can do to help you.
All right. So for all of those of you online, thank you for joining us, for our sponsors, for supporting us, and for each of you for being part of the solution. And safe travels home. And we will see you in September, and I'm sure in Transportation Committee meetings between now and then. So safe travels. Thank you.